After a moment of silence, the third ancestor finally spoke. "If you really get this spear, it will be yours, but you have to borrow it from me for research for a while." Lin Moyu immediately asked, "How long?" The third ancestor said, 10 years. "No problem." Lin Moyu agreed without hesitation. 10 years is not a long time, and with the identity of the third ancestor, he should not break his promise. If he really breaks his promise, he can only say that he has misjudged the person and blames himself for his bad luck. Moreover, Moyu is not sure whether he can get the spear now. Although he is confident in his luck, after all, so many Tianjiao have failed, and he may not succeed. The two left the origin spirit vein and returned to the space where the third ancestor was. As soon as they came back, Lu Lian's voice sounded first. "The medical conference is over." Lin Moyu knew where he was, and time was chaotic. He had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. Lin Moyu asked, "Miss Lian, how much time has passed in the outside world?" Lu Lian answered truthfully, 3 days have passed. No wonder the Tianjiao conference has ended. When we came here, there were only 16 left, and even if we used a round-robin battle, it wouldn't take long. What was the final result? Lin Moyu asked. As soon as the voice fell, a row of group names appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The Immortal Lotus Saint won the first place without any surprise and got the title of the strongest genius. The second place was a bit unexpected and was won by the Great Illusion Saint. Although the Heavenly Illusion Saint did not get the title of the strongest genius, the second place was already very strong, and he was not without the qualification to compete for the identity of the heir of the Wanjing Holy Land. The third place was Dongfang Wuwen. When Lin Moyu left, he was still the second place, but in the end he was overtaken by the Heavenly Illusion Saint. This shows that the Heavenly Illusion Saint is better than Dongfang Wuwen in terms of combat power. The strength of combat power is very important to the ranking of the geniuses. Wang Tianling, the young master of the Three Spirits sect, ranked 4th. The 5th place was the Colorful Cloud Saint of the Seven Stars Holy Land, and Gu Bichuan of the Cold Water Holy Land ranked 6th, which was slightly higher than the ranking at the beginning. The 7th place went to Wu Xingchen from the Lifeon Cliff Dancer family, and the 8th place went to Wang Daocheng, the descendant of the Tianwen Dao sect. The 9th place went to Jian Jiuchuan, the descendant of the Tianjian sect. The 10th place went to Lu Fengyao. The top 10 places in this Tianjiao conference were taken by the descendants of the 9 top forces and the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce without any surprise. This is the norm, and it is the same at most Tianjiao conferences. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce occasionally misses out, but the 9 top forces basically occupy the top 9 seats all year round. After reading it, Lin Moyu asked the third ancestor, "How many people will participate?" The third ancestor said, 5 people, the top 3, Feng Yao, and you. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Is it always 5 people?" The third ancestor said, "Not necessarily, 3 to 6 people are fine, depending on luck. The luck of the Fairy Lotus Saint is pretty good this time, and there is extra luck to share, so the top 3 are eligible to participate. Feng Yao was chosen a long time ago, and you were added by this ancestor temporarily." Lin Moyu shrugged. "Okay, everything is up to you anyway. When will it start?" The third ancestor said, "There are still some things to prepare. 3 days later, Lu Lian will come to notify you, and you can also prepare some. If you have a magic weapon that can bring luck, you can prepare it just in case. If you don't have one, you can also ask Xiaolian to buy some. The same goes for life-saving magic weapons. You can decide for yourself." Lin Moyu laughed dumbly. "No matter what time, you never forget to do business." The third ancestor looked as if it was a matter of course. "I was originally a businessman." After leaving the third ancestor's space, Lin Moyu originally wanted to find Lu Fengyao and ask her. Lu Lian told Lin Moyu that Lu Fengyao had left and she was going to make some preparations for the next exploration mission. Lin Moyu didn't know what they had to prepare. Anyway, they would meet in a few days, so there was no rush. Back in the yard, Lin Moyu opened the formation and entered his soul world. The soul held a broken Buddha bead in his hand, and the unique breath of the Buddha spread from the Buddha bead, and the breath was very strong. After all, it was a magic weapon left by the three-pupil-free Buddha, and its level was not low. After being nourished by the Dharma every day, it became a powerful Buddha magic weapon. Now even if the soul mark of the three-pupil-free Buddha was erased, the Buddha bead is still powerful. The Buddha Kingdom Lich appeared in the soul world. Lin Moyu handed the Buddha beads to it. Can you absorb it this time? I tried it before, and it was because of the soul imprint of the three pupils from the Buddha that the Buddha Kingdom Lich could not absorb it. The Buddha Kingdom Lich held the Buddha beads, and with a Buddhist chant, it swallowed the Buddha beads directly. The Buddha beads melted in the body of the Buddha Kingdom Lich, and the body of the Buddha Kingdom Lich burst into golden light and turned into a golden Buddha. The golden body is the most exquisite method of the Buddha clan. Almost every member of the Buddha clan must practice this method throughout his life. The Buddha clan children who can practice into a golden body are all qualified Buddha clan children. The golden body of Buddhism can also be divided into many levels. The Buddha Kingdom Lich turned into a golden Buddha. It sat in the air, and a Buddha kingdom naturally emerged under it. In the Buddha kingdom, countless believers chanted Buddhist scriptures, which turned into infinite Buddha power and injected into the body of the Buddha Kingdom Lich. The breath of the Buddha Kingdom Lich became stronger and stronger. Almost in the blink of an eye, it broke through several realms in succession, reaching the peak of the sky. This realm is called the Peak Ancient Buddha in the Buddha family. The Buddha beads of the three-pupil-free Buddha are too powerful, and the Peak Ancient Buddha is not the limit. After a pause of several seconds, a purple line suddenly appeared on the golden body of the Buddha Kingdom Lich. The purple line glowed with a faint light, and the golden body turned purple and gold, with an indescribable nobility. Then a halo appeared behind the Buddha Kingdom Lich, shining like the sun, dazzling. The Buddha Kingdom Lich officially stepped into the first round of the Ancient Buddha, which is equivalent to the Dao Zun realm of the human race. But this is still not the end. The halo became brighter and brighter, and after reaching the limit, it suddenly split, and one halo became two halos. The Buddha Kingdom Lich became a two-wheeled Ancient Buddha. However, its aura is still increasing, and it has not reached the limit yet. After all, it is a thing left by the free Buddha, and the effect is awesome. Because he didn't know much about the Buddha family's magic weapon, Mou could only make a judgment. When this Buddha bead is blessed by the soul of the three-pupil-free Buddha, it can exert the power equivalent to the peak of the six-wheel Ancient Buddha, which is comparable to the strongest Dao Zun 6 realms. Without the soul of the three-pupil-free Buddha, judging only by its own material, it is almost similar to the magic weapon of the Dao Zun 4 realms. Summoning the Elemental Lich with a discount, Lin Moyu estimates that the Buddha Kingdom Lich can be promoted to the level of the three-wheel Ancient Buddha, which is equivalent to the third realm of Dao Zun. Now it seems that there should be no problem. After waiting for a while, the breath of the Buddha Kingdom Lich was strengthened again, and the third light wheel appeared. The Buddha Kingdom Lich successfully promoted to the three-wheel Ancient Buddha. Buddhist Lich. Realm, Dao Zun 3 realms. Rank, perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, Eternal Buddha, Destiny Avenue, Transmigration. Eternal Buddha, create an Eternal Buddha, which can absorb souls and become Buddhist believers. The more believers there are, the stronger the combat power of the Buddha Lich. The upper limit of believers, 50 million. Destiny Avenue, invoke the power of the Avenue, spy on the future destiny, find the enemy's weaknesses in destiny, and then launch an attack. You can use the primary and secondary daily. Transmigration, force the enemy to transform and become a believer of the Eternal Buddha, and become the source of power for the Buddha Lich. After the breath of the Buddha Lich was completely stabilized, Lin Moyu immediately checked the attributes of the Buddha Lich. The realm of the Buddha Lich was not expressed by the realm of the Buddha. Lin Moyu thought that it seemed to be the same before. The realm of the Buddha Lich was always expressed by the realm of their human cultivators. Realm is just a name. As long as you can understand it, it is not important. The realm of the Buddha and the cultivation realm of the human race are actually corresponding, but the appearance is different, and the difference is very small. After the Buddha kingdom Lich was promoted to the third realm of Dao Zun, some changes occurred in the magic. The number of believers that the eternal Buddha kingdom can accommodate has increased from 5 million to 50 million. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, 50,000 to 2 million believers are enough to increase the combat power of the Buddha kingdom Lich several times, and perhaps reach the fourth realm of Dao Zun. Even if it cannot reach the fourth realm, it can be invincible in the third realm. The great way of destiny has not changed. This is a magic to cooperate with the eternal Buddha kingdom. As long as the combat power of the Buddha kingdom Lich itself increases, the power and perversion of the great way of destiny can be revealed. Finally, a new magic appeared, salvation. Lin Moyu guessed that it should be inherited from the magic weapon of the three-pupil-free Buddha, so this magic appeared. At that time, Lei Guang was almost forcibly converted. Now that the Buddhist Lich has inherited this magic, it can also convert the enemy by force. As for the level of conversion effect, it is hard to say. Without specific attempts, Lin Moyu is not sure. In short, the Buddhist Lich has become stronger, and Lin Moyu feels that he has not wasted the promise given by the third ancestor. Putting away the Buddhist Lich, Lin Moyu regained consciousness. Looking at the time, half a day has passed. There are more than 2 days left, and Lin Moyu is too lazy to go out, so he simply practices in the yard. Replenish the power of the red sun scarf, and also replenish the power consumed by the sunstone. When the sun origin appears, practice. When the sun origin appears, learn the rune formation. 2 days passed quickly, and when the third day came, Lu Lian's voice sounded, "Mr. Lin, it's time to set off." Lin Moyu put the red sun scarf on his head and connected it with the sunstone to continuously replenish energy. In this way, the red sun silk scarf can last for a long time, and the sunstone can replenish its power with the sun's origin, so there is basically no need to worry about the problem of exhaustion of power. After getting ready, Lin Moyu said, "Let's go." Lu Lian used the power of the origin spirit vein to teleport Lin Moyu away. The powerful origin power rushed towards him, and Lin Moyu knew that he had entered the origin spirit vein again. The surroundings were hazy with gray fog, and several figures could be vaguely seen. At this time, a rope appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, and Lu Lian's voice sounded in his ears, "Hold the rope and follow. I'll send you the information now, so you can read it while you walk." Lin Moyu quickly received the information sent by Lu Lian. He held the rope and followed forward, while checking the information at the same time. The remains of the Tushan sect. Seeing the beginning of the information, Lin Moyu realized that the sect he had seen before was called the Tushan sect. In the history of the origin continent that he knew so far, there was no information about the Tushan sect. Lin Moyu continued to check the information. The information was very detailed, detailing the origin of the Tushan sect and the situation that had been explored. The Tushan sect was a prehistoric sect. When he saw the words prehistoric sect, Lin Moyu realized that there was a gap in the history of the origin continent. Something must have happened in the past, which caused the history of the origin continent to be interrupted. Lin Moyu thought that the origin continent once had 9 continents, not the current 4 continents. The incident that year caused the continent to lose 5 continents, and the Shinjo Ding that suppressed the continents also disappeared. Connecting the two, Lin Moyu almost guessed a possibility. He continued to check the information. The remains of the Tushan sect appeared 100,000 years ago. It was because of an accidental accident that the burial place of the Tushan sect was revealed. The Tushan sect is connected to the ninth order origin spiritual vein of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and cannot be separated. In this way, the power of the Tushan sect is almost endless. Unless this ninth order origin spiritual vein is refined, the remains of the Tushan sect can be disintegrated from the root. But it is absolutely impossible to do so. The entire human race has only one ninth order origin spiritual vein. How can so many ancestors point to this origin spiritual vein and refine it? Moreover, if it is really refined, without the support of the origin power, will the remains of the Tushan sect collapse? Then whether they can still get the inheritance are all problems to be faced. 100,000 years ago, the Tushan sect's remains came into being, which shocked the ancestors of the top forces in the world. 90,000 years ago, the Tianjiao conference began to be held. On the surface, it is to select Tianjiao secretly for luck, and luck is to explore the remains of the Tushan sect. Over the past 10,000 years, the ancestors of various forces have tried to explore countless times. After all kinds of means were used and failed, they finally found such a method. There are many dangers in Tushan sect, and the most obvious danger is death. Death can be resisted with one's own strength. Even if it is a Dao Zun, the power is limited and cannot stop the endless consumption of death. However, it is not difficult to solve this problem. Pills and magic weapons can solve this problem. In addition to death, there are a lot of divine lights in Tushan sect's remains. These divine lights are the will, obsession, magic, and even the Tao of the dead disciples of Tushan sect. However, in addition to using one's own strength to deal with these dangers, they will also consume a lot of Qi Tan. So the stronger the luck, the higher the chance of inheritance. Although the luck of those ancestors is strong, once the luck is wiped out, it is relatively much more difficult to recover. And there are restrictions in Tushan sect. If a Dao Zun who is too powerful enters, the danger will be increased accordingly. End given by Lu Lian. After repeated experiments and tests, it took 10,000 years to determine that Dao Zun 1 and 2 were the best candidates, and this is how the Tianjiao conference came about. As for Lin Moyu, because he was the son of Taiying, the third ancestor temporarily added Lin Moyu. As the third ancestor of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, there are still privileges for adding individuals. Anyway, Lin Moyu did not share the luck of others, and there was no conflict in terms of interests. Lin Moyu felt that there must be other agreements between the third ancestor and the ancestors of other forces, but that was not his concern. In this exploration of the Tushan sect, he only cooperated with the third ancestor, and it was none of other people's business. It was silent all the way, and everyone was pulling the same rope forward. No one spoke, and everyone was looking at the information. After passing through the fog, the power of origin weakened, and wisps of death air blew over like a breeze. The voice of the third ancestor rang in everyone's ears, "We're here." Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw several familiar faces. The Fairy Lotus Saint, the Heavenly Illusion Saint, Dongfang Wuwen, and Lu Fengyao were all here. In addition, there were several strangers. There were 3 people in total, and their bodies seemed to be shrouded by an invisible avenue. The power of origin rose and enveloped their entire bodies, making it impossible to see the faces of the 3 people. The 3 people had a deep and powerful aura. Lin Moyu knew that these 3 people should be from the 9 top forces in Nanzhou and were the ancestors of the forces. It was impossible to tell which 3 forces they came from. 3 of the 9 top forces came, and it seemed that they really valued this exploration. Perhaps, they valued it every time. He swept his eyes and finally saw the third ancestor. The third ancestor stood in the front, and he was also shrouded in fog, and his appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, and he was full of mystery. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing secretly. It seems that the third ancestor still gave me face, at least he was willing to let me see his true face. Before he finished thinking, Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that the third ancestor he saw was his true face. It's hard to say. Thinking, Lin Moyu shook his head secretly. These old guys like to make things mysterious. Is it necessary? Maybe at their level, they will have a Dharma assembly. The third ancestor turned around, although his whole body was shrouded in mist, but his eyes swept over him sharply, like a sharp sword sweeping across the bodies of several Tianjiao. Several people felt their skin hurt and felt a little uncomfortable. The third ancestor's voice sounded in their ears. You have finished reading the information. Once you enter, no one can help you. Be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. According to past experience, those who retreat will not be hurt, so you don't need to force it. As he said, he waved his hand, and 5 array plates flew out and fell into the hands of Lin Moyu and the other 5 people. The array plate is only the size of a palm, very delicate, and the patterns carved on it are very complex. Lin Moyu knew at a glance that this array plate was extraordinary, at least reaching the 7th level. The material of the array plate itself is very powerful, mixed with high-level origin crystals, which can continuously provide power for the array plate. Lin Moyu looked at the array plate in his hand, as if appreciating a fine work of art. Obviously, the array master who refined this array plate has reached an extremely amazing level of attainment. At least an 8th level array master. Lin Moyu made a judgment in his heart. The voice of the 3rd ancestor sounded again. This array plate can resist the attack of the magic in the ruins to a certain extent and reduce the loss of luck. If there is danger, you can also detonate the array plate. It can guarantee your safety within 5 minutes. Take advantage of this time and withdraw immediately. Now, you refine the array plate first, and then set off. Several people immediately refined the array plate, and a stream of origin power surged, and the array plate in the country shone brightly. The advantage of the array disc is that you can use it even if you don't understand the array. The array disc is also a magic weapon of the array master. It is not easy to refine and is very powerful. It takes some time to refine a powerful array disc. Normally, the higher the realm, the faster the refining speed. The realm of the immortal Lotus Saint is undoubtedly ranked first, and she should be the one who refines the fastest. Lin Moyu's realm is the lowest, only the middle-level Tianzuan, and should be the slowest one to refine. But the reality is not so. The first one to complete the refining is Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is familiar with the formation, and his own formation level has reached the 6th level. His understanding of the formation is far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, he is also proficient in both the weapon formation and the talisman formation. Although the formation plate in his hand has reached the 7th level, he can still refine it with ease. To refine the formation plate, you need to use your soul power to travel through the entire formation plate and leave your soul mark on every formation pattern. At least 80% of it must be completed before it is considered to be completed. Lin Moyu relied on her familiarity with the formation, and her soul power almost traveled through every corner of the formation plate in the blink of an eye, without missing even a little detail. As for the other few people, even the immortal Lotus Saint with the highest realm, she was still using her soul power to explore the complex patterns in the formation plate, and the refining speed was not fast. After Lin Moyu finished refining the array disc, it turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Moyu's body. When he wanted to call it, he only needed a thought. Including the 3rd ancestor, 4 ancestor-level figures looked over at the same time. Although their eyes were hidden in the mist, they could see the surprise in Lin Moyu's eyes. The voice of the 3rd ancestor sounded in his ears. "You are also proficient in formations?" Lin Moyu replied, "I just know a little bit." 0. Seek flowers 0. The 3rd ancestor obviously didn't believe it. "You mean you know a little bit? Tell the truth, what level have you reached, weapon formation or talisman formation?" Lin Moyu did not hide it. "I haven't tested it specifically, I guess it's level 5 or 6, and I know a little about both weapon formations and talisman formations." The voice transmission between him and the 3rd ancestor could not be hidden from the other main ancestor. In fact, the 3rd ancestor didn't think of hiding it. If he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't ask. The divine light wood on Lin Moyu's body was also useless to them. They could see how old Lin Moyu really was. A heavenly venerable who is more than 2,000 years old is already amazing. If he practices the art of formation to this level, he is no longer a genius, but a freak. The eyes of several people gathered on Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu was not thick-skinned enough, he would feel embarrassed. From their eyes, Lin Moyu could not see any emotion. These ancestors had long hidden their emotions incomparably deep, their minds were like the sea, and it was difficult to guess. The voice of the third ancestor sounded again in Lin Moyu's ears, and this time the third ancestor's voice became serious. After entering, if possible, help Lao Jing take good care of Feng Yao. This time the third ancestor was privately transmitting the message, and no one else could hear it. Lin Moyu answered the third ancestor with his eyes. Lu Fengyao was his friend, and he would take care of her without the third ancestor saying it. Of course, the premise is that he can protect her. If you can't even protect yourself, then there is no need to take care of her. Finally, the fairy lotus saint also refined the array plate, and there was no joy in her beautiful eyes, but she looked straight at Lin Moyu. She also heard the conversation between Lin Moyu and the third ancestor just now. I never thought that this guy Lin Moyu was actually a 5th level array master, and he was also proficient in both runes and arrays. This shows that in addition to arrays, Lin Moyu may also be proficient in runes. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus thought of the last rune in the first round of the Tianjiao conference. She understood the secret method from the sound of the avenue. Su Moyu may have directly understood the rune. It must be like this. Yes, it must be. At that time, we were all understanding the sound of the avenue, and he directly understood the rune, so he was able to surpass us. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus felt that what she thought was right. Her eyes were extremely complicated, and her mouth moved. Although she didn't say anything, Lin Moyu could tell from her mouth shape that she should have said the word monster. Following the Immortal Lotus Saint, Dongfang Wuwen and Tianhuan Saint Sun also completed the refining. The two also heard the conversation between Lin Moyu and the third ancestor, and looked at Lin Moyu as if he were looking at a monster. Lu Fengyao's realm was slightly lower, and the refining speed was slightly slower, so it would take a while. One of the three ancestors suddenly spoke. "My friend, I wonder what your background is." His tone was very calm, without any airs. Before Lin Moyu could answer, the voice of the third ancestor had already sounded in his ears. "He is trying to win you over, don't pay attention to it." Lin Moyu's heart was as clear as a state of mind. "I don't have much background. I don't know which Holy Land sect you are from." The mist on the old ancestor who spoke gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. The first impression that the gray-robed old man gave Lin Moyu was that he was gloomy, as if he would die in the next second. This should be a secret method that can preserve one's vitality. Old age is just an appearance. This is not his true appearance. 083 Lin Moyu felt that this old man's realm was not as high as the third ancestor. He was different from the third ancestor. Although the third ancestor had lived for countless years, he was still full of life. The gray-robed old man removed his mist, which had already expressed his sincerity. He squeezed out a smile. "Old man, Hansui Holy Land, Good Song." Lin Moyu was shocked. It turned out to be him. In the purchased information, there was information about Hansui Holy Land. Because of Gu Hanyu, Lin Moyu read the information about Hansui Holy Land carefully. There are records about Gutsong. In the history of Hansui Holy Land, Gutsong occupies a very important position. 1,000,000 years ago, Gutsong rose. At that time, Hansui Holy Land and Wendao sect had many conflicts, and large and small battles were fought for many years, with both sides winning and losing. In the fight between the two sects, until a certain level, the older generations of each side would not take action, and it was the younger generation who fought. With his own strength, Gutsong suppressed the disciples of the same generation in the Dao sect and made them unable to raise their heads. After that, Gutsong became more and more powerful. Not only the Dao sect, but also the geniuses of the same generation in Nanzhou were defeated by him. It can be said that Gutsong 1,000,000 years ago was the most shining one in Nanzhou. Later, Gutsong broke through the 7th realm of Daozun and went to Beizhou alone, defeating many powerful monsters of Beizhou. After that, he went to Shizhou and fought with the Buddha clan, the Dragon clan, and the Minister clan. After Gutsong returned, he began to live in seclusion and no longer went out. There was less and less news about him. Unexpectedly, it would be Gutsong who came today. He had broken through the 7th realm of Daozun 1,000,000 years ago, and was still trapped in the realm of Daozun 100 years ago. This shows how difficult it is to break through Dao Zun. Geniuses like Gu Song, who suppressed an era, were trapped and found it difficult to improve. Lin Moyu bowed to Gu Song. So it's Senior Gu Song, I'm honored. Gu Song said, your talent is enviable. I want to invite you to join the Hansui Holy Land. What do you think? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I don't have any idea of joining other forces for the time being. Gu Song's eyes were deep, and people didn't know what he was thinking. After a moment, Gu Song spoke again, and he sighed. Everyone has their own ambitions, and I won't force them. With his status, it's enough to invite him once, and it's impossible to invite him a second time. The mist rose again, and the power of the great Tao permeated. Gu Song's army hid in the breathable minister. Using the power of the great Tao to retain vitality, although it is not as good as self-sealing, it can greatly prolong the loss of vitality. The third ancestor laughed. Old man, don't waste your energy. If this kid is willing to join a force, it won't be your turn. Gu Song laughed. Indeed, the gardener can't produce a 9th-level spiritual vein. The meaning of the words of the third ancestor was very clear. If Lin Moyu was willing to join a force, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would be the best choice. A 9th-level origin spiritual vein alone suppressed other forces. Lin Moyu didn't even agree to the invitation of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, let alone join other forces. The third ancestor smiled and said, it's good to know. This guy is stubborn. In fact, he doesn't need to join, right? There was obviously another deep meaning in his words. Gu Song could understand naturally. In the mist, the white jade card of Riang flew towards Lin Moyu. The jade card was cold to the touch, much colder than ice, enough to freeze the Supreme to death. The front of the jade card was engraved with the word Song, and the back was a 1,000-mile glacier. This is my token. If you come to visit Hansui Holy Land one day, show this token and I will know. Gu Song understood what the third ancestor said. If the invitation fails, then just become friends. A forced melon is not sweet. Becoming friends with a genius like Lin Moyu may bring greater benefits. Lin Moyu put away the token. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I heard that the scenery of Hansui Holy Land is excellent. I have always wanted to go and see it in the evening. Gu Song said, the scenery is indeed good. The other two ancestors did not speak and seemed a little aloof. Lin Moyu did not know where they came from. If you do not speak, I will not bother to pay attention to you. Lu Fengyao finally finished refining the array plate. The third ancestor waved his hand, and the mist dispersed, revealing a road leading to the God-slaying sect. The road was filled with death and countless gravel. At the end of the road, an extremely dark ancient stone mountain stood there. The death in the mountain was like fog, and the divine light was filled, interweaving into a bizarre picture. A wave of vast and ancient breath came to their faces. The four people, including the fairy lotus saint, took a deep breath and became serious. It was the first time for the four of them to see the remains of the God-slaying sect. Feeling the unspeakable ancient breath, the four people had a complicated expression. As Tianjiao, the four people's spiritual perception was extremely strong, and they could feel that there was danger. Dongfang Wuwen whispered, although there are only ruins left of the prehistoric sect, you can still feel their power. Tianhuan Saint said, not only powerful, but also very dangerous. I can feel that these divine lights are filled with the power of the great Tao. The fairy lotus saint remained silent, but it can be seen from her eyebrows that she was also full of vigilance at this time. Lin Moyu came to Lu Fengyao and whispered, congratulations, Sister Fengyao, for getting into the top 10. Lu Fengyao smiled, thank you, where did you go later? Lin Moyu glanced at the third ancestor, I was summoned away. Lu Fengyao understood, turned his palm, and stuffed a bead over, this is a body protection bead, you keep it, maybe it will be useful. The bead was warm in the hand, and Lin Moyu could feel the powerful power contained in it. Lin Moyu knew that this bead was extraordinary, and its grade reached at least the third level of Dao Zun, and it was an extremely powerful magic weapon and worth a lot of money. 2.3 instinctively wanted to refuse, but after seeing Lu Fengyao's slightly warning eyes, Lin Moyu decisively accepted it. Thank you, Sister Fengyao. Lu Fengyao smiled. That's more like it. Once you get in, you must be careful. Lin Moyu said, I will be careful, Sister Fengyao too. If there is any danger, don't force it. Lu Fengyao snorted lightly. I should be the one saying this to you. How can you interrupt me? Lin Moyu smiled. It doesn't matter who says it. Lu Fengyao patted Lin Moyu's shoulder. When you get in, try to follow me and don't separate. She looked like a big sister, as if to say, Sister protects you. Lin Moyu responded to the statement. According to the information, there are many traps in the remains of the Tushan sect. People who go in can easily get separated, and everyone has to face danger alone. It's not easy to stay together. Before, the third ancestor wanted to take care of Lu Fengyao himself, but it was just a hope. The three ancestors controlled the origin spirit vein, and the road leading to the god-slaying sect was becoming clear. The dead air on the road gradually faded under the interference of the power of the origin spirit vein. In a moment, this road will be passable. Lin Moyu looked at the three fairy lotus saints and found that they were a little nervous, but also a little expectant. The nervousness was because of the identity of the god-slaying sect, a prehistoric sect, which was extremely powerful. There were terrifying beings in the sect that surpassed the Dao Zun. Although countless years had passed, the ruins they left behind were still full of power because of the existence of the 9th-level origin spirit vein. The ruins were full of dangers. Even if they were geniuses, they might be injured or even fall. The expectation was because once they succeeded, they could get the inheritance of the prehistoric sect. It was hard to imagine how powerful the inheritance that even the ancestors of all parties coveted could be. According to the rules, the inheritor could use it for himself and only needed to copy a copy and hand it over. If there were any treasures in it, they could keep them for themselves. If they handed them over, they could get amazing rewards. As long as there was a harvest, it would be a huge fortune. Among the three, the one who was most looking forward to it was the son of Heavenly Illusion. He was even excited. He failed to get the title of the strongest prodigy, and he was no longer qualified to compete with the son of Heavenly Illusion for the life of the Holy Land. It was not to say that there was no chance, but it was always a little bit worse. If he could gain something here, he could make up for the disadvantage, or even surpass. As far as he knew, the last son of Heavenly Illusion did not gain anything here, so he was not without a chance. Compared with the three, Lu Fengyao was much more indifferent. She went in this time just for an experience to gain some experience, and the third ancestor did not have any requirements for her. Lin Moyu asked, Can the outside world see what happened in the god-slaying sect? Lu Fengyao said, No, we can still see the mountain of the god-slaying sect. As long as we go in, the dead air in the mountain will burst out and interweave with the divine light, isolating the inside and the outside, like two worlds. All life-saving teleportation items will become ineffective. When you encounter danger, the best way is to return the same way, so remember the way you have walked. Returning the same way is a safe exit method that has been written in the information. The last power of the array disk is also reserved for them to return the same way. Historically, most of the geniuses were able to return safely, and only a few died inside. In fact, the ancestors of each family did not know why they died, and in the end they could only guess that they might have been too aggressive, so they were trapped inside. There are not many such people, accounting for only 10% of all the geniuses who went in. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if the inside and the outside are isolated, then I can exert my full strength without having to worry too much. This is more beneficial to me. Without outsiders spying, Lin Moyu can exert his full strength and explore it well. He began to get excited. This kind of excitement had not appeared for a long time. It was like conquering unknown dungeons in the small world and exploring secret realms in the big world. Although it was dangerous, it was worth looking forward to. Lu Fengyao rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu. Why do you feel a little excited? Lin Moyu smiled. Indeed, it is a little bit. Exploring the unknown is very interesting. Just like when we were in the Boundary Sea Order, don't you think it's fun, Sister Fengyao? Lu Fengyao said bluntly, it's not fun at all, it's too dangerous. Lin Moyu said, fortune is sought in danger, and danger often represents opportunity. Lu Fengyao disagreed with Lin Moyu's statement, opportunities must be enjoyed alive. Lin Moyu grinned and looked at the road in front of him with excitement. The dead air on the road was getting less and less, and finally only a thin layer was left. At this time, the third ancestor said, okay, go in, be careful, and retreat if there is any danger. This was said to everyone, and also to Lu Fengyao. The road was very wide, and the 5 people stepped into it side by side at the same time. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the 5 people's bodies sank at the same time, and their footsteps fell heavily. An invisible force fell on them, increasing their footsteps. The gravel on the road turned into powder. Dongfang Wuwen said, these stones have become extremely fragile after countless years of erosion by the dead air, and they will turn into powder at the touch. Tian Wanxingzi followed and said, there are restrictions here, which suppress our ability to fly. Everyone can only walk step by step. Dongfang Wuwen said, let's go, go and quickly. The dead air in the road was temporarily suppressed by the origin of the spiritual vein, but it could not last too long, and they did not have much time to waste. After saying that, Dongfang Wuwen walked towards the inside, and Tian Wanxingzi followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the two had gone far away. There was fog rising in the distance, and the figures of the two became more and more blurred. The eyes of the fairy lotus saint were thoughtful, and she did not move. Lin Moyu did not move either. He looked at the footprints left by Dongfang Wuwen and Tian Wanxingzi, and the powder left after the rocks were crushed, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Lu Fengyao originally wanted to leave, but seeing that Lin Moyu did not move, she did not move either. Having experienced the Jiahai order, Lu Fengyao had a strange feeling that Lin Moyu must have his reasons for not moving. Lu Fengyao asked, why don't you leave? Lin Moyu said, this road cannot be walked casually. Did you find anything? Lu Fengyao asked. Lin Moyu nodded, this road should have been walked by countless people. Stones will turn into powder when touched. Logically, there should be no stones on this road. When Lin Moyu said this, Lu Fengyao was shocked. Yes, so many people have walked on it, it should have been full of powder, not stones. At this time, the fairy lotus saint interrupted, is it possible that this road has the ability to recover automatically? Lin Moyu said, it's not impossible, but I have a 980 intuition that this road should not be walked this way. Lu Fengyao said anxiously, we don't have much time here, tell me what you have discovered. Lin Moyu said, there is a force here that restricts our ability to fly. Why does it restrict us from flying? It's nothing more than wanting us to walk step by step. But why do we have to walk step by step? Is it a trap? I don't think so. The trap will not be set at the beginning. This is the burial place of the two Zhongshan. If this road is the way to enter the sect, it has 2 functions. One is to welcome guests, and the other is to test. The welcoming obviously no longer exists, so the only thing left is the test. Combined with the restriction of not being able to fly, the requirement of the test is obvious, that is, how to walk this road without destroying the rocks. Lin Moyu said his own judgment, and then he added, of course, this is just my guess, it may not be right, you don't have to listen. Lu Fengyao rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu, you said so, how can I not believe you? Xianlian Saint also said, Xianlian also believes what Lin Daoyu said. Lin Moyu's comprehension has been confirmed in the Qingjiao conference, and comprehension is also equivalent to intelligence to a certain extent. Coupled with Lu Fengyao's reaction, Xianlian Saint chose to believe Lin Moyu. Lu Fengyao was too lazy to think, then you say how we should get there. Lin Moyu smiled and said, just go there. As soon as Lin Moyu finished speaking, the power of origin burst out, forcibly resisting the power pressing on him. The power was like a huge wave, rushing upwards in waves. Gradually, Lin Moyu floated up. Although he was only a little off the ground, at least he was no longer touching the rocks. Lin Moyu controlled his height, less than half an inch away from the rocks, and slowly floated forward. Seeing this, the Fairy Lotus Saint said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is really smart." Lin Moyu's approach seemed stupid, but it was the best way to think of in a short time. The most important thing is that the Fairy Lotus Saint never thought that the restrictions imposed on her could be resisted. She always thought that restrictions were rules and must be followed. This idea of going against the grain had never occurred to her. Lin Moyu's approach opened up her mind, and she no longer needed to stick to the rules. Just as she was thinking, a huge aura rose from Lu Fengyao's body. Then Lu Fengyao also floated up and floated over like Lin Moyu. The Fairy Lotus Saint no longer hesitated and urged her own power to resist the restrictions on her body. She floated up and floated higher than Lin Moyu. She flew forward quickly and soon caught up with Lu Fengyao. She was at a high level and had strong power, so it was only a matter of a second for her to overtake Lin Moyu. A force fell, and the power of restriction suddenly became stronger, causing her height to sink a little. She was half a beat slower to react, and her feet instantly fell to the ground, and then floated up again. A pair of footprints were left on the ground, and they were touched by the rocks and turned into powder. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus seemed to be startled, and this time she floated higher. In an instant, a stronger restriction fell, pressing her down directly. 2 more footprints appeared on the ground, and another pile of rocks turned into powder. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus tried to calm down and calm herself down, while carefully resisting the restriction and letting herself float again. This time she didn't dare to fly too fast, and slowly floated forward. As she moved forward, the restrictive force on her body kept changing, sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, and the figure of the Saint of the Immortal Lotus rose and fell in the air. Fortunately, the speed was not fast, and she tried to control it and did not touch the rocks again. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus finally found that the higher and faster she floated, the more power she consumed, and the more severe the restrictions on her body would be. She needed more power to fight against it, and the accuracy would drop significantly. If she floated low enough and floated slowly, the impact would be reduced. Finally, she understood why Lin Moyu floated close to the gravel. It's not that you can't float higher, but you shouldn't float higher. It's not that you can't float faster, but you shouldn't float faster. You have to leave yourself enough time to react. He obviously found out, but he didn't say it. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus felt a little unhappy in her heart. Lin Moyu deliberately didn't say it. Looking at Lu Fengyao again, she found that Lu Fengyao was also like Lin Moyu, moving close to the rocks. And the two of them kept changing their power levels, obviously fighting against the restrictions. Did you tell Fengyao, or did Fengyao realize it herself? Lu Fengyao obviously knew what to do in this situation. It was just unclear whether it was Lin Moyu who said it or Lu Fengyao who realized it herself. Without much time to dwell on this question, the Immortal Lotus Saint imitated Lin Moyu, controlling her own strength and floating forward along the right side of the mountain. She was the strongest genius of this session, and she was at the top in terms of both her talent, comprehension, and control of strength. What Lin Moyu did was not difficult, and in just a moment, the Immortal Lotus Saint had completely mastered it. This way, it is indeed much easier to control. How did you find it? The Immortal Lotus Saint looked at Lin Moyu's back and felt that this middle-level heavenly venerable was very interesting. Lin Moyu actually didn't explain clearly that his judgment on this road was not entirely a guess. Everyone thought that the rocks were corroded by death energy for countless years, so they would become shattered at the touch. Lin Moyu was extremely sensitive to death energy, and he found that there was no death energy in these rocks. Not only was there no death energy in the rocks, but there was no death energy on the surface. In other words, the reason why these rocks broke at the touch was not because of the influence of death energy. This also became an important basis for Lin Moyu to make a judgment. This road was actually a test. The death energy that permeated the road was a cover to deceive people. Dongfang Wuwen and Tianwan Saint Sun didn't find it and were fooled directly. As for the difference between walking and floating, Lin Moyu didn't know. He floated towards the end of the road at a steady speed. The fog spread in front, and Dongfang Wuwen and Tianwan Saint Sun could no longer be seen. There were only footprints left by the two on the road. But gradually, the footprints of the two people deviated. Originally, the footprints of the two people were parallel, running towards the end of the road like two horizontal lines. But when they were halfway through the road, the angles of the footprints of the two people began to differ. The two people seemed to part ways here and headed in different directions. But Lin Moyu looked around and there was no road on both sides. The two people disappeared strangely. Looking back, he found that Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint were still in sight, and their roads had not changed. Looking further away, the figures of the third ancestor and others were completely invisible. The ubiquitous fog blocked the sight. Not only could they not see, but the breath of the third ancestor and others could not be felt. Only the 9th level origin spirit vein had some weak induction, but it was already very faint. Lin Moyu knew that he had entered the territory of the God-slaying sect and the inner and outer worlds were isolated. Lu Fengyao caught up. Why did you stop? Lin Moyu said, look at the footprints on the ground. Lu Fengyao looked over and frowned. Did they separate here? She also looked around, but there is no road here. The Fairy Lotus Saint also floated over. She heard Lu Fengyao's words and saw the footprints at the same time. Her expression became a little strange. Without a road, where will they go? Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't know. The only thing that is certain now is that the two of them have separated. Lu Fengyao looked serious. Let's go together, don't separate. The Fairy Lotus Saint also nodded immediately. Let's go together. Lin Moyu laughed, not walking, but floating together. Zhao's Zhao. He floated forward again, looking not worried at all, in sharp contrast to the expressions of the Fairy Lotus Saint and Lu Fengyao. The three flew forward side by side, controlling their altitude and keeping less than an inch away from the rocks on the ground. When they had passed 2/3 of the road, fog suddenly rose in front of them. The fog spread at an astonishing speed, covering the three people. Lu Fengyao lost the trace of Lin Moyu in front of her eyes, and even the sense was cut off. It seemed that she was the only one left in the whole world. Her heart tightened, and she immediately called out to Lin Moyu. But she found that her voice could not be transmitted at all, and was swallowed up by the air. She became more nervous, and she seemed to know why Dongfang Wuwen and Tianwan Saint went their separate ways. In the fog, it was impossible to tell the direction. At this time, a rope suddenly flew through the fog, and Lu Fengyao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the rope. The breath of Lin Moyu on the rope made Lu Fengyao feel at ease. Holding the rope, Lu Fengyao passed through the mist and met Lin Moyu again. Lu Fengyao showed a little surprise. How do you know my location? Lin Moyu told the truth. I don't know. Lu Fengyao raised the rope in her hand. Then how can you throw the rope over here? Because. Lin Moyu also raised his hand, and he also had a rope in his hand. The only difference was that the rope in his hand was divided into hundreds of strands half a meter away. These ropes penetrated into the mist and extended in all directions, like a big net stretched out in the invisible dew. Lu Fengyao realized that Lin Moyu really didn't know where he was. However, he used this method to find himself. Although it was very simple, it was extremely practical. The mist rolled, a touch of green and red jumped, and the Lotus Saint also floated over from the garden air holding the rope. When she saw the rope in Lin Moyu's hand, she already knew what was going on. Such a simple method, I didn't expect it. Lin Moyu's method is indeed very simple and practical. While muttering in her heart, the Fairy Lotus Saint said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled. I didn't do anything. These mists should not be dangerous. They just want to separate us, but they don't have to separate us. It seems that there are ways to break all the restrictions here. It depends on whether you can find the corresponding methods. Keep floating. Lin Moyu floated forward again, and Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint pulled the rope and floated with Lin Moyu. Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint knew each other before. Although they were not close friends, they had a good relationship. The two of them pulled the rope together and floated with Lin Moyu, which was quite harmonious. The three of them floated in the fog, and the fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, everyone couldn't even see their own hands, but could only feel the rope they were still holding. The Fairy Lotus Saint suddenly asked, "Are we going in the right direction?" Her voice was swallowed by the fog and could not be transmitted too far. The Fairy Lotus Saint's heart moved, and she used the voice of the soul to ask again, "Are we going in the right direction?" Lin Moyu's voice came from the mist, "No." 3 words, a short answer, actually explained the correct answer. The Fairy Lotus Saint was stunned for a moment, and then realized that she really asked a stupid question. It really doesn't matter. The mist is so heavy that there is no need to consider the direction. In other words, no matter which direction you go, it's right. The mist doesn't necessarily make you find the right direction, but hopes that you will go in a fixed direction. Different directions may face different situations, but they are all right. The rest of the road is not too long. After Lin Mo led the two of them to float for a while, the fog began to fade and the vision was restored. A high mountain shrouded in divine light appeared in sight. The prehistoric ruins of the Divine Sect's burial site are different from what I saw outside before. The inexplicable divine light enveloped the mountains and forests, and above the divine light was endless death, like a dark cloud pressing down on the head, as if it would fall at any time. When viewed from the outside, the divine light and the death were intertwined. It was not until I really stood in front of the mountain that I realized that the divine light and the death were actually clearly distinguished. It was just like the yellow and blue sea water colliding with each other, forming a clear and strange boundary line. The bizarre light seen outside was this boundary line. In the divine light, tombs stood there, all over the mountains and plains, and it was unclear. The mountain was very big, and there were mountains behind the mountain, one after another, and there was no idea how many tombs there were, as if endless. Behind the mountains, there is a high mountain that is hazy. On the top of the mountain, a long spear stands upside down, as if to pierce the sky. There are many mountains here, not just one mountain as seen by the outside world. Lin Moyu's eyes were attracted by the mountains, and he drifted out of the road unconsciously. His body sank suddenly, and his feet stepped heavily on the ground. Lin Moyu knew that from this moment on, he was really restricted and could not fly. Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint also drifted out of the road. The sudden pressure caught them off guard, and they almost couldn't stand still. But this is a small matter. The Lafaf eyes of the two were also attracted by the mountains and could not move away. Lu Fengyao sighed, "It's completely different from what we see outside." The Saint of the Immortal Lotus was amazed, but she was a little confused. "It's different from what is in the information, but why is it like this? If the real remains of the God-slaying sect are like this, why has no one known it for so many years?" The information they had seen before was collected slowly by batches of Tianjiao who came here over the past 90,000 years. In addition to Tianjiao, the ancestors of various forces have come here. What everyone sees is a high mountain, not a group of mountains. The mountains in front of them have formed a huge mountain range. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus didn't know which one was real, but she instinctively felt that what she saw was the true face of the God-slaying sect. A powerful prehistoric sect with strong men beyond the realm of Daozun. How could there be only one mountain in the burial place of the sect? A mountain range is more like it. To be more precise, a mountain range is not enough to support such a sect. Lu Fengyao also had the same question as the Saint of the Immortal Lotus. Yes, could it be that the information obtained over the years is all wrong? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "It may not be wrong, because those data were indeed seen by those people." Lu Fengyao asked, "What should I say?" Lin Moyu said, "Maybe it's the difference between walking over and floating over. 2 different ways of walking will result in different results. Maybe I am not necessarily right, but there has been no result for so many years, so why not try another way and try my luck?" The two felt that what Lin Moyu said was right. Since there has been no result for 90,000 years, why not try another way? If you can't find a new way, then there is no way. Since you have found it, you naturally have to try it. Lu Fengyao said, "How do we go next?" Lin Moyu had been observing the mountains ahead. "No hurry, take a look. There is no time limit here, be careful before taking every step." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and 10 skeleton gods appeared in front of him and ran quickly forward. The fairy lotus saint said, "You use summoning to explore the way?" Lin Moyu said, "The future is unknown, it's better than taking risks." Lin Moyu closed his eyes, his vision connected to the skeleton gods. With the help of their vision, observed the situation in the forest. Lu Fengyao silently moved half a step and stood in front of Lin Moyu's guardian. Crack, crack. The skeleton gods also couldn't fly, they could only run on the ground. The bones rubbed quickly, making a creepy sound. 10 skeleton gods ran into the forest and quickly dispersed. If it weren't for the presence of the immortal Lotus Saint, Lin Moyu would have summoned not 10 skeleton generals, but thousands. The divine light surrounded the forest and fell on the neighbor. The skeleton generals immediately felt a lot of pressure, and their strength was being consumed by the divine light. Soon, the skeleton generals were also covered with a layer of light divine light, and the death energy in the air was attracted by the divine light and slowly fell. The divine light and the death energy intertwined, and it was like a layer of battle box on the slope. Lin Moyu clearly felt all the information sent back by the skeleton god. The divine light brought heavy pressure, and the death energy corroded the body and soul. However, the skeleton god was different from ordinary people. It was an undead creature. The most abundant thing on its body was death energy. Death energy would not harm the skeleton god at all. What the skeleton god had to bear was only the pressure brought by the divine light. However, these pressures were not too strong at present and could still be endured. If it were someone else, it would not be the case. The death energy required them to continuously use their own strength to fight against it. After a long time, no one could bear it. The skeleton gods quickly ran to the top of the first mountain, then climbed over the top of the mountain and disappeared from sight, leaving a series of footprints in the mountains and forests. After crossing the mountain, the divine light falling on the skeleton god suddenly became stronger. The speed of the skeleton god slowed down sharply. Lin Moyu frowned. This degree of strengthening did not seem normal. But for now, he could only move forward. The skeleton god general ran down the bare forest and continued to run forward. The two mountains on the left and right formed a canyon, which was composed of countless stones, forming a simple road. These stones must be very solid, and the skeleton god general stepped on them without leaving footprints. The skeleton god general leaped and ran between the stones. The divine light became stronger and stronger, and the pressure became greater and greater. Gradually, the skeleton god general could not jump anymore. Finally, he came to the end of the canyon, and a ball of fog interwoven with divine light and death appeared in his sight. The skeleton god generals braked at the same time. Lin Moyu saw through their undead eyes that there were soul flames jumping in the fog. These soul flames were very weak, so weak that if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't even see them clearly. However, when he saw them, Lin Moyu felt a hint of danger. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the 10 skeleton god generals were divided into 3 groups. The left and right groups, 3 each, ran along the cliff towards the tops of the mountains on both sides. They used their hands and feet and were very fast. The other 4 skeleton generals rushed towards the fog. The moment they rushed into the fog, the eyes of the dead were blurred and lost their vision. The fog was so thick that they could not see themselves, so they could only run forward. The skeleton generals who climbed along the cliffs to the top of the mountain on both sides looked towards the fog at the same time. But the route after the whole canyon was shrouded in fog and could not be seen at all. When they climbed to the middle of the mountain, suddenly, the divine light in the forest was strong. The divine light hit the skeleton general like a fist, and directly knocked the skeleton general down from the cliff. The death air whistled and turned into a gust of wind, which swept up the skeleton generals and threw them into the fog. The whole process happened in an instant. The skeleton generals hit by the divine light were in a stalemate and could not move at all. They could only watch the death air throw themselves into the air. Lin Moyu frowned and said to himself, "This road is blocked." The immortal Lotus Saint heard this and asked in surprise, "What do you mean this road is blocked?" Lin Moyu said, "That's right, I'll tell you later." He continued to control the skeleton god general and explore in the mist. The skeleton god general thrown into the mist has regained the ability to move freely. Except for the increasing weight on his body, there is no difference. What happened just now seemed to tell them that there is only one way to go. After walking in the mist for half a minute, the skeleton god generals finally left the mist. The 10 skeleton god generals, no matter how fast or slow they walked, or who came first or later, actually left the mist at the same time. Surrounded by mountains and forests, after leaving the mist, the skeleton god generals have come to the depths of the mountains, surrounded by divine light on the stone mountains. Looking back, I found that there was no mist behind me, and there were only stone roads in the mountains. Each skeleton god general became a lonely person. The 10 skeleton god generals have completely dispersed, and it is unknown how far apart they are. Because of the obstruction of the divine light and the dead air, Lin Moyu could not accurately sense the position of these gods. His original idea of using the skeleton gods to draw a map was completely futile. The structure of the vision of the undead is different from that of normal people, and some details are actually not clear. However, the vision of the undead is most sensitive to the soul. When the skeleton gods looked around, they all saw that their bodies were covered with soul flames. These soul flames came from the mist, and when they entered the mist, they were unconsciously stuck. The soul flames are actually small insects, wandering between the divine light and the dead air. They are too small, smaller than the smallest insects, and they only have souls, no entities. Even if Lin Moyu used all his strength to separate the weakest wisp of soul, it would be much stronger than them. If it weren't for the eyes of the undead, they would not be able to be found at all. What are these soul bugs going to do? I feel they are dangerous, but where does the danger come from? 0, asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, and ordered the skeleton god to continue to move forward. At this time, the direction is no longer important. Anyway, the location is completely unknown, so just go wherever you want. But after he gave the order, only 6 skeleton gods took action, and the other 4 did not move at all. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. There were skeleton gods who lost contact before. He knew that skeleton gods who were out of contact would lose control and not respond. But now the skeleton gods did not lose contact. Why did you control them? Just as he was thinking, one of the 6 skeleton gods who could still move suddenly stopped and stood there stupidly, motionless. Lin Moyu connected his vision and suddenly found that his vision became blurred and the eye of the dead seemed to be unable to be used. 0. How could this happen? Lin Moyu immediately changed to another skeleton god general that he could still control and used the eye of the undead to observe himself carefully. He found that the soul bugs seemed to be eating something while they were moving. The movement was too small, and if you didn't look very carefully, you couldn't see it at all. Their mouths kept trembling, as if they were eating something. Gradually, Lin Moyu's vision became blurred again, and the vision of the undead was affected. Several other skeleton god generals also stopped one after another. Lin Moyu probably had some ideas. These soul bugs could destroy the connection between himself and the skeleton god general. It made it impossible for him to control the skeleton god general normally. The world is so big, and there are all kinds of wonders. In that case, let's try again. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the only figure that could still be controlled suddenly drew his sword. The target of the sword was not others, but himself. The sword energy swept over himself, and the soul bugs were not hurt in the white sword energy. The sword energy did not work. Lin Moyu thought about it, and suddenly a trace of vitality emerged from his body. The magic star of the skeleton god also carries the immortal road. It's just that generally only the power of death is used, and the power of life is rarely used. There is death energy everywhere here, and the death energy and the power of death are very similar. These soul bugs are not afraid of the experience of death. In that case, use the power of life. Sizzle. As if seeing the green smoke rising, these soul bugs are like entering an oil pan when they touch the power of life, and are quickly melted by the power of life. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint looking at him expectantly. The Fairy Lotus Saint asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, how is it?" In fact, the whole process was not long, only about 20 minutes. But to them, it felt like 100 years had passed. Lin Moyu said, "I have only seen a very small part of it. My ability is limited, so I can only see that small part. The rest may require you to experience it yourself." Lu Fengyao said, "You mean we will separate, right?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, we will separate. Let me tell you about the current situation I have. First, start climbing from the mountain in front. The divine light on the mountain will become a heavy pressure on us, and the dead air will follow, and together with the divine light, it will consume our strength. The first mountain is not difficult. It is just the starting point. It is easy to pass. 720 don't say we. Even if a supreme comes here, he can walk over. After crossing the first mountain, you will enter a canyon. You don't need to try the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. I have tried it and this road is blocked. Walk along the canyon and you will see a cloud of fog. The first danger comes from here." Speaking of this, the ears of the Lotus Saint and Lu Fengyao immediately stood up. Lin Moyu was not joking. If he said it was dangerous, then it was really dangerous. Lin Moyu continued, "There is a kind of soul bug in the fog. They are very, very small. You probably can't find it. If I'm not wrong, these soul bugs will devour luck and something I can't say. But their devouring speed is very slow. With your luck, it can last for a while. I don't know if the array can resist the soul bugs. I haven't tried it. After entering the fog, we will disperse. The rope will not work this time. I tried it. Even with the rope, we will still disperse. The fog should have the ability to teleport. As long as you walk for a while, you can leave the fog. I don't know where you will go." Lin Moyu said it very clearly, telling his experience and guesses again, without reservation. In Lin Moyu's view, there is no need to hide it. This is not too important information. And the soul bugs will absorb luck, which is just his guess. This is a guess based on the information given before, and the experience and reaction of the skeleton god general. The connection between himself and the skeleton god general is very close and will not be broken under normal circumstances. Soul bugs can destroy the connection between the two, which means that they have some special abilities and can devour some invisible, intangible, or even non-existent power. From this, it can be inferred that soul bugs may be the main reason for devouring luck. Soul bugs are not mentioned in the information, and it is obvious that no one has discovered soul bugs. Luck will not decrease for no reason, so Lin Moyu made this guess. As for whether it is right or not, he is only half sure. Lin Moyu's words made the two women fall into contemplation. Lin Moyu continued, "After passing through the fog, you will enter the mountains. I guess that is the real hinterland of the divine sect. I can't be sure whether there will be a retreat like before. You must be mentally prepared. If there is no retreat, you may lose your life in it." Lin Moyu was not trying to scare them, but it was really possible. After all, the path they were going to take now was completely different from the past. They might really enter the God-slaying sect, and their previous experience might no longer be useful. Both of them were in a dilemma. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and with their status and position, they didn't really need to take risks. Lu Fengyao's beautiful eyes flickered. "Are your skeletons okay now?" Lin Moyu said, for now, they just lost control, they are still alive. But skeletons are different, they are originally undead, and they are not afraid of the corrosion of death. The skeleton god stood there unable to move, and the vision of the undead was completely blurred. Lin Moyu had lost control. But he could still sense that the skeleton god was still safe and not dead. This is also because the skeleton is not afraid of death. If it is replaced by a cultivator, it may not be the case. Death will continue to corrode the original power. Once the original power is gone, the death will corrode the body and soul. As for the divine light, what damage it will cause, Lin Moyu has not yet seen it. Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint looked at each other, as if asking each other whether to go in. The Immortal Lotus Saint was a little hesitant. She looked at Lin Moyu. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin is going to go in? Lin Moyu said, I plan to go in and take a look. Although there will be dangers inside, there will definitely be opportunities. I'm not like you, leaning against a big tree for shade. There are some dangers that you have to go. Lu Fengyao patted Lin Moyu. What nonsense are you talking about? There are some things you just don't want. If you are willing to join a certain force, that force will treat you like a master. 0. She knew Lin Moyu's background. As a son of Tying, which force would not beg for him? If you add his comprehension talent, he would really be treated like a master. Lin Moyu laughed. Let's not waste time. Are you going? Lu Fengyao said, of course I have to go. How can I be willing not to go for such a good opportunity? The Saint of the Immortal Lotus also said, since we are here, and fellow Taoist Lin has led us on the right path, we must go and see, otherwise we will regret it for the rest of our lives. If Xinlian is really unlucky and dies in there, if fellow Taoist Lin encounters her, please help Xinlian collect her body and go back to tell the ancestor that Xinlian has tried her best. She said a little pessimistically, but it also proved that she did have the courage to ignore life and death. As for where she got such courage, Lin Moyu guessed that it should be related to the ancestor she mentioned. It seems that the ancestor in the ancient Lotus Holy Land is about to die. Lin Moyu said in his heart that the Saint of the Immortal Lotus had no idea that she had leaked the secrets of the Holy Land with just a few words. The two had made a decision to go in. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and 2 skeleton gods appeared beside him. Since you are all going in, take these 2 with you. You can put them into the rule world at ordinary times, and then release them after entering. Maybe I can sense your location. Lu Fengyao smiled. 3.2 I knew I had a way. Lin Moyu said, this method is not safe, we can only try it. Lu Fengyao happily put away the skeleton god general. It doesn't matter, I believe you. The Immortal Lotus Saint also took the skeleton god general into the rule world. Thank you, Brother Lin, I hope we can meet in there. Let's go. Lin Moyu raised his foot and walked towards the stone mountain, and the 2 women immediately followed. Lin Moyu, who had the lowest realm, became the backbone of the 3 people. The 2 of them followed Lin Moyu unconsciously. The moment they stepped into the stone mountain, the divine light surged and silently enveloped the 3 people. The pressure on their bodies suddenly increased, as if a big hand was pressing on them. The 3 people instinctively used their own strength to resist this pressure. The divine light jumped, attracting a lot of dead air in the air. The 3 people walked towards the top of the stone mountain step by step as if they were wearing heavy armor. The 3 of them used their own strength to fight against the divine light and death. Xinlian Saint and Lu Fengyao were both Daozuan, and they seemed to be more relaxed. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. Even if they consumed too much, they could quickly replenish it with elixirs. Such a consumption speed did not have much impact on them. After walking for a while, they were already halfway up the mountain. Lu Fengyao asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Moyu walked to the front and turned his head and smiled after hearing the voice. "This little bit of death energy can't do anything to me." In fact, Lin Moyu doesn't care about death energy at all. He deals with the power of death all day long. Death energy is nothing. Even if he doesn't use any power, death energy can't hurt him. Even if there is no immortal road, Lin Moyu is stronger than them in a simple competition of consumption. Whether it is the world tree that can continuously provide power or its own amazing recovery ability, it can compete with the Tao Master. The three walked all the way to the top of the mountain and saw the situation ahead. The stone mountain spreads endlessly and extends into the distance, looking endless. 05 The divine light lingers, and the death energy turns into dark clouds, covering the top of the head with black pressure, revealing an unspeakable depression. Lin Moyu pointed to the canyon under the mountain. At the end of the canyon is a heavy fog. We will enter the fog, we may get lost in the fog, and then we will be sent into the mountains. The immortal Lotus Saint and Lu Fengyao looked in the direction Lin Moyu pointed and saw the fog. The fog gave them a sense of danger, but the two of them were determined and would not change their decisions easily. Over the top of the mountain, they came to the canyon and were getting closer and closer to the fog. The three stopped 100 meters away from the fog. There was a big difference between seeing with the naked eye and seeing with the vision of the skeleton god. The fog was rolling, and the divine light and death were intertwined, colorful, with a bit of magnificence, and full of magic. The picture formed was difficult to describe in words. Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Dead and saw the soul bugs in the maze. The number of soul bugs was very large, densely packed, and countless. These soul bugs seemed to be dormant. As the maze rolled naturally, Lin Moyu guessed that they would only wake up when people went in. Lu Fengyao and the Saint of the Immortal Lotus did not see the soul bugs. Not only could they not see them, but they could not even sense them. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus said, "My spiritual sense should not be weak, but I did not sense the soul bugs at all." She did not doubt Lin Moyu's meaning, but she felt that it was a little difficult to deal with. The most troublesome enemy is not the powerful enemy, but the enemy that cannot be seen or even touched. Soul bugs like this, you know they exist, but you are helpless, which is indeed the most troublesome. Lu Fengyao whispered, "I can't see them either, but I can try." As she said that, she took out an oval mirror with a bagua pattern engraved in the middle of the mirror, and the two major origins of the sun and the moon on the left and right sides. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus eyes lit up, the yin-yang bagua mirror of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyu immediately remembered the information about the yin-yang bagua mirror. This is a very powerful magic weapon, and it is also very legendary. Once there was a killer from the demon race who came to Nanzhou. This killer was born in the shadow demon cat line of the demon race and possessed amazing hiding abilities. In addition to his special talent, his hiding ability reached the extreme. In just 1 year, he assassinated a large number of human geniuses in Nanzhou. At that time, the ancestors of several top forces in Nanzhou were alarmed. The ancestors came out of retreat one after another, but still could not find his whereabouts. He was like a sharp knife, stabbing in Nanzhou. All kinds of methods were used, but still could not find him. Finally, these ancestors found Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and borrowed a magic weapon from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, which was the yin-yang bagua mirror. Under the illumination of the yin-yang bagua realm, the demon hiding in the dark had nowhere to hide, and was then killed. Afterwards, this magic weapon was returned to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but the power of the magic weapon remained on the land of Nanzhou. Unexpectedly, this time Lu Fengyao actually brought the yin-yang bagua mirror out. Lu Fengyao activated the yin-yang bagua mirror and whispered, "The light of the moon." The sun bagua mirror automatically floated into the air and turned into a round of moon origin, emitting rays of light and falling on the mist. But this moon origin is a bit small, and the power of the origin released is far less than the real moon origin. The Immortal Lotus Saint said, "Back then, this mirror was activated by an old ancestor of the 8th realm of Tao. It is said that at that time, a second Taiyin origin appeared in the sky above Nanzhou. The two origins shone against each other, forming a spectacle. The power of the 8th realm of Tao is much stronger than Lu Fengyao, so the effect of activating the magic weapon is naturally different. This also shows that the level of the yin-yang bagua mirror is very high, and it is not an ordinary magic weapon." Lu Fengyao did not speak. She activated the Yinyang Bagua mirror with all her strength. The light shone on the mist, and gradually, small spots of light appeared on the evolved Taiyin origin. The small spots of light were magnified, revealing their true appearance, which really looked like small insects. These small insects are thousands of times smaller than a hair, so they can't be seen at all. The immortal Lotus Saint exclaimed, "So small, the Yinyang Bagua mirror is really powerful, it can find even the smallest." When she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu discovered these soul insects with his own ability. Compared with Lu Fengyao's methods, Moyu is more mysterious. Lin Moyu said, "Do you have a magic weapon of the way of life?" The fairy lotus saint thought for a while and took out a white lotus. This white lotus contains the power of the way of life. Lu Fengyao also took out a magic weapon. The magic weapon looked like a ball of cotton wool, and it also flowed with powerful vitality. Lin Moyu said, "These soul insects have been with death all year round and are afraid of the majestic vitality. When you leave the fog, you can use magic weapons to deal with them. But don't use it now. These guys should be dormant. If you are not careful, they will attack in groups." The fairy lotus saint looked at Lin Moyu with her beautiful eyes. Lin Moyu said so. Obviously, he had tried it, but he didn't say it before. As for why he didn't say it before, it is also easy to understand. If they don't come, there is no need to say it. Lu Fengyao put away the Yinyang Bagua mirror. "I originally wanted to try to see if I could destroy them, but now it seems that I'd better forget it." The fairy lotus saint said, "If these insects can really devour luck, then it will be very troublesome if there are too many of them. The life force of the magic weapons in their hands is also limited, not endless." Lin Moyu smiled. "Okay, I've told you everything I know, so let's go in. Now we have no way out." No way out? The two instinctively looked back and found that the canyon behind them had disappeared, and the mountain they came from before was nowhere to be found. Now there is only one way to go in front of them. Lin Moyu took the lead in walking towards the fog, and waved before entering, "I hope to see you inside." Lin Moyu entered the fog. The moment he entered the fog, the fairy lotus saint and Lu Fengyao lost their sense of Lin Moyu. The fog covered everything, and nothing could be sensed. The fairy lotus saint said, "Let's go in too." Lu Fengyao nodded, "Go ahead, good luck." The two smiled at each other and entered the fog together. The moment they entered the fog, their spiritual senses seemed to have lost their function, and they could not see or hear. Lu Fengyao only took 2 steps in, and she tried to retreat and return the same way. As a result, she retreated a few steps, but was still in the fog, with no way to retreat. In desperation, she could only choose to move forward. Just as Lin Moyu said, no matter which direction you choose in the fog, the result is almost the same. You can't be sure where you will end up, everything depends on luck. The fairy lotus saint almost tried the same thing as Lu Fengyao, and the result was the same. In the fog, it depends on luck. Lin Moyu stood in the mist, motionless. Under the eye of the dead, he could clearly see the soul bugs. A large number of soul bugs had already attached themselves to him, or more precisely, to the divine light and the dead air. The mouths of the soul bugs kept vibrating, as if they were devouring their luck. As their luck decreased, their luck would also decrease. Although Lin Moyu could not see his luck, he could clearly see his luck through the explosive luck technique. When the explosive luck technique was in operation, he could clearly see that his luck value was as high as 95, and a bright red light was jumping in his eyes. Lin Moyu stood still, waiting quietly. During this time, he discovered that the soul bugs would not attach themselves endlessly. After reaching a certain number, the soul bugs would no longer come. Do they have consciousness? Or do they follow some kind of rules? Lin Moyu guessed in his heart. He did not move forward, but chose to continue waiting. After waiting for about 5 minutes, his luck value silently dropped from 95 to 94. Luck dropped a little, which means that the luck has decreased. Sure enough, I guessed right, these soul bugs will really devour Chiyuan. The Yunwu sect back then was really amazing, and they could actually create such a magical technique. Starting from luck, to touch the road of luck, geniuses are everywhere. Lin Moyu murmured to himself. He felt that the predecessors who created this technique in the Yunwu sect of the Great World back then were really geniuses who used geniuses. It turned out that the illusory luck could be displayed in such an intuitive way. Even in the origin continent, no one could do it. Even the inheritance of the Yunwu sect could allow Xia Yuan to directly enter the Tao with the Qi method. People who enter the Tao with the power of the void are also rare in the origin continent. From this, it can be seen what kind of prosperous era the Great World was back then, with geniuses and prosperous luck. Unfortunately, it still encountered a disaster in the end. Standing at different heights, one will have different views on things. From Lin Moyu's current realm, the Great World will encounter a disaster, which is no longer simply a cause and effect relationship, but may also be due to luck. The luck of the Great World is too strong, so strong that the Great World itself cannot bear it, and things will turn against themselves when they reach the extreme. While Lin Moyu was thinking, his luck dropped a little bit, from 94 to 93, and then to 92. Lin Moyu calculated the time. Almost every 10 minutes, a little luck will be lost. This also shows that the speed of luck reduction is constant. At least it will not get faster and faster here. It's been 30 minutes, they should have gone out, and I can almost do it. In the mist, Lin Moyu smiled. He stayed here, and doing experiments was only part of the reason. More importantly, he was attracted by these soul bugs. But he was not sure whether what he did would cause some bad results. So he had to wait until the Saint of the Immortal Lotus and Lu Fengyao left before taking action. He could ignore the life and death of the Saint of the Immortal Lotus, but not Lu Fengyao. There was another reason. Lin Moyu did not want to expose his trump card. Calculating the time, the two should have left, so he had nothing to worry about. Let's see, can you swallow it or can they swallow it? With a finger, the mist began to roll violently, and the skeleton hell emerged. A flash of fire appeared in the mist full of divine light, and the temperature rose sharply. The magma fell like a waterfall, pouring into the mist, and the mist rolled, unmoved. These mists were not afraid of the high temperature of the magma at all, and the soul bugs inside were the same. Lin Moyu was not surprised. It was not the magma that really took action, but the evil spirits of hell. The hell spirit eats everything and swallows everything. Lin Moyu wants to see if the hell spirit can swallow the fog and the soul bugs in it. Following his will, the hell spirit rushed out of the magma and began to swallow the fog in big mouthfuls, including the soul bugs and the fog. In addition to the soul bugs and the fog, there are also divine light and death energy, and the hell spirit did not let them go either. They can swallow everything that can be seen and touched, as well as everything that cannot be seen or touched. As for whether they can be digested in the end, that is another matter. The hell eye swept through, and the terrifying soul shock raged in the fog. Lin Moyu clearly felt that the soul bugs trembled a few times when they were hit by the soul force. But it was just trembling, and the soul shock had no effect on them. The hell spirit swallowed up a large area of fog in a blink of an eye, but more fog came in a blink of an eye, and there was no sign of reduction at all. Are there too many? Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the scope of the skeleton hell expanded directly to the limit, covering an area of 1,000 kilometers. The sky and the ground were all covered by the skeleton hell. Millions of hell evil spirits attacked at the same time, and the speed of swallowing was further accelerated. But the result was still the same, and the fog still showed no sign of reduction. No matter how much fog the hell evil spirits swallowed, the fog was still so thick. Lin Moyu couldn't see it with his naked eyes, and could only make a preliminary judgment through the eye of the dead. It seems that the skeleton hell has no way to deal with the fog on his side. Prehistoric sects with strong men beyond the Daozuan realm, are indeed not easy to deal with. As the evil spirits of hell devoured crazily, Lin Moyu's luck dropped from 92 to 90, and was about to fall below the 90 mark. This means that his luck has decreased again. After confirming that the skeleton hell was useless, Lin Moyu put it away. Try the second one. With a thought in his mind, waves of Buddhist sounds appeared. The Buddhist Lich of the third realm of Dao Zun appeared beside him, and waves of Buddhist sounds resounded in the misty world. The Buddhist Lich was carrying 3 halos, his whole body was shining with golden body, and his appearance was solemn, and he chanted the Buddha layer. Amitabha, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Spell, Transmigration. Infinite golden light shot out, illuminating the mist. Lin Moyu's second step was to try to use the Buddhist Lich to forcibly transform these soul bugs. If this is successful, the soul bugs can become a member of the eternal Buddhist kingdom and provide power for the Buddhist Lich. The golden light was dazzling, and countless soul bugs were not moved at all. Transmigration failed, and these soul bugs could not be transformed at all. Lin Moyu reluctantly collected the Buddhist Lich. There is only one last method left. The experiments of the skeleton hell and the Buddhist Lich failed. Among the methods that Lin Moyu thought of, only the last one was left, which was also the most violent one. Whether it was the skeleton hell or the Buddhist Lich, they were both relatively gentle means, but the disadvantage was that it was not known whether they were effective. And the last trick, Lin Moyu had proven to be effective, but it was too violent and might cause some bad reactions. But now, it had to be used. Lin Moyu always felt that these soul bugs were not simple. And the fog here was not something that could be solved by just passing it. From the earliest path, the former strong men of the Tushan sect would not do something too boring. Almost every link had its deep meaning in it. The fog and soul bugs were also the same. Relying on strong luck, it was definitely not the best solution to resist the swallowing of soul bugs. White light appeared on his hands, and the majestic life force was emitted from all parts of his body. The fog suddenly rolled violently, and Lin Moyu vaguely heard a sizzling sound, as if something was burnt. Something was indeed burnt, and those soul bugs were burned to ashes by the power of life. At the same time, a wisp of invisible smoke came out. Life and death are mutually exclusive. These bugs are full of death energy, and the power of life is exactly the opposite of death energy. For soul bugs, the power of life is a deadly poison. The power of life is surging, and the bugs that were originally attached to their bodies are wiped out in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a large amount of death energy also collided with the power of life and then melted away. Lin Moyu's eyes changed slightly, and his vision seemed to become clearer. The death energy in the mist was also affected by the power of life, and it weakened a little. But the next moment, a large amount of mist came again, and a large number of soul bugs attached to it. The soul rolled more and more violently, and in the eyes of the dead, the soul bugs that were sleeping in the distance were waking up. A large number of bugs turned around at the same time, as if they would lie down at any time. Sure enough, although the life force can destroy the soul bugs, it will cause the bugs to riot. If you can't stop it, I guess the end will be miserable. If you can stop it, I don't know what the result will be. Lin Moyu did not stop. On the contrary, the life force in his body became more and more brilliant. The death energy that had been shrouded in his body before had been completely wiped out by the life force. Lin Moyu turned into a white light bulb, shining brightly in the mist. The bugs were like moths flying towards the flames, lying in bed in all directions. With the bugs came countless death energy. The death energy and soul bugs were wiped out by the life force. Similarly, while the death energy and soul bugs were wiped out, the lifetime was also continuously consumed. Life and death are mutually exclusive, and after the collision, it depends on who is stronger. It may be life overcoming death, or death overcoming life. The fog in front of him gradually became thinner, and the vision became clearer and clearer. Lin Moyu also moved, and pieces of 7th level origin crystals were thrown out and landed in the corresponding positions. Lin Moyu took himself as the center and began to arrange the formation. The formation was just a 4th level formation, called a Yuan formation. Its requirement was to use the practitioner as the center of the formation, enhance the practitioner's strength, and reduce consumption. With the help of a UN formation, 1 point of force can be used as 2 points of force, and the consumption can be reduced exponentially. Combined with Lin Moyu's own amazing recovery ability, the effect of increasing the 1002 is fully achieved. It's not that I don't want to arrange a stronger formation, but this formation is the most suitable here. Before, he had no sense of direction in the fog and could not set up the formation on the spot, but now he can. The 4th level formation is already handy for Lin Moyu, and the formation has been set up in just a few minutes. Let's see who can outlast who. Lin Moyu sat in the formation, and streams of life force flowed into it. After being amplified by the formation and the origin crystal, his consumption was greatly reduced under the same effect. If he really couldn't outlast it, he could choose to leave. Lin Moyu would not really put himself to death. He took 1 step and counted 3 steps. He had already planned the retreat. He kept speculating on the intention of the Tushan sect to arrange it like this. That kind of strong man would not do meaningless things, and it must be useful. Lin Moyu tried his best to think about the problem from the other party's perspective, hoping to get an accurate answer. In the fog, a ball of light with a diameter of 10 meters shone, and countless dead air rushed over, carrying a large number of soul bugs, and continuously hit the light ball. There was a constant sizzling sound outside the light ball, and a large number of soul bugs were killed. Lin Moyu thought for a long time, but could not get the corresponding answer. He sighed lightly. The information obtained is still too little, it is difficult to speculate, and further exploration is needed. Hey, my luck. Lin Moyu suddenly found that his luck had risen from 90 to 92. The increase in luck value means that the luck will also recover. The consumption of luck is not permanent consumption, it will gradually recover. It's just that the recovery speed of luck is very slow, and it may not be fully recovered. Judging from the luck value, Lin Moyu found that his luck is recovering at an astonishing speed. The recovery speed of luck is very fast. Could it be because of those bugs? Soul bugs can devour luck, but they can also gain luck. If this is true, these bugs are definitely rare treasures. Anything that can enhance luck is a treasure. All forces are seeking to improve luck. If they know, eliminating these bugs can improve their chi. The next day, those ancestors will rush in with a bunch of magic weapons of the great way of life and eliminate all the bugs here. More and more bugs rushed in and were killed, and Lin Moyu's luck value returned from 92 to 95. 95 is already the limit. Only when the explosive luck technique is used can it temporarily exceed 95 and reach 100. However, 100 luck can only be maintained for a period of time and will soon fall. Lin Moyu is looking forward to seeing if he can make his luck value exceed 95 without using the explosive luck technique. After more than 10 minutes, the luck value changed again. The red light was stronger than before, and the luck value changed smoothly from 95 to 96. In an instant, the sound of dragon roars rang in Lin Moyu's ears, and the luck turned into a dragon. As long as the luck value exceeds 95, the luck can turn into a dragon. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt a red light flashing in front of his eyes, and he had entered the state of great fortune. This was the first time that he entered the state of great fortune without the help of Xiaowu. At this point, Lin Moyu was 100% sure that killing soul bugs could improve his luck. I understand, the correct way to enter the Tushan sect is to kill these soul bugs here. The role of the mist is the same as the road, which is to screen the entrance. The previous road screened out a group, and the first ring of the maze screened out another group. Only those who pass through with the right method can truly enter the Tushan sect. And these soul bugs are both restrictions and opportunities. It depends on whether you can find them yourself. Lin Moyu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he found that he had found the right way. The remains of the Tushan sect are like a treasure chest. This chest has many secret compartments, and there are some things in the secret compartments, but they are not the best. To open this chest and get the most core good things, you need to use the right method. Even if one step is wrong, don't expect to get the best things in the chest. Lin Moyu is like this now, he is dismantling the chest step by step. Soul worms are opportunities, and dead air is a restriction, so what is the divine light? Divine light seems to have no use except for bringing pressure restrictions to the body. It should be useful, but it has not been discovered yet. The luck value rose again, from 96 to 97. There were waves of dragon roars in his ears, and Lin Moyu could feel that his luck was also increasing. When the luck is strong to a certain extent, he can produce a weak induction with his spiritual perception. When he is in a state of great luck, everything can go smoothly. Lin Moyu guessed that if he wanted to get the good things in the Tushan sect, he must have a strong luck support, so there is such a setting. Lu Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint left the mist and entered the mountains almost at the same time. They had separated and had no idea of each other's location or where they were. At the same time, they took out the magic weapon containing the great Tao of life, and the powerful vitality swept through their bodies. After a while, they could vaguely hear a sizzling sound. They knew that the insects attached to their bodies had been killed. They breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time. The Fairy Lotus Saint murmured, "Friend Lin, you are really a magical person." Lu Fengyao also said, "I am still amazing. I can meet a person like Brother Lin." No matter when, Lu Fengyao never forgets to flatter herself. The two of them each chose a direction to move forward and eventually disappeared into the mountains and forests. Half a day later, Lin Moyu's luck value jumped again and became 100. 100 points of luck value is already the limit and cannot be higher. When Lin Moyu used the explosive luck technique, his luck value only reached 100. The dragon of luck kept roaring, echoing in his ears. At this time, Lin Moyu could already sense his luck more clearly. Needless to say, he was very lucky. He felt that his luck was about to become substantial, from invisible to visible. It was so exaggerated that luck could change from invisible to visible. If it really happened, it would be a miracle. But the soul bugs and death energy were still coming at him. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "It seems that it is not over yet. Could it be that the luck value of 100 is not the limit? I have consumed 1/3 of my strength, and I should be able to hold on for about half a day." Lin Moyu decided to wait and see. If there was no change after the strength was exhausted, he would take the initiative to leave. The soul bugs and death energy were endless and kept coming. Lin Moyu's luck value remained stable at 100 and no longer changed. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Now it has reached the critical point. If there is a stronger level of luck above 100, it will have to wait for a qualitative change. Lin Moyu was very patient. He maintained the formation and his strength was gradually consumed. After another half day, Lin Moyu's strength was consumed by more than 2/3, and his luck value was still 100, without any change. If it were someone else, even a Taoist master like the Fairy Lotus Saint, it would be difficult to hold on until now. Lin Moyu also relied on his amazing recovery ability, plus the help of the formation, to hold on until now. And this recovery ability is very interesting. It is the divine power from the Shinjo Ding. The power given by the Shinjo Ding is usually not obvious and is almost never used. But it plays a very important role in a subtle way. In terms of endurance, no one in the same realm can compare with Lin Moyu unless he eats pills as candy. A pill appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. When his strength was consumed a little more, he would eat the pill and then leave. As time passed, the soul bugs and dead air that rushed from all directions did not decrease. Lin Moyu's strength was about to run out, and the pill in his hand could be taken at any time. However, Lin Moyu felt a little unwilling in his heart. He always felt that he was just a hair's breadth away. Although he knew it might be an illusion, Lin Moyu was still a little unwilling. Don't try again? Lin Moyu could actually use the new life. After the new life, everything started over again. Although the strength could be restored, Lin Moyu was not sure whether the luck he temporarily increased this time would also be lost. Luck is too hard to say. The luck increased this time is still very different from the luck given by Xiao Wu with the Avenue of Luck. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu made a decision, then let's try it once. With a thought in his mind, the explosive luck technique was activated. The original luck value had reached 100, which was the limit of using the explosive luck technique repeatedly. 0. The luck value has been maintained at 100 for a long time, and Lin Moyu finally decided to try to use the explosive luck technique to push it. If it works, it will be the best. If it doesn't work, then just leave and don't linger. The dragon of luck roared and vibrated continuously, more intensely than before. Lin Moyu's perception of his own luck became clearer and clearer, indicating that his luck was gradually increasing. Lin Moyu had an epiphany in his heart: luck has reached the top, but luck has not reached the top. If you can push luck forward, maybe you can push luck in turn. And pushing luck can also improve chi. The two complement each other and rely on each other. With this thought in mind, Lin Moyu flicked a drop of ancestral water from his finger and landed on his body, and the majestic power of faith also burned fiercely. 0. This is the first time that the power of ancestral water and faith are used simultaneously in the explosive luck technique. The explosive luck technique promotes luck, not destiny. Although the two are crucial, it is no different from a river compared to the ocean. It is natural and easy to promote luck with destiny. On the contrary, to promote destiny with destiny is like a small horse pulling a big cart, which is extremely difficult. But Lin Moyu had no other choice. He couldn't influence his luck. He could only use the explosive luck technique to try his best to improve his luck and thus influence his luck. He didn't know if it would work. Lin Moyu didn't ask Xiao Wu for help. Xiao Wu's way of improving luck was simple and effective. But that kind of improvement was only temporary. Even if he broke through the limit with the help of Xiao Wu, he couldn't tell whether it was a real breakthrough or a false breakthrough. If it was false, it would return to its original form sooner or later. Lin Moyu didn't want that. Unless it was a critical moment and he needed a huge blessing of luck, then he could let Xiao Wu take action. The explosive luck technique was completely exploded. The dual blessing of Zhu Shui and the power of faith made the effect of the explosive luck technique reach its limit. It is estimated that no one has ever used this method to activate the explosive luck technique. Lin Moyu only felt a loud bang in the soul world, and the endless dragon roar stopped abruptly. The dragon of luck collapsed. The soul world shook more and more violently, and endless power surged from the soul void and crushed towards the soul world. These forces ignored the obstacles of the soul world, rushed in and fell on the soul body. The invisible power made the soul body very uncomfortable. Lin Moyu was shocked. This is the fate of the Lijiangtian. Lin Moyu truly felt the existence of the power of luck for the first time. Anyone who is above the heavenly venerable basically knows the existence of the power of luck, and also knows that there is a road of luck in this world. But luck is too ethereal, it cannot be touched, and it cannot be truly felt. Only some beings with extremely high realms can truly touch a trace of luck. Even if they touch it, it is still vague. Very few people can truly feel the power of luck like Lin Moyu. Feeling the power of luck is a good thing, but he is not a good thing. If you can bear it, it is a good thing. If you can't bear it, the luck will backfire, which is a big bad thing, and you may lose your life. At this moment, no cultivation realm can help. The competition is whether your life is strong enough and whether you can bear it. Lin Moyu's heart is as clear as a mirror. At the moment when the power of luck came, he already knew everything. At this 173 moment, no magic, secret method, or world tree is useful. Perhaps there are very few things in this world that can help at this moment. The power of destiny came like a storm, falling on the soul, and the soul suddenly felt a burst of pain. The pain from the soul is unbearable for ordinary people. But now you have to endure it. Once you give up, the result will be death. Lin Moyu trembled all over. He could feel that his soul was being corroded by the power of destiny. The extremely rich power of destiny corroded the soul like a poisonous medicine. The layer of earthy yellow light given to the soul by the soul gem can resist various soul attacks, but it is useless when facing the power of destiny. Anything will turn into the opposite when it reaches its extreme, and the power of destiny is the same. If the power of destiny is too huge and cannot be tolerated, it is poison. No, if this goes on, the soul will collapse. Although I won't die and can use the new life to revive, I really failed this time. There must be a way. Since the Tushan sect has set it up like this, it must not be a dead end. There must be a way. It's not a matter of realm. In that era, there must be something that can help the soul bear the luck. Lin Moyu watched his soul gradually wither, but his thoughts became clearer than ever before. Thoughts were like lightning, and all kinds of methods came to Lin Moyu's mind. Finally, Lin Moyu thought of a way. The soul raised the Calamity Scepter, and the huge soul power rushed into the balance gem on the Calamity Scepter as if it was desperate. The balance gem was the third gem found. At that time, Xiao San was trapped for many years because of it. But it was also because of it that the power of the two original spiritual veins at the intersection was balanced. If it can be activated, perhaps the soul and the power of luck can also be balanced. But it is as cold as the other two gems. After getting it, it has never played a role. Lin Moyu had tried many ways, but could not communicate with it and was difficult to activate it. In addition to using the Scourge Scepter to hit people, only the soul gem occasionally moved. That was already giving him enough face. The element gem ignored him at all. There was no other way now. Instead of waiting for the soul to be completely corroded by the power of luck, it was better to try to see if the balance gem could move. Move quickly, or you will die. Lin Moyu's soul was shouting, one after another. The world tree behind the soul body was shaking, but it seemed that it had no way to do anything. This was its domain. The world tree could only replenish Lin Moyu's soul power, hoping that Lin Moyu's soul could hold on for a while longer. No matter how Lin Moyu shouted, the balance gem remained motionless. Lin Moyu even felt a kind of disdain from the balance gem, and the other party looked down on him. Seeing that his soul was about to collapse and he could not use his new life, Lin Moyu came up with another plan. A spiritual flower fell and wrapped himself up. The spiritual flower began to heal the soul, while the power of luck was corroding on one side and the spiritual flower was healing on the other. However, the speed of healing did not seem to be as fast as the speed of corrosion. Moreover, while the spiritual flower was healing the soul, it had to bear the impact of the power of luck. It was also collapsing, and the effect was greatly weakened. A spiritual flower lasted less than a minute before it had exhausted all its power. Lin Moyu's soul recovered a little, but it only bought a few more minutes. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the second spiritual flower fell. This time, the spiritual flower had not yet fallen on the soul, and the power of luck had already blown the spiritual flower away. As expected before, unless the external power was high enough, it would be difficult to help him. Now there seemed to be only two ways left in front of Lin Moyu. One is to continue to bear the impact of the power of destiny and see if he can hold on to the end. If he can't hold on, his soul will collapse and wait for the new life to break out. This time, the sublimation of destiny will also end in failure. The second is that Lin Moyu gives up the sublimation of destiny and actively chooses to fail in sublimation. Both paths are failures, and neither is what Lin Moyu wants. I must find a third way. The balance gem refuses to move. What about the soul gem? Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and rushed to the soul gem. The soul gem has moved before, maybe this time there is a chance. The soul gem can protect the soul, and maybe it will be useful. Using soul power to impact the soul gem, Lin Moyu tried to wake it up. But it was just like the balance gem, high above, motionless. Lin Moyu felt that kind of disdain again, as if the soul gem was also telling him that he was wrong. Wrong? What's wrong? The situation was getting worse and worse, and suddenly, Lin Moyu thought of something. Wrong, really wrong. The Calamity Scepter can't help me get through this level. What can really help me get through this level is this. A thought was sent to the world tree, bring it here. The branches of the world tree flew out suddenly, rolling the motionless Shinjo Ding over. The Shinjo Ding landed beside the soul with a bang, and Lin Moyu went in without thinking. The Shinjo Ding was filled with divine light, and the golden divine power was rippling like waves. Lin Moyu was enveloped by the golden light when he entered the Shinjo Ding. He only went in a little bit, because part of his soul was exposed outside. The golden light in the Shinjo Ding formed a barrier, which did not seem to welcome Lin Moyu. But the soul showed a look of joy. Under the golden light, the luck seemed to be suppressed and could no longer corrode the soul, and the soul's collapse was stopped on the spot. The power of destiny was still there, and at this time, the Shinjo Ding burst out with a powerful golden light. The power of destiny, which was originally as fierce as a tiger, instantly became as docile and lovely as a kitten, and was honest. The power of destiny still fell on Lin Moyu's soul, but after being swept by the golden light, it had lost its previous power and began to merge with the soul. The soul began to recover rapidly at this time, continuously receiving the fifth of destiny. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this level had been passed. When destiny and soul are completely integrated, his destiny will be sublimated. As for the degree to which it can be sublimated, he is not clear. Sure enough, to solve this problem, we can't rely on the Calamity Scepter. It's not that it doesn't move, but it's useless if it moves. The Shinjo Ding is the key to solving the problem. The Shinjo Ding once suppressed Jojo, including countless origin spirit veins. The origin spirit vein can suppress destiny, so the Shinjo Ding can naturally do it. I should have thought of it earlier, I'm so stupid. The Shinjo Ding, which had not been moved for many years, was the final decision at this moment. Lin Moyu secretly laughed at himself for having a treasure in his hands without knowing it. The Shinjo Ding was once able to suppress all the origins of the 9 continents, and now it was no problem to suppress the luck of a small area. Under the influence of the 9 continents Ding, the luck became gentle and honest, and quickly integrated into the soul. The soul recovered quickly, and the part that was previously corroded was restored to its original state in an instant, and it did not even need to use the power of life for treatment. The soul was floating in the air, in sharp contrast to the previous pain, which was completely two extremes. The magic of the Shinjo Ding was revealed in front of Lin Moyu, without any fancy things. Lin Moyu frowned tightly at this time, and the magic of the Shinjo Ding once again made him feel the unusualness of his small world. The Calamity Scepter and the Shinjo Ding that he got in his small world, the Calamity Scepter was a treasure that even the spirit of the long river of time would be afraid of, which shows how high its level is. The Shinjo Ding once suppressed the land of Jojo, and its level is also needless to say. Just these two things, looking at the entire origin continent, there is no existence that surpasses them. There are also 2 origin spells. So far, he has not seen any origin spells in the origin continent. Origin level spells are everywhere, but Lin Moyu has not seen the real origin spells. 08 When Gu Hanyu saw his origin spells, Lin Moyu still remembered the shock. This shows that Gu Hanyu did not have origin spells, otherwise he would not be so surprised. And Antares, the ancient battlefield with the Garden of God's Tower. Whether it is magic weapons, spells or people and things, the small world is full of mysteries. Especially now that the small world has left the big world, and is not even in the world of the Sea of Boundaries, no one knows where it is going. Lin Moyu vaguely feels that there is an invisible hand behind his small world pushing it. And this invisible big hand is the old man in green robes. One day, I will reveal all the secrets, and then I will settle accounts with you. The old man and his old lady Taoist partner will have to settle accounts. No matter what the reason, he took his wife to be his disciple by force, and this matter will not be easily let go. Finally, the luck completely merged with the soul, and a flame rose in the center of the soul, burning with luck as nourishment. The purple-gold light shone from the depths of the soul, quickly sweeping the entire soul, and the entire soul was full of an indescribable height. The Soul Realm was promoted from the first realm of Daozun to the third realm of Daozun, leaping over 2 small realms at once. The cultivation of the middle-level Tianzuan, the soul of the third realm of Daozun, the soul is not only far ahead, but also split. Lin Moyu knew that his soul was not as simple as raising the realm. The most important thing was the change in level. The soul seemed to have entered another level, which was different from ordinary practitioners. The spiritual perception became more acute, and Lin Moyu could clearly feel his luck. At this time, the luck was no longer the top luck, the luck had been sublimated, and the sky reached another level. The luck that enveloped him, although it had not yet materialized, was much stronger than before. Lin Moyu could feel that his luck had a touch of purple, the same purple as his soul, and was extremely noble. In the luck, there was a faint sound of dragon roaring, and a dragon of Chifa was also swirling in the purple glow. My luck value is gone? As his luck improved, Lin Moyu found that his luck value was gone. The explosive luck technique could still be used, but it could no longer show his luck value. His luck value exceeded the limit of the explosive luck technique. The sublimation of luck also allowed his luck to reach another level, surpassing the explosive luck technique. However, the explosive luck technique was still usable, and it was stronger than before. The explosive luck technique caused damage through the gap between luck. Although his luck value is invisible now, it must have exceeded 100. In this way, the explosive luck technique will only be stronger than before. Shinjo Ding burst out with magnificent golden light, forcibly driving Lin Moyu's soul out. Then it automatically flew up and returned to its original place again, hiding silently in the corner, motionless. Lin Moyu was a little helpless. He felt that he was despised again. Shinjo Ding's actions clearly told him that he was not worthy of its favor at present. The soul is not strong enough. Giving too much will be counterproductive. In the end, not only will there be no benefit, but it will backfire, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. The reason why Shinjo Ding rarely moved before was because his soul was not strong enough to bear its favor. Both Shinjo Ding and the Calamity Scepter obviously have their own will. But it doesn't matter, as long as they can play a role at the critical moment. After a long breath, Lin Moyu slowly stood up. This time the luck sublimation was finally successful. At this time, the soul bugs in the mist no longer flew into the flames, and the dead air no longer rushed over. The formation was still running, forming a white shield to protect itself. Outside the formation, a passage appeared in the mist. At the end of the passage, Lin Moyu saw the towering mountain, on which the long spear stood upside down, revealing an amazing momentum. This is the right way. Lin Moyu smiled. He was right. He had found the right way. Not only was the road right, but his luck was also sublimated, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps, this is the reward given by the Tushin sect. Anyone who can find the right way can get a lot of luck. The Tushin sect, their magic should be related to luck, so all kinds of settings are inseparable from luck. While thinking, Lin Moyu removed the formation and set foot on this right way. The consumed power is recovering at an astonishing speed, much faster than before. This time, bathing in the divine power in the Shinjo Ding, my recovery 130 has increased a lot. It's almost twice as much as before, not bad. The soul realm is improved, the essence is sublimated, and there are many benefits, which need to be experienced slowly. After walking along the right path for 10 minutes, Lin Moyu left the fog, and his strength had been restored by half. A dark and magnificent stone mountain appeared in front of him. Behind the stone mountain, there are endless peaks, but in terms of momentum, none of them is as good as the one in front of him. Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky and landed on the spear standing on the top of the mountain. The spear burst out with terrifying murderous aura and swept towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not move at all, letting the murderous aura rush at him. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have been frightened by this level of murderous aura, or at least would be terrified. But Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, and was even laughing. In the murderous aura, he was as steady as a mountain, muttering to himself, "The murderous aura is very strong. which has surpassed the Horned Dragon Star-Lord. It seems that the people of the Tushan sect also killed many people back then. The murderous aura came from the Tushan sect. From the murderous aura, one could feel that the Tushan sect had killed many people in the past. The murderous aura rushed through Lin Moyu's body and then swept up to the sky again, interweaving with the air. One after another, the death aura fell like raindrops, and among the countless peaks, strong men rushed out and stood in the air. Kill! 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 For a moment, the murderous aura shook the earth and thunder roared. Thousands of strong men stood in the air, wearing death armor, exuding amazing momentum. These strong men were very powerful, and the weakest one had the cultivation of the first realm of Dao Zun. As for the strongest one, in Lin Moyu's opinion, he was already on par with the three ancestors and others. There were stone tombs everywhere in the mountains, and these ropers broke out of the tombs. These are all people from the Tushan sect. Lin Moyu looked at these beings surrounded by death, knowing that they were all people from the Tushan sect. Although they were dead, their wills still existed. The death air in the sky was the gathering of their wills. They stood in the air, as if staring at him, but it seemed that they were not looking at him. Electric snakes danced wildly in the air, and lightning fell on the long spears on the top of the mountain. For a time, the divine light was shining, and the divine rule and death energy gathered into a figure. When he saw him, Lin Moyu's heart trembled. This person has surpassed Dao Zun. Lin Moyu made a judgment in his heart that this person's realm must have surpassed the first Zun. He was completely different from the others. Not only was he entangled with death energy, but he was also intertwined with divine light. He stood in mid-air, as if announcing to the world that he was the master of this world. "Why don't you kneel when you see me?" A roar sounded, and a terrible sense of oppression came towards him. Lin Moyu only felt his body suddenly sink, and an invisible force wanted to suppress him. The divine light on his body became infinitely heavy, as if he was carrying the whole world. This heaviness came more from the soul level than the body. Lin Moyu finally knew what the role of the divine light was, and this was also a test. Waves of power fell on the soul, trying to suppress the soul. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. "You want me to kneel? No way. No matter if you are a being above the Dao Zone, don't think you can make me kneel." Lin Moyu straightened his waist, his soul didn't kneel, and his body didn't kneel. "Bold!" The sect leader scolded again. All the strong men in the sky shouted at the same time, "Kneel down! Kneel down! Kneel down!" The shouts were like thunder, and the pressure on Lin Moyu's soul was getting greater and greater. Lin Moyu mobilized all his soul power and resisted with all his strength, and his soul power was rapidly consumed. The world tree swayed continuously, providing Lin Moyu with soul power continuously. The 10-color dragon soul crystal burst out with a shocking dragon roar, one after another, as if fighting against the roars of these strong men. No matter how they roared, Lin Moyu did not kneel down. Not only did he not kneel down, but his waist became straighter and straighter. Lin Moyu's actions seemed to have angered the strong men of the Tushan sect. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and murderous aura rushed towards him. The strong murderous aura evolved into a boundless mountain range, carrying the power of destroying the world, as if to smash Lin Moyu to pieces. Comparing murderous aura, "I'm not afraid, go back." Lin Moyu roared, and his murderous aura burst out without reservation. His murderous aura was not much weaker than that of the God-slaying sect. Secret technique, breaking the sky. The murderous aura gathered into a giant sword, slashing the sky and splitting the earth, and went straight up. At this moment, Lin Moyu didn't care if you were a supreme master from a prehistoric sect. "No matter who you are, if you want me to kneel, that's not possible." Boom! The giant sword slashed on the mountain, and a loud bang broke out. The murderous aura collapsed and shot out in all directions. The murderous aura that shot out was like a knife or a sword, enough to kill most of the Tianzuan realm practitioners. Lin Moyu stood in it, still motionless. The sect master shouted again, "You dare to resist, kneel down and atone for your sins. Kneel down and atone for your sins. Kneel down and atone your sins immediately." Countless strong men roared again, and the pressure on Lin Moyu became greater and greater. The soul world was roaring, and endless power poured in, trying to crush Lin Moyu's soul. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have kneeled down by now, but Lin Moyu refused to kneel. Purple light surged on Lin Moyu's soul, exuding a noble aura, making Lin Moyu stand proudly. Then, the khaki light bloomed, and the light given to the soul by the soul gem firmly protected the soul. "No matter how you put pressure on me, I will remain unmoved." The guys from the Tushan sect were still shouting, and the pressure continued to increase. Lin Moyu kept his mind and ignored external things. The divine light is getting brighter and brighter. Lin Moyu found that as the pressure on his soul increased, the divine light on his body became more and more brilliant. The divine light illuminated a large area, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! The divine light exploded violently, and Lin Moyu only felt a roar in his soul, and his vision became blurred in an instant. After just 2 seconds, his vision was restored. The situation in front of him did not change, it was the same as before, but the soul pressure he was under disappeared. Not only did the soul pressure disappear, but other restrictions on his body also disappeared. The divine light disappeared, and Lin Moyu found that he could fly, no different from the origin continent. Could it be that the test is over? Lin Moyu was a little surprised that the test was over so easily. At this time, the leader of the Tushan sect roared, "Since you don't want to kneel to our sect, then prove that you are qualified not to kneel." As soon as the voice fell, the Japanese responded among the thousands of strong men. "He has the cultivation of the first level of Daozun, and his aura is very strong, as if he is better than the ordinary first level of Daozun." He pointed his finger at Lin Moyu, "Beat me to prove your qualifications. To prove the qualifications of not kneeling, you must beat him." Lin Moyu whispered, "Then let me see how strong the Daozun of the prehistoric sect is." Lin Moyu slowly flew up and came in front of him. The two were 1,000 meters apart. It was wrapped in death energy, and its true appearance could not be seen. 01210820 Feilu 2203103130. After Lin Moyu arrived, the other party attacked directly. A road appeared beside him, like a dragon circling around him, and then a Dao pattern appeared. The Dao pattern shone, and the road entered the pattern. The next moment, a terrifying force swept out and covered the surroundings. There were lightning and thunder all around, as if entering another world. Is this a domain? It turns out that Dao patterns can be used like this. I have seen many Daozun take action, and I have fought with Daozun and even killed Daozun. But he has never seen Daozun use Dao patterns directly to fight. As far as he knows, the more important meaning of Dao patterns is a symbol, symbolizing realm, strength, and status. But he has never heard of anyone using Dao patterns to fight. The world within a radius of thousands of meters has changed. Lin Moyu can't feel his own Dao, as if the connection between him and the Dao has been cut off. In this world, there is only the power of the other party's Dao, good. He practiced the thunder road, and the lightning in the road was like a dragon, hitting Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu wanted to dodge, but suddenly his whole body was bound by a force. Although he broke free in an instant, it was too late. The thunder dragon hit him, and the terrifying power swept in. The space around Lin Moyu was distorted, and the skeleton hell automatically emerged, and Lin Moyu blocked the thunder attack. The skeleton hell is both the main attack method and the defensive method. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, "Die." The skeleton hell suddenly became larger, the magma boiled, and the hell evil spirits flew out, surrounding 2G. The hell evil spirits gnawed at the opponent frantically, without mercy. At the same time, the power of the skeleton hell also tore apart the domain world formed by the opponent. A stream of death energy emerged, the opponent roared, and the terrifying power burst out, and all the Hellzone spirits were blown open. He gathered his weapons with death energy and rushed out of the skeleton hell and killed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the star arrow Lich appeared on his shoulder, turning into a sharp arrow and shooting. The star arrow Lich shot out, and the great wave of arrows blessed it, making the star arrow Lich's attack 100 times faster and its speed even faster. Just after breaking through the blockade of the skeleton hell, it was immediately pierced by the star arrow Lich. If the star arrow Lich didn't move, it would be fine. Once it moved, it would shoot 3 arrows in a row. The speed was too fast, and the 3 arrows were not even 1,000th of a second apart. The arrows pierced through, and the strong man of the Tushan sect stopped on the spot, motionless. 3 seconds later, the majestic force exploded, and the opponent was blown to pieces. The battle ended very quickly. It took less than half a minute for the battle to end. Lin Moyu either didn't take action, or took action with thunder. This is not the Tianjiao conference, there is no need to hide. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Although the opponent is only at the first level of Dao Zun, his power is stronger than that of Dao Zun at the first level of Origin Continent. He integrated the Dao into the Dao pattern, forming an independent world similar to the field, isolating the enemy's Dao, thereby reducing the enemy's combat power. This is a good method. Why has such a good method not been used by Dao Zun in Origin Continent? Is it lost? Lin Moyu felt that the opponent's real combat power was enough to be comparable to those Tianjiao in Origin Continent, or even stronger. He was also qualified to fight with Dao Zun second-level practitioners. It seems that the prehistoric sect is indeed extraordinary. There are many means that are not available now, and their disciples are also Tianjiao now. The master of the sect in the Air 540 suddenly spoke, "Very good, being able to defeat the low-level disciple who sweeps the floor in my sect proves that you do have a certain strength." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. The one he defeated was actually just a low-level disciple who was responsible for sweeping the floor. The master of the sect continued, "Next, you will challenge the outer disciples. If you can win, it will prove that you are qualified to enter our inner sect." After the voice fell, another person flew out. He was also shrouded in death aura, and was also in the first level of Dao Zun, but his identity was an outer disciple, one level higher than the low-level disciple who was responsible for sweeping the floor just now. The Tianjin sect has such a classification, which shows that their sect has a strict hierarchy. Also in the first level of Dao Zun, there must be a difference in strength. Lin Moyu was alert. The low-level disciples were already comparable to the geniuses before, and the outer disciples should be even stronger now. The outer disciple of the Dao Zun level came to Lin Moyu, without a word of nonsense, and the Dao pattern appeared in front of him. This time there were 2 Dao patterns. To be precise, there should be only 1 Dao pattern in the Dao Zun level, but he had 2. This situation was somewhat subversive, and Moyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. A road appeared, split into 2, and drilled into the 2 Dao patterns at the same time. A Dao pattern exploded and turned into a domain, forming an independent world. Lin Moyu felt isolated again, and the induction between himself and the road became extremely weak, and the power was also reduced. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the skeleton hell emerged. The magma boiled, and the eye of hell swept across. The opponent uttered a muffled groan, and the soul rushed to the impact. The skeleton hell was also like an independent world, surrounding the opponent's domain, trying to tear it into pieces. The skeleton hell was like this before, tearing the opponent's domain into pieces. It could do it before, and it can still do it now. The opponent shouted softly, and the second Dao pattern exploded. The Dao pattern turned into a strong bow. He pulled the bowstring to full string, and the sharp arrow shot out with a bang. The speed was not weaker than that of the star demon. Lin Moyu had no time to dodge, and golden light appeared all over his body, and his immortal golden body shone. The sharp arrow hit Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu was knocked away on the spot. However, no blood flew out, and there were no wounds on his body. The damage caused by the sharp arrow, after being weakened 7 times, was borne by all the undead. As long as the undead are not destroyed, Lin Moyu will not be really hurt. A large number of undead were hurt, and Lin Moyu was a little surprised. So strong, the power of this arrow exceeds the second level of Dao Zun, and is stronger than the Dao Zun Cun level. It is obviously the first level of Dao Zun, but it can exert an attack power comparable to the third level of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the low-level disciples of Tushin Zong have the strength to fight across one level, which is enough to compete with the Tinjiao of the Origin Continent. The outer disciples of Tushin Zong have the strength to fight across two levels, not ordinary two levels, but two levels of Dao Zun, completely surpassing the Tinjiao of the Origin Continent. If they were in other levels, their ability to fight across levels would be stronger. After all, the lower the level, the smaller the gap between each small level. Is the prehistoric sect so perverted? This is just the outer disciples. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He didn't realize that he was actually more perverted. He was only a mid-level Tianzuan, and he could already fight a holy war with the other party. And when Moyu was knocked away, the skeleton hell automatically enveloped him. The hellish evil spirits rushed over frantically, opening their mouths and biting wildly. A whistling sound was heard, followed by a burst of divine light, and a large number of hellish evil spirits were annihilated in the divine light. This time, he was not knocked back, but killed. The divine light on the opponent's body shot up into the sky, and the bow in his hand shot out like lightning, with thousands of arrows in an instant. The terrible arrow force cleared a large open area for him. After shooting and killing a large number of hellish evil spirits, the arrow force not only did not weaken, but became stronger, and the target also turned to the skeleton hell. Thousands of arrows, the skeleton hell roared, and it was about to collapse. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he put away the skeleton hell, and at the same time a Buddhist chant rang out. Amitabha! Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The Buddha kingdom which appeared beside him, with golden light shining brightly, and a golden Buddha appeared, speaking earthly Buddhist language to the other party. Spell, transmigration. The Buddhist voice turned into a bewitching sound, affecting the other party's soul and mind. The outer disciple stopped immediately, the morning in his hand also stopped. The spell of transmigration is as unreasonable as cheating. With the realm of the Buddha kingdom which, even if it is a Taoist master in the third realm. Although this outer disciple is powerful, his strength is only at the Daozuan level, and he still cannot resist the power of salvation. In the Buddhist sound, a layer of golden light also stained his body, and the death energy was swallowed by the golden light. When the golden light covers the whole body, it is the time of salvation. The Buddhist sound is getting stronger and stronger, and the opponent completely loses the power to resist, and there is little death energy left. Suddenly, the divine light is strong, and it explodes and ends. The salvation failed and cannot continue. These disciples of the Tushin sect have actually died in prehistoric times. Lin Moyu doesn't know how they reappeared, but in any case, they are already dead. How to save a dead person? The final result must be to disappear. The leader of the Tushin sect spoke again. Yes, you are qualified to join the inner sect of my sect. Now this leader gives you two choices. Kneel down and join this sect. This leader can grant you the position of a direct disciple. The second choice is to continue to challenge the inner disciples and direct disciples. If you win, this sect will allow you to not kneel. Lin Moyu smiled. I choose to continue the challenge. He vaguely guessed the intention of the Tianqian sect's leader, and he knew what to choose. Lin Moyu chose to continue the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, an inner disciple flew out and came to Lin Moyu. He was still a Daozun level 1, but Lin Moyu felt that he was a little different from the previous two. The death aura was obviously less, and the outline of his body became more real. The divine light enveloped him, forming a piece of armor. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to tell that he is not a living person, but a guy who has been dead for countless years. The outer disciple of Daozun level 1 has a battle experience comparable to Daozun level 3. He is also Daozun level 1. Can he fight Daozun level 4? Isn't it a bit against the sky? Lin Moyu felt that no matter how powerful the genius of the prehistoric sect was, it would be difficult for Dao Zun level 1 to fight Dao Zun level 4. Starting from the 4th level, Dao Zun has the true body of the Great Dao, and his combat power will leap to a large level. This level is not easy to jump over. And this is just an inner disciple, there are direct disciples above him. A sect must have a lot of inner disciples. Lin Moyu didn't believe that there would be so many heavenly groups. While thinking, 3 Dao patterns emerged, one more than the outer disciple. Lin Moyu roughly understood that with each additional Dao pattern, the power would increase a little. The prehistoric secret method was originally stronger than it is now. 1 Dao pattern already made them comparable to the geniuses. 2 Dao patterns can allow them to fight beyond the 2nd realm. 3 Dao patterns are obviously stronger. It should not be the 4th realm of Dao Zun, but it should be able to surpass the ordinary 3rd realm Dao Zun. Lin Moyu made a judgment in his heart. There are strong and weak in the same realm. Although the inner disciple in front of him is only the 1st realm of Dao Zun, his real combat power should exceed those ordinary 3rd realm Dao Zun. With a thought in his mind, Lin Moyu decided to strike first. They were the first to strike twice before, but this time Lin Moyu took the initiative. Ahmedba, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Transmigration. The Buddhist Lich responded and performed transmigration directly. The opponent's body was obviously stunned, and his breath became sluggish. No matter how strong the combat power is, it is still the realm of Dao Zun, and it is difficult to resist the power of transmigration. The golden light rose from his feet, and at this time a Dao pattern in front of him suddenly vibrated spontaneously. The Dao pattern made a buzzing sound, and the invisible sound wave rolled up the divine light, forcibly suppressing the golden light of transmigration. He suddenly came back to his senses and let out a roar. The next breath, the great Dao naturally emerged, 1 turned into 3, and drilled into 3 Dao patterns. The first Dao pattern exploded and turned into a domain. Lin Moyu had already had a way to deal with it, and the skeleton hell emerged to fight against the domain. The skeleton hell has an absolute advantage over the domain. The previous 2 times, the opponent's domain was torn apart in a very short time. But this time, it was not so smooth. The domain of the inner disciples is obviously stronger than the first 2. Lin Moyu frowned and figured out what was going on. The 3 Dao patterns were connected to each other and formed a whole. Because they were driven by the same avenue, the power between the 2 sides could be smoothly integrated. In this way, a set of the simplest array was formed, which enhanced each other. This seems to be a bit similar to the multi-star system of magic. 3-star magic can also make magic stronger, and the more there are, the stronger it is. This method seems to have been lost in the current origin continent. What was missed in prehistory and now? The 2nd Dao pattern exploded and turned into a ball of light, covering him, and the conversion was completely ineffective. The 3rd Dao pattern also exploded, like a sharp sword. The sharp sword flew to the air and pointed directly at Lin Moyu. The next moment, the sword was as powerful as thunder and dragon, and it fell madly. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and the wings of the undead spread out, and he quickly retreated to avoid it. The sharp sword turned and chased Lin Moyu with great momentum. The Buddhist Lich chanted the Buddha's name in his mouth. In the eternal Buddhist kingdom, a large number of believers turned into smoke and dust, contributing their strength to the Buddhist Lich. A road emerged in front of the Buddhist Lich. This road was hazy and illusory, as if it was full of infinite mystery. Magic, Destiny Avenue. The Buddhist Lich searched the Destiny Avenue, quickly found the opponent, found a suitable node, and punched down. The opponent groaned, and his body broke into large pieces. Then the Buddhist Lich punched the 2nd and 3rd consecutively. Every time, 100,000 believers turned into smoke and dust, making each of his punches reach the peak of the 3rd realm of Daozuan. Moreover, the attacks in the Avenue of Destiny were all at the weakest moment, so his defense was useless. In Destiny, he did not move to defend and was at his weakest state. After 3 punches, the opponent's divine light exploded and the smoke dissipated. The sharp sword chasing Lin Moyu also turned into smoke and disappeared. Just as he died, someone else flew out, the so-called direct disciple. 4 Dao patterns shone around the direct disciple, and the Dao patterns were connected into one, and each Dao pattern was stronger than the previous one. 0. Please flowers. A Dao pattern exploded, and my spirit sensed a danger warning. Before he could react, a raging flame suddenly appeared on his body. The flames enveloped Lin Moyu, turning Lin Moyu into a fireman. The huge damage was transmitted to the Undead Legion through Lin Moyu, and the members of the Undead Legion were injured one after another. The second Dao pattern exploded, and a powerful force directly shook Lin Moyu away. A circle of flames appeared around him, and the field was not aimed at Lin Moyu, but to protect himself. The one that was blown away was the Buddhist Lich, and at the same time, the Buddhist Lich also ignited a blazing flame. Lin Moyu immediately put away the Buddhist Lich, but in less than a second, the Buddhist demon was already seriously injured. It's very powerful, almost reaching the 4th level of the Taoist master. But it should not have the true body of the great Tao. It is still a little worse than the real 4th level of the Taoist master. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and a demon of the 5th level of the Taoist master appeared beside him. The demon Flaming Tiger, the 5th level of the Taoist master, has now become the resurrection of Lin Moyu. As soon as the Flaming Tiger appeared, it used the true body of the great Tao and turned into a flame tiger of hundreds of meters. The Flaming Tiger took a breath towards Lin Moyu, and the flames on Lin Moyu were immediately absorbed by it. It was born with a talent for fire and can manipulate fire freely. It is the most suitable to deal with enemies who are good at fire. The Flaming Tiger turned into a ball of fire and rolled away. With the power of the 5th realm of Dao Zun, it broke through the opponent's defense and slapped him. The 3rd Dao pattern of the direct disciple exploded and turned into a giant fist, colliding with the claws of the Flaming Tiger. With a loud bang, the direct disciple was blown away, and the Flaming Tiger couldn't help but take a step back. The power is really strong. He was able to fight against the Flaming Tiger without getting hurt. He really lived up to the name of the direct disciple. The direct disciple of the 1st realm of Dao Zun has surpassed the 3rd realm of Dao Zun. Even if facing the 4th realm of Dao Zun, he can still hold up a level. In the origin continent, such a genius does not exist at all. It can be seen that the prehistoric sects are really strong. The direct disciple was blown away, and the divine light on his body dissipated a lot, but the momentum was still strong. The 4th Dao pattern exploded at this time, and a 1,000-meter-high flame giant appeared between heaven and earth, killing the Flaming Tiger. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He actually used Dao patterns to evolve the Dao true body. Although the power is not as strong as the real Dao true body, it is also extraordinary. What a pity, it is still a little bit short. The direct disciple of the prehistoric Tushan sect, with the body of Dao Zun 1 realm, has the combat power that surpasses Dao Zun 3 realm. This kind of talent cannot be compared with any sect Holy Land in the origin continent. These disciples of the prehistoric sect are dead, and only their fighting will is left. Even so, they still have such strong strength. If they are still alive, their experience will only be more bloody. The disciples of the prehistoric sect can be said to crush the current origin continent in all aspects. In the collisions again and again, the Flaming Tiger finally tore the flame giant into pieces. There is a real gap between the power of the two, which is difficult to make up. The higher the level of Dao Zun, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. The gap between Dao Zun 5th realm and 4th realm is like the gap between 1st realm and 4th realm, which is also difficult to cross. At the same time that the flame giant was torn to pieces, the direct disciple also disappeared. Lin Moyu 270 looked at the master of the sect to see what he would say next. This is the opponent's home court, and he basically has no choice. The master of the sect said in a deep voice, "You defeated our sect's direct disciple as a mid-level celestial master. You are qualified to see our sect without kneeling. Now our sect allows you to become a god, enter the temple, and bathe in the divine light. Boom! The thunder exploded, and the divine light shattered. Lin Moyu raised his head suddenly, looking around with doubt in his eyes. In front of him, there was a stone mountain towering into the clouds, with divine light covering the mountain and a divine spear standing upside down on the top of the mountain. There was no master of the Tushan sect, no thousands of strong men, no outer sect, inner sect, or direct disciples. Sweat broke out on Lin Moyu's forehead, and he suddenly realized that what had just happened and what he had experienced was just an illusion. He was fighting a battle in the illusion. He sensed his own magic and knew that the Star Arrow Lich, the Buddha Lich, and the Flame Tiger he summoned were all real. Since it was real, who was his opponent? This illusion was too real. Even now, Lin Moyu still couldn't tell the difference. Not only he couldn't tell it, the World Tree also couldn't tell it, otherwise it would have warned itself long ago. After a moment's pause, Lin Moyu calmed down completely. The illusion just now was not completely an illusion, it should be a combination of reality and illusion. It affected my soul, but I didn't realize it. The other party's strength is quite terrifying. What is the qualification to meet him and bathe in the divine light? Lin Moyu looked up at the stone mountain. There was a road leading to the top of the mountain in the divine light. He was sure that this road had not existed before. According to the words of the Lord of the sect, he needed to take this road to the top of the mountain. Meeting the Lord of the sect, it is probably related to inheritance. Bathing in the divine light, I don't know what the reward is. Lin Moyu analyzed from the other party's words that this sentence should contain two rewards. But there is also a prerequisite, that is, you can walk up. Needless to say, this road is not easy to walk, this will be another test. Lin Moyu did not act immediately, but reviewed the whole process of entering the Tushan sect this time. Thinking carefully, the road to Tushan sect, although not specifically explained, actually went through a series of checkpoints. The first level is that road, you can't walk, you can only float, and you can't float too high. It tests observation and control. In fact, it depends on the degree of carefulness, whether you can observe the details, and then find a way to deal with it. There is no reward for this level, it's just an entry. The second level is the fog, and the fog level is actually a battle of souls. The soul must be strong, otherwise, even if the right method is found, it will not be able to withstand the impact of luck. Lin Moyu feels that he is special because his luck has reached the critical point of sublimation, so the impact of luck is particularly strong, exceeding the limit he should bear. Normally, even if ordinary people get a lot of luck, it will not cause the sublimation of luck. And generally, those who come here are Daozuan, and their soul realm is relatively strong, which is relatively much safer. So he has experienced a small danger, and of course the gains are huge. Luck is integrated into the soul, and the realm jumps 2 realms, and the soul level is also sublimated. The third level of illusion actually tests the combat power and the ability to fight across the realm. This level is the most difficult. Lin Moyu believes that if the Fairy Lotus Saint comes in, her opponent must be Daozuan 3 realms. Because he is a mid-level Tianzuan, he is only facing Daozuan 1 realm. Not only do he have to face opponents with higher realms than himself, but these opponents are also able to fight across the realm. Although in the illusion, these opponents are dead, and their fighting power is far less than when they were alive, but they are still enough to crush the geniuses of the Origin continent now. Lin Moyu feels that the Fairy Lotus Saint and Lu Fengyao can only beat the low-level disciples who sweep the floor at most. That is to say, they can pass this level only when they encounter a pervert like himself. Lin Moyu is not arrogant, he has the capital. After sensing the position of the Skeleton God General, he found that his sense of the position of the Skeleton God General was very vague. He roughly knew that the Skeleton God General was nearby, but for some reason, he could not accurately locate it. The number is still known, a total of 10. It seems that Sister Fengyao and the Fairy Lotus Saint did not release the Skeleton God General. I don't know what their situation is, or they have already withdrawn here. It shouldn't be death. With their abilities, self-protection is not a problem. They still have the formation plate issued by the third ancestor in their hands. In addition, there are many powerful magic weapons, so there should be no problem. Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts and then set out on the road to climb the mountain. The mountain is too high to fly, and the road is long and can only be climbed step by step. When taking the first step, the divine light in the mountain surged, and the divine light turned into a fist and hit him head-on. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and several skeleton gods rushed out, and the sword energy swept and hit the fist. The divine light burst and blasted the sword energy, and the skeleton gods were blown away. The power is very strong. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers again, and the flaming tiger appeared beside him. The flaming tiger of the fifth realm of Dao Zun unfolded the true body of the great Dao and rushed towards the fist of divine light. The flames and divine light collided, and the divine light was immediately shattered. The sky was full of rosy clouds, and it was more beautiful than before. Judging from the feedback of the flaming tiger, the power of the divine light has reached the level of the second realm of Dao Zun. 5.9. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The second realm of Dao Zun is indeed not strong, but this is only the first step. The first step is the second realm of Dao Zun, and it will only get stronger and stronger. From here to the top of the mountain, at least 1,000 steps, what level will it be in the end? Lin Moyu felt that it should be more than just a test of strength, there must be other tests. There is no turning back now, we can only move forward. Lin Moyu looked behind him, the retreat had disappeared, he could only move forward. He walked forward step by step, and every time he took a step, a divine light would emerge from the mountain and blast towards him, as if to blast him out of the mountain road. The flaming tiger protected him by his side, knocking away all the divine lights that attacked. Lin Moyu walked on the mountain road, treating the divine light as if there was no way, as if walking on flat ground. He walked 100 steps until the 101st step, and the divine light suddenly changed. The divine light gathered in the air, and the dead air in the air fell like a waterfall. Lin Moyu knew that the real master had arrived. For the first 100 steps, the divine light was just pure power, from the second level of Dao Zun on the first step to the third level of Dao Zun on the 100th step. A full 100 steps actually only raised a small level. The flaming tiger cleared the way for Lin Moyu, and these divine lights were easily shattered. It seemed to be to re-verify the combat power in the illusion, so that the reality and the illusion could verify each other. Until the 101st step, a change finally occurred. The divine light attracted a large amount of dead air, and at the same time, pieces of mist rose from the cracks between the rocks. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the mist was full of soul bugs. The divine light, dead air, and mist merged with each other, and the soul bugs in them also merged with each other. In the blink of an eye, the tiny soul bug turned into a big bug. And the divine light and dead air also combined into a huge bug. The tiny bug that was once impossible to see clearly and thousands of times smaller than a hair has now become very large. The divine light and death energy have become the outer shell of the bug, which is about 3 meters long. The soul bugs merged with each other and became the core of the bug. Lin Moyu frowned. What kind of bug is this? It doesn't look like a Zerg, nor does it look like a spirit beast. Lin Moyu has never seen such a bug. The bug looks very hideous and terrifying. The shell formed by the divine light is full of incomprehensible symbols. It is not a Taoist pattern, nor a rune. Lin Moyu looked at it and felt that these symbols were incompatible with the origin continent. The bug opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and burst into a scream that resounded through the soul. The next second, it shot over like lightning. The bug opened its mouth and sprayed saliva, emitting a strong stench that was terrifying. The flaming tiger reacted faster than Lin Moyu. It rushed out, and the flames soared into the sky, instantly vaporizing the saliva. The next second, the bug and the flaming tiger collided with each other, making a loud bang. The terrifying power surged in the space. Lin Moyu's body trembled slightly, his whole body was covered with red gold flames, his immortal golden body was activated, and one foot was firmly planted on the ground without moving. The flaming tiger and the bug were each repelled, and the two were evenly matched in strength. This bug is very strong in strength alone. But its realm doesn't seem to be that high. It should be only the third realm of Daozun. Why can it be on par with the flaming tiger of the fifth realm of Daozun? It seems to have a very special power on its body. Boom! The flame tiger collided with the insect again, and the huge force continued to sweep around, and the space was distorted, like a wave, layer by layer. Lin Moyu stood in the wave, watching the two sides fighting fiercely, and felt more and more that something was wrong. In the repeated collisions, the flame tiger not only did not gain the upper hand, but fell into a disadvantage. The power of the insect did not change, but the power of the flame tiger was weakening. The flame tiger opened its tiger mouth and spurted out flames all over the sky, and the flame meteors bombarded over. The insect was blasted back by the flames, and the flames were stained on its body. Then the divine light flashed, and the dead air was like water, quickly extinguishing the flames. At the same time, the insect also sprayed a lot of saliva. Although the saliva was vaporized, the flames of the flame tiger also weakened. What kind of power is it? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Lin Moyu had a vague sense of familiarity with the power of the insect. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is luck. The soul was shaking, and purple air was rising into the sky. The purple air was the fifth of luck. The feeling became clearer and clearer, and Lin Moyu was 90% sure that the insect had the power of luck. Not only does it possess the power of luck, but it also integrates the power of luck into its own attacks. Every time there is a collision, the luck of the flame tiger will decrease. Once the luck decreases, everything will go wrong, including the operation of power. So the flame tiger will appear weaker and weaker. Lin Moyu's heart moved, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the spell was launched. Through the explosive luck spell, Lin Moyu clearly saw that the luck value of the flame tiger had dropped to 25, showing a dead gray. Before that, the luck value of the flame tiger should be 45, a difference of 20 points. Only 25 points of luck points are enough to make Flame Zhou do everything wrong. Look at the luck value of the bug, it is 75. The difference between the two is 50 points of luck value, which is a huge gap. The gap was not so big before. As the two sides continued to fight, the magic value of the flame tiger also decreased. The decline in luck value is just an appearance, the real problem is the decline in luck value. However, Lin Moyu knew that because of his existence, the luck of the flame tiger would not drop any further, and now it had almost reached its limit. Through the explosive luck technique, Lin Moyu confirmed one thing. The attack of the bugs would weaken the luck. As a result, the opponent became weaker and weaker, not because of the decline in strength, but because nothing went well. It was not difficult to deal with the bugs now. He could use more powerful resurrected people, such as the giant sword Daozun. The power of the giant sword Daozun was enough to destroy the bug. However, Lin Moyu felt that this was not the right way. Now that it was solved, what would happen next? What if the next bugs became stronger and stronger, and even the giant sword Daozun was not a match for them? After all, the real realm of the bug in front of him was only the third realm of Daozun. The road to the top of the mountain was actually a test, and we had to find the right way to deal with it. Divine light, death energy, bugs, luck. Lin Moyu murmured softly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, it's luck. I used the power of life to kill a lot of bugs before, gained luck, and successfully opened the array with luck. Although luck is illusory, it really exists. Luck not only plays a subtle role in the dark, but also can directly take out 967 as a weapon. It really works, just like the explosive luck technique. Lin Moyu finally understood what he should do. He should use the bugs as a sample to learn how to use luck as a weapon, crush the bugs with luck, and finally defeat the bugs. The flame tiger fought tirelessly with the bugs. Because of Lin Moyu's existence, the flame tiger, as a resurrected person, would not have its luck declined forever. At this time, the Flame Tiger's luck had dropped to the freezing point. It was obviously a Dao Zun 5th realm, but it could only exert the combat power of a Dao Zun 3rd realm. This is the consequence of declining luck. Although the combat power was greatly damaged, it was no problem to stalemate with the bugs. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to constantly feel the changes in the luck of the bugs, so as to understand how to turn luck into a weapon. It is difficult to do this, and ordinary people can hardly do it. But Lin Moyu is confident that ordinary people can't do it, but it doesn't mean he can't do it. Luck is illusory. Even after his soul is sublimated, he can only have a vague sense. If Xiao Wu comes, it should be much simpler. The best way to comprehend the art of luck is to improve your luck to the extreme. Then let's do it. Lin Moyu had an idea in mind. He planned to try his ability to comprehend under extreme conditions. The red scarf was removed, and the Tying talisman on the forehead shone brightly. At this moment, the outside world was controlled by the Tying origin, and it was also the best time for him to push his luck to the extreme. Xiao Wu, help me improve my luck. Xiao Wu, who was far away in Yudao City, suddenly heard Lin Moyu's voice. Lin Moyu transmitted the voice to Xiao Wu's ears through the world of rules. Xiao Wu, who was playing, suddenly became serious. Here. She waved her hand and a hazy road appeared beside her. The road was full of mist, and Xiao Wu fiddled with the road with both hands, locking Lin Moyu at an infinite distance. There was a strange induction between her and Lin Moyu. Even if they were far apart, this induction would still exist. Master, you are going to have great luck. Xiao Wu called softly. The road was rolling, and the luck was surging. A few seconds later, Xiao Wu put away the road and returned to her previous laughing appearance. Xiaoye, who was standing by, looked at Xiao Wu with big eyes. Miss, did the master look for you? Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, the master wants to improve his luck. Xiaoye asked, what is the master doing now? Xiao Wu laughed. Who cares? Let's play our own games. As long as the master is fine, it's fine. Xiaoye said, oh, it's fine. As long as Lin Moyu is fine, it doesn't matter what he is doing. After the soul sublimation, Lin Moyu can already sense the changes in his luck. For him, luck is no longer like before. He can't tell whether it is high or low. He has to rely on the bursting luck technique to guess. Now, he can sense that his luck is improving rapidly. Xiao Wu manipulates the avenue of luck, and the improvement of luck is immediate. Although it is a temporary improvement, the effect is real. Lin Moyu threw out a drop of ancestral water and burned a lot of faith power at the same time, both of which were added to the explosive luck technique. He had tried it once before, and doing so greatly improved the effect of the explosive luck technique. Although using the explosive luck technique to improve luck is like a small horse pulling a big cart, it is better than nothing, and the big cart can always move some distance. Then, Lin Moyu took a drop of silver tree sap at the same time. Silver tree sap can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, allowing Lin Moyu to get closer to the avenue. Similarly, it can also make it easier for Lin Moyu to comprehend the art of luck. All actions were completed in an instant, and Lin Moyu's thoughts became extremely clear. Under the explosive luck technique, Lin Moyu saw that his luck value was no longer displayed, and he could not see how much it was. It had already exceeded the limit of the explosive luck technique. But it doesn't matter, the explosive luck technique is still effective. In addition, at this moment, Tying is in power, and the identity of the son of Tying is revealed, and the luck is also enhanced. Luck and luck have been raised to the limit, and the same is true for comprehension. Lin Moyu observed the battle between the insect and the flaming tiger again, and immediately felt the difference. Obviously nothing has changed, the two sides of the battle are still the same, but now you can see many details. This feeling is very strange, as if those details are welcomed into the mind inadvertently, and it is hard to forget. If you want to comprehend the art of luck and turn luck into a weapon, the most difficult thing is those details. If you can't see the details, you can only keep groping outside the door, and you can find the door but can't enter. Now Lin Moyu is like pushing open this door, he only needs to lift his foot to walk in. A lot of insights poured into his mind, drilled into his soul, and digested quickly. Slowly, Lin Moyu had a new understanding of the way of luck, and a lot of enlightenment followed. Lin Moyu digested and absorbed a lot of enlightenment, and his vision became clearer. Finally, I understand a little bit! The art of luck, so this is the art of luck. Turn luck into a weapon. It turns out that luck can be used like this. Lin Moyu understood a little bit what the art of luck is, and knew the various wonderful uses of the art of luck. The art of luck is very powerful and has many uses, not just as a weapon. Each use is very complicated and obscure to learn. Even someone like Xiao Wu, who achieved the status of a heavenly venerable through the way of luck, is still in a state of confusion about the art of luck. Of course, this is also because Xiao Wu is too lazy. Although Lin Moyu did not achieve the status of a heavenly venerable through the way of luck like Xiao Wu, he has now been exposed to the way of luck. In the future, he can use the art of luck to comprehend the way of luck, and maybe one day he can also comprehend the way. It seems that the Yunwu sect in the former Big World did not really come into contact with the avenue of luck. What the Yunwu sect really came into contact with should be the way of luck, which is a level lower than the way of luck. They evolved and created several luck-related techniques through the way of luck, and then moved towards the avenue of luck. Although they finally comprehended some of the fur of the avenue of luck, it is very difficult to use these fur to directly comprehend the avenue of luck. Xiao Wu comprehended the avenue of luck because she retained her innocent heart and simple mind. Lin Moyu quickly deduced what paths the Yunwu sect in the former Big World took when they practiced the way of luck through his understanding of the art of luck. Of course, it is impossible to be completely right, but it will not be outrageously wrong. Lin Moyu continued to learn and comprehend the use of luck from the big insect. He could see that every attack of the insect would bring luck. After a full half an hour, he finally comprehended the first art of luck. A small sword of luck appeared in the soul's hand, emitting a purple glow. This sword was completely formed by the convergence of luck. As soon as the sword appeared, the soul world began to vibrate, and waves were set off in the calm space of the soul world. The world tree rustled, as if it was also impacted by luck. The invisible and intangible luck, once it has a shape, its power becomes extremely powerful. This sword condenses nearly half of Lin Moyu's luck. It would be strange if it is not strong. The next moment, the sword of luck disappeared from the soul world and appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The sword of luck vibrated gently, making a buzzing sound, and the space around it also twisted. Lin Moyu pointed at the insect, and the sword of Qi disappeared silently. The space was distorted, and the sword of luck appeared in front of the insect as if it had teleported. The insect discovered the sword of luck and screamed. With fear in the scream, it seemed to be very afraid of the sword of luck. The sword of luck silently penetrated its body, and the insect fell straight from the air as if it had been severely injured. Lin Moyu found that the luck value of the insect dropped directly from 75 to 50 after one sword. Although the insect was not injured on the surface, its luck was really greatly reduced, and its breath also dropped. At this time, the insect's strength was only about half of the previous one. One sword cut off 1/3 of its luck value, and its strength was halved. This sword was very strong. The sword of luck is so strong. Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, while controlling the sword of luck and slashing it again. The insect could not dodge at all. The luck value was weakened again with the second sword, from 50 to 35. This time, only 15 points of luck were lost, which was less than before. There is a limit to weakening luck. When luck reaches the limit, the effect will be reduced every time. And my sword of luck will also suffer losses when weakening the opponent's luck. This is a spell that hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts myself 300. Everything has a price, even the sword of luck is no exception. Lin Moyu's finger passed again, the third sword passed. The insect's luck value dropped from 30 to 20, and the weakening rate was reduced again. After this sword, the sword of luck also came to an end and dissipated. 3 swords, the insect's luck value was reduced from 75 to 20. In front of the explosive luck, the insect showed a dead gray. Its power and luck were obviously stagnant, and it seemed that even its brain was not working well, and its movements were several beats slower. This is the influence of luck, the influence of all aspects. In this state, the insect's combat power dropped sharply. It was obviously in the 3rd realm of Daozun, but it could play the battle experience of the 10th realm of Daozun. The flaming tiger, whose luck was also greatly reduced, suppressed the insect again, but it would take some time to kill the opponent. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Maybe it would be better if I do it myself. I haven't used the explosive luck for a long time. Let's try it and see how powerful it is now. The power of the explosive luck is not affected by the realm, and the most important thing is the strength of luck. The greater the difference in luck, the greater the power of the explosive luck. Now Lin Moyu's luck is very strong, and the sound of dragon roars is all around his ears. It has exceeded the limit. How strong it is, Lin Moyu himself is not clear. The explosive luck technique was running strongly. With the dual blessing of the ancestral water and the power of faith, the effect of the explosive luck technique was amazing. The luck value of the insect, which had been reduced to 20, began to decrease again. It jumped directly from 20 to 15, and continued to decrease to 387. The decrease in luck value also means a decrease in luck. It is still a small horse pulling a big cart, but the effect is still good. The insect screamed uncomfortably. It seemed to sense the decline of its luck and was panicked. The luck value continued to decrease. In just half a minute, it dropped from 20 to 5. After dropping to 5, the luck value no longer changed and reached the limit. The luck value of the digits showed a gray color that was more dead than death, and it was terrible gray. Lin Moyu found that after the luck value dropped to 5, the divine light and death on the insect became scattered, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Its strength dropped again, almost falling out of the Daozuan realm. The realm is still the same realm, but it cannot exert its strength. Luck affects all its actions. The effect is good. Let's see how powerful it is. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the explosive luck technique officially detonated the opponent's luck. With a huge difference in luck, the power of this explosion was amazing. The explosion exploded from the insect's body, instantly blowing it to pieces. The divine light, the dead air, and the souls gathered together were all destroyed in this self-detonation-like explosion. After the insect died, a road suddenly appeared in the sky. This road was hazy, like smoke and dust, and not very clear. The road of luck. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised that he actually saw the road of luck. He had seen the road of luck on Xiao Wu, so Lin Moyu would not make a mistake. At that time, he also tried to comprehend it with the help of Xiao Wu's road of luck, but he could not get started. The reason is that Xiao Wu's road of luck is engraved with Xiao Wu's own understanding and will. These things make it impossible for outsiders to comprehend. Otherwise, there would be no one in the origin continent who comprehended the road of luck. Any avenue cannot be passed down in this way. But now, although the avenue of luck in front of him is not so clear, there is no one else's will on it. It can be said to be an ownerless avenue of luck. An ownerless avenue, how can this be done? Is the prehistoric sect already so strong? It can actually preserve the great Tao. How did they do that? Lin Moyu was shocked and confused. He felt that what he saw was a little unreal. The next second, the great Tao of luck turned into smoke and flew over. Lin Moyu was blessed and accepted the great Tao of luck without resistance. Countless great principles resounded in his soul, and Lin Moyu listened and absorbed them at full speed. At this time, he was still in his peak state, and his cultivation speed was at least 10 times faster than usual. It was not difficult for him to comprehend the great principles. No matter how many great principles were passed on, Lin Moyu quickly digested and absorbed them. All these great principles belonged to the great Tao of luck. Gradually, Lin Moyu had a deeper understanding of the great Tao of luck. This great Tao was illusory and mysterious, invisible and intangible. It belonged to the great Tao of the Void. It was very difficult to comprehend it. Looking at the origin continent, there were countless geniuses in history, and those who could truly comprehend the great Tao of the Void were rare. At least as far as Lin Moyu knows, no one else has comprehended it except Xiao Wu. Even the former illusionist Heavenly Venerable may not have truly comprehended the great Tao of luck. Most likely, he only comprehended the Tao of luck. The same words, in different orders, represent completely different meanings. Now, it seems that he also has the opportunity to comprehend the great Tao of luck and feel the magic of this great Tao of void. Soon, all the great principles were absorbed, and Lin Moyu's understanding of the great Tao of luck deepened a few points. Unfortunately, he still could not comprehend it completely, at least not to the level of contacting the great Tao. Lin Moyu woke up. It turns out that this great Tao is really the great Tao of luck. The great Tao he saw was a senior of the Tushan sect, who gathered his lifelong insights into the appearance of the great Tao and left it after his death. He just now was equivalent to accepting the inheritance of this senior of the Tushan sect. At the same time, he also understood that the big bug he just killed and the soul bug he saw before had the same name, the ear speed bug. They are all destiny bugs, but they are different in size and strength. The destiny bugs are the bugs that the senior evolved and condensed with his destiny. This road to the top of the mountain is actually a test. The method is also very simple. Find a way to kill the destiny bugs. Every 100 steps, a destiny bug will appear. Killing the destiny bug will get the inheritance of the senior. There are two problems. One is how to kill the destiny bug. Ordinary methods are not feasible. If you use force to suppress it, although you can kill the destiny bug, you can't get the inheritance in the end. The second is to understand. After killing the destiny with the right method, you need to understand the great inheritance left by the senior. The time for the inheritance of the great way is limited. If you don't have enough understanding, it will be difficult to absorb and understand. If you can't understand it, it will be a waste of inheritance in the end. Lin Moyu whispered, those ancestors all wanted to obtain the inheritance left by the Tushan sect, trying to break through the realm of Dao Zun. They never thought that there was a legacy of the great Tao of Qiyun left in the Tushan sect. If they knew, they would definitely rush in at all costs. It's a pity that they haven't found the right way for so many years. The tests are one after another. If any one of them is missing, the real inheritance cannot be obtained. The senior who arranged all this in the Tushan sect was really meticulous. The first 100 steps give people the illusion that they can pass the test by force. If you keep this illusion to the end, it means that you have used the wrong method and cannot obtain the inheritance. This method is most suitable for dealing with those ancestors. The ancestors will inevitably defeat the enemy with force all the way and rush to the end, so don't even think about getting the inheritance. Lin Moyu chuckled. Sometimes, not having enough strength is good. It's really interesting. As he spoke, he raised his leg and stepped onto the 101st step. A series of divine lights rose up, covering him, bathing in the divine light. Lin Moyu bathed in the divine light, feeling indescribably relaxed. The luck, strength, and spirit that had just been consumed were all restored in the divine light. After only 10 steps, Lin Moyu had recovered to his peak state. But the divine light was still bathing, and Lin Moyu felt that his spirit was gradually strengthening. A large amount of insights poured into his heart, and his realm was loosened. The realm of cultivation seemed to be moving from the middle-level Tianzuan to the high-level Tianzuan. Although the advancement speed was not fast, Lin Moyu calculated that if he could reach the top of the mountain at this speed, perhaps he could really break through to the high-level Tianzuan. A mountain road with only 1,000 steps could actually allow him to improve a small realm. It must be said to be amazing. If he were to practice in seclusion, it would probably take dozens or hundreds of years before he could really break through. Lin Moyu walked up step by step without stopping. As long as he stopped, his realm improvement would stop. The divine light was brilliant and enveloped him. From the divine light, you can feel a unique avenue, not the avenue of luck. This avenue is very strange and magical. Lin Moyu can't tell what avenue it is. Thinking of the Tushan sect, even the avenue of luck can become a legacy, so other avenues can naturally be left behind. Without thinking too much, keeping his mind tightly, digesting all the benefits brought by the divine light, Lin Moyu walked to the 201st step. The divine light that originally enveloped his body suddenly disappeared, and a large amount of dead air poured down, gathering into a black minister in the air. Then the mist filled the air, and a large number of soul worms gathered together and drilled into the body of the black worm. Black soul worm. I can feel that its luck is not stronger than the previous one, but its luck contains poison. The ultimate of life is mutual. Luck is good, but it will also become bad when it reaches the extreme. The ultimate of luck is the soul-eating poison. It seems that it is evolving the poison of luck. Already knowing the nature of this mountain road, Lin Moyu knew what he should do. From the luck worm left by the predecessor of Tushin Zong, you can learn various luck techniques and know the specific use of luck. After using the correct method to eliminate the luck worm, you can obtain the inheritance of the great way left by the other party. The flaming tiger rushed out and fought with the dark chi method. The luck that had just recovered was weakened again. This weakening is different from the last time. Before every collision attack, the luck would be weakened. This time, when the two sides just started to contact, the luck had already dropped at a certain speed. Lin Moyu knew that the luck of the flaming tiger was poisoned. The explosive luck technique was launched, and the luck value of the flaming tiger was continuously falling, and it would drop a little every few seconds. Just 1 minute later, the luck value of the flaming tiger dropped to 25, the same level as last time. Because he was the resurrected person of Lin Moyu, with Lin Moyu supporting him from behind, his luck did not continue to decline, and his luck value remained stable at 25. At this level, the Flame Tiger can still exert the combat power of the third realm of Dao Zun, and is comparable to the Black Luckworm. When the two fought, Lin Moyu kept observing the Luckworm, hoping to learn something from it. The ultimate luck is poison, but its luck has not reached the ultimate. Its luck value is only 75, which is far from the ultimate. How can I change luck into poison? Lin Moyu knew that what he should understand this time was how to convert luck into poison under normal conditions. Once luck poison is understood, it is a powerful weapon. If it is used on the enemy, it is difficult to crack. During the existence of the poison, the opponent's luck will always be low and difficult to recover. No matter what you do, it will not go smoothly and accidents will happen frequently. Moreover, the deeper one's understanding of luck, the more powerful the luck poison will be, and the longer it will last. It is already very powerful in direct combat, and if it is used to trick people, it is directly a supreme secret technique. Such a good thing must be mastered. Chu Moyu carefully observed every move of the luckworm, not missing any details to find the corresponding method from it. Gradually, there was a little clue. He found that the luck of the luckworm itself was also constantly changing. From extremely strong to extremely weak, but when it was weak to a certain extent, it suddenly turned fishy. When it became strong, the nature of the luck changed, from ordinary luck to black luck containing poison. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu had a flash of inspiration and said involuntarily, "I understand." Luck does not have to be extremely strong to change its nature. If it is extremely weak, it can also change its nature and become luck poison. This explains why some people are extremely unlucky, and the people who are with him will also be unlucky. It is because that person's luck has been extremely weak that it has become a luck poison. So the people who are with him are also infected with the luck poison. If your own luck is not strong enough and cannot resist the luck poison, you will be unlucky together. Oh, please give me flowers. Lin Moyu finally realized another level of the avenue of luck. Of course, the luck poison caused by a person's bad luck is completely different from the luck poison formed by a cultivator controlling the avenue of luck. That kind of bad luck is reversible, and maybe it will turn around sometime. If it is really irreversible, it is estimated that he will not live long and will die for various reasons. If the luck poison formed by the cultivator manipulating the luck is not so simple, it is much more powerful and complicated. Once infected, it is extremely difficult to remove. After enlightenment, the next thing is much easier. It is nothing more than trying and testing again and again. Weaken the luck to the extreme, and then try to trigger the rules of the avenue to transform. After trying to transform again and again, Lin Moyu finally grasped the key point and successfully created a trace of luck poison. Oh. Then he repeated the operation step by step to improve his proficiency. An hour later, Lin Moyu successfully used the luck poison to gather a sword of luck. Unlike the previous sword of luck, this sword of luck was shimmering black, and it kept telling the world how terrible it was. Lin Moyu held it in his hand, not afraid. This sword of luck was full of his will and imprint, and it would not hurt himself. If necessary, Lin Moyu could convert the luck poison into ordinary luck at any time. First, you must master the method of gathering luck, then learn the method of transforming the luck poison, and finally combine the two to gather luck into shape. That senior from the Tushan sect is not as good as the master teaching his disciples, leading them step by step into the road of luck. I hope I won't let you down. Lin Moyu smiled, the dark sword of luck disappeared, and the next moment it had pierced into the body of luck. The worm of luck screamed, and its body, which was originally full of luck poison, suddenly began to change. Two completely different luck poisons collided with each other, and finally collapsed. Looking at this scene, Lin Yu was thoughtful. It seems that different luck poisons are also incompatible. Then if you want to remove the luck poison, using poison to fight poison is also a good method. Two people practice the same avenue and comprehend the same technique, and the results will be different. There are naturally thousands of luck poisons. After the worm of luck died, another avenue emerged, turned into smoke and dust, and brought a lot of insights to Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu got closer to the road of luck again, but there was still a distance to the real road of luck. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, bathing in the divine light, and his realm was slowly improving with his footsteps. Next, he would encounter a bug of luck every 100 levels. The third bug of luck he encountered was almost the same as the first one, but the luck was stronger and the amount was stronger. The flaming tiger was suppressed more miserably, but he could still cope with it. Lin Moyu realized the method of luck and became more proficient in gathering luck. The fourth bug of luck he encountered was the same as the second one, and Lin Moyu had a deeper understanding of converting luck poison. The two alternated and cycled, and the understandings again and again made Lin Moyu's understanding of the road of luck deepen. Lin Moyu felt that no one was more suitable for this path than himself. If it were someone else, he would want to comprehend the method of luck and transform 97 to deal with the Minister of Luck at the same time. And I have plenty of thugs, so I don't need to do anything, I just need to concentrate on understanding, and I don't know how much the efficiency has improved. After repeating this 3 times, Lin Moyu has passed the 800th step and is heading towards the 900th step. Lin Moyu feels that the senior in the Tushan sect, after teaching his disciples to gather luck and transform luck, has been repeating it continuously, allowing his disciples to continue to master these two abilities. And master these two abilities more firmly. Although Lin Moyu has not yet truly mastered the avenue of luck, he feels that he is not far away. His own cultivation realm has also been greatly improved, much stronger than before, and only a hair's breadth away from the high-level Tianzuan. Bathing in the divine light, climbing step by step, as long as you can reach the top, you will definitely become a high-level Tianzuan. Looking up at the sky, the closer you are to the top of the mountain, the more you can feel the horror of the spear. The tip of the spear seems to pierce the sky, sharp and unparalleled, and a stream of death energy falls from the sky, stirring up a storm at the tip of the spear. Lin Moyu looked at the spear, his eyes flickering. This spear has a heavy murderous aura, and it is not an ordinary magic weapon. If I guess correctly, it should have surpassed the Dao Zun realm and is a magic weapon of another level. He was still more than 100 steps away from the top of the mountain, and the divine light on his body was brilliant, making Lin Mafanyu look like a god. With the divine light, he stepped onto the 901st step. The divine light burst out like a fountain, intertwined with the dead air, and a large number of tiny luck insects flew out from the mountain cracks, gathered into a group, and became a huge luck insect. This scene was no different from the previous few times. At this time, the spear on the top of the mountain suddenly vibrated, and a colorful stream of light shot out from the tip of the spear and fell on the luck insect. The breath of the luck insect rose sharply, and in a blink of an eye it broke through the previous realm. Before, the luck insect changed again and again, but its realm was always in the third realm of Daozun. This time, it reached the fourth realm of Daozun. The avenue of luck appeared behind it and then disappeared. There seemed to be no change in the luck, but Lin Moyu felt that it became more unpredictable and more ethereal. Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, "The way is different." He felt the change of the way of luck, which was different from the previous change. This also means that the law that can be comprehended this time has changed. It is no longer the previous law of luck gathering and transformation, nor the law of luck conversion. For cycles have been repeated, and my understanding of the avenue of luck has been continuously deepened. Is the ultimate goal for now? Then let's see what you want me to comprehend this time. Lin Moyu's mind is like a mirror. He connects the cause and effect before and after, and has roughly understood the other party's intention. First, learn the way of luck, start from the basics, and then become proficient again, and finally sublimate, so that you can learn and master the deeper law. The worm of luck is like summoning the true body of the avenue, looming in the void. It suddenly disappeared, Lin Moyu's heart moved, the flame tiger roared, and in an instant, the flames shot up into the sky. The flames of the flame tigers surrounded itself and Lin Moyu at the same time, and carried out a defense without direction and blind spots. The fate bug appeared silently outside the flames, and a strong light sprayed out, extinguishing the flames like a sharp rod. The next moment, the fate bug appeared again, having passed through the flames, and its tentacles stretched out like a crawler to slap the flame tiger. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to react. Bang! The flame tiger was slapped away, but the minister of the three laws disappeared again. Lin Moyu's heart was alarmed, and the spiritual sense sent a warning. In an instant, the golden body flowed with flames, and the skeleton hell enveloped himself. The giant sword Daozuan appeared beside him at the same time, and Lin Moyu almost completed all this in an instant. At the same time as the giant sword Daozuan appeared, the fate bug showed its figure, and its tentacles slapped Lin Moyu. At the same time, the giant sword Daozuan slashed with a sword, drawing a sharp sword light. The worm of luck disappeared again without a sound, avoiding the sword light of the giant sword Taoist. If it didn't dodge, it would be injured by the giant sword Taoist at the same time it hit Lin Moyu. It chose to dodge, and the next moment, it appeared behind the giant sword Taoist again and attacked the giant sword Taoist. The giant sword Taoist reacted very quickly, slashed out the sword light with his back hand, and disappeared again in the recovery method. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the worm of luck moved as fast as a ghost, constantly teleporting, and it was unpredictable. The giant sword Taoist suppressed it with force and fought against it with his own realm. But Lin Moyu still found that the worm of luck always moved faster than the giant sword Taoist. It seemed that it had predicted the future and could accurately capture the next move of the giant sword Taoist. The giant sword Taoist and the worm of luck entangled with each other, and it seemed that neither side could do anything to the other. Lin Moyu took back the flaming tiger, leaving only the giant sword Taoist. Before he comprehended the corresponding method of luck, Lin Moyu did not want the battle to stop. He observed carefully, put himself into it, and did not miss any details. Gradually, Lin Moyu had some enlightenment. It can indeed predict the next move of the great sword Daozun and make corresponding actions in advance. But its prediction time is very short, only half a second in advance, or even shorter. Is this the new method of luck? Knowing the future, shouldn't it be the ability of the Destiny Avenue? Lin Moyu had his own speculation in his mind and observed more carefully. Combined with his previous understanding of the way of luck, Lin Moyu did not miss any details of the luck worm, even the smallest movement. He had to see it clearly. The two sides fought for half an hour, and Lin Moyu also watched for half an hour. Finally, he found that every time the luckworm made an anticipation, its breath would weaken a little in front. The weakening was not much, only 1%. Moreover, this weakening will be replenished happily, but it still did not escape Lin Moyu's spiritual perception. To make a prediction, you need to consume your luck. The more luck you consume, the farther the prediction accuracy and time will be. Lin Moyu continued to observe, and finally, he saw a small and exquisite scripture at the center of the eyebrows of the luckworm. This rune is a bit like a Tao pattern, but not as complicated as a Tao pattern. It looks very delicate, and the rune is hidden very well. If Lin Moyu hadn't observed it carefully enough, he wouldn't have seen it at all. After staring at the rune several times, Lin Moyu confirmed one thing: this rune, he can master it. The magic of luck is revealed again. I only know that luck can affect whether everyone's actions are smooth, good luck or bad luck. But I never thought that the art of luck can also predict the future. The explosion of luck is unfolded, and the luck value in the luck is immediately revealed. The luck value of the luckworm is very high, up to 90, and the color is red. It can be judged from the luck value that the luck of the luckworm itself is also very strong. In fact, there is no need to use the explosion of luck. Lin Moyu can also feel the luck of the luckworm itself. It is indeed very strong, but under the explosion of luck, it can be more intuitive. Just when Lin Moyu was observing, it dropped from 90 to 89. Lin Moyu knew that it was predicting the future, predicting every action of the giant sword Daozuan next, so as to make a judgment first. Doing so is not without cost, consuming its own luck is the cost. The luckworm predicts the future again and again, takes the lead, and has the upper hand everywhere. Fortunately, the great sword Daozuan was at a relatively high level and was able to respond in time, so he was at most a little embarrassed. If it was the flame tiger, he would have been defeated by now. Lin Moyu stared at the rune at the 08th position between the eyebrows of the fortune worm, knowing that the key to mastering the art of predicting future fortune lies in the rune. This rune is very strange, somewhat different from the Dao pattern, and also different from the runes that are popular nowadays. Compared with the runes that Lin Moyu has learned, it is more concise, but the function is more powerful. Lin Moyu was fascinated by it, and he wanted to know why such a concise rune is more powerful than those complex runes. The runes in prehistoric times seemed to be different from those now. How many powerful runes were submerged in the long river of history? With his familiarity with runes, Lin Moyu understood this special rune at an astonishing speed and connected it with the way of fortune. More and more enlightenment grew in his heart, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This rune should be specially created for this technique. To create a corresponding rune for a technique, the senior of the Tushan sect is really strong. Not only is he able to comprehend the avenue of luck, but he is also so proficient in runes. Lin Moyu had a vision in his heart. It would be great if he could reach that level one day. His various techniques can also be interpreted and passed on through this method. His understanding of runes became deeper and deeper. Finally, Lin Moyu raised his hand and began to draw runes in the air. His fingers were pens and his luck was ink to outline the runes. Lin Moyu didn't know how many times he had done this kind of thing. He was just doing it with ease. No matter how complex the runes were, three-dimensional, or of varying sizes, they were all extremely natural and skillful. For him, the only difference was that he turned his soul power into the power of luck. The power of luck is not as easy to manipulate as soul power, and it cannot be so precise. This is also the only problem with drawing the rune of luck. Fortunately, in the previous rounds, Lin Moyu had already Moyu's control over the power of luck has been improved to a higher level. The art of luck transformation has also enabled Lin Moyu to master the control over weak luck. Soon, a not-so-perfect luck rune appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The rune shone brightly, and it looked 70% to 80% similar to the rune on the forehead of the luckworm. Although there were many shortcomings, it was enough to use. Lin Moyu activated the rune with the power of luck, and the rune burned violently. The scene in front of Lin Moyu changed, and several scenes flashed by. The whole process was like an illusion, and it ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu immediately looked at the luck worm and the giant sword Taoist. The two were fighting fiercely, but their next move was exactly the same as what Lin Moyu had seen before. This rune allowed Lin Moyu to see what would happen in the future 2 seconds in advance, and the time was also about 2 seconds. Success! Lin Moyu was delighted. Although the effect was average, at least it was successful. If he had just mastered the art of pneumatic convergence, this rune would not have been successful with his extremely rough control of the power of luck. After repeated learning and continuous improvement, his control of the power of luck has reached another level, which enabled him to draw runes at one time. Lin Moyu understood the good intentions of the predecessor of the Tushan sect, and he couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Then, he continued to draw runes. Runes were born and activated from his fingertips, and Lin Moyu saw what would happen in the future again and again. Lin Moyu's feelings about the way of luck became deeper and deeper. Not only the way of luck, Lin Moyu also combined the abilities of other ways to compare and distinguish each other's marks. For those powerful practitioners, there are many ways to see the future. The Avenue of Destiny is one of them, but the future seen by the Avenue of Destiny is a general situation and not so detailed. Similarly, the future seen by the Avenue of Destiny is relatively far away, and it can see many possibilities. The future is constantly changing, and there will be various forks in the future of the Avenue of Destiny. The Avenue of Time can also see the future, but the future seen by the Avenue of Time is more distant, and what is seen is often the result. As for the process, it is not so important. Like the Avenue of Destiny, there are many kinds of future results, and they are unique. The process is even more ever-changing and elusive. The future seen through the Avenue of Luck is very short and close at hand, and it is basically unique and has been determined. The three ways to see the future have their own advantages and disadvantages, and each has its own uses. The luck runes drawn by Lin Moyu are becoming more and more perfect. After drawing hundreds of them in a row, they are no different from the runes at the center of the eyebrows of the Worm of Luck. The runes have reached perfection, so the next step is to solidify the runes. Make the runes no longer a one-time product. If you want to solidify the runes permanently, you need to find a carrier. The most commonly used carrier is naturally the origin crystal. Lin Moyu tried it and found that this crystal could not be the carrier of the luck rune. The luck rune contains the power of luck, which belongs to the virtual power. The origin crystal contains the power of the origin, which belongs to the real power, which is opposite to the virtual power, so it is naturally impossible to be a carrier. According to legend, there is a special origin crystal that contains the virtual calendar. But that is just a legend, no one has ever seen it, and Lin Moyu naturally cannot get it. In addition to the origin crystal, you can also find other illusory things to carry. For example, the spirit beast meat that Lei Pengpeng once ate, but the spirit beast meat is not the best carrier because it is not pure. The spirit beast meat that Lei Pengpeng ate is only semi-illusory, not a pure virtual spirit beast. Like the three-color phantom snake and the shadow mantis, they are actually semi-illusory spirit beasts, but they also have real power in their bodies. Unable to find the most suitable carrier for a while, Lin Moyu thought, since it doesn't work to seek outside, then turn from outside to inside. He had a rather crazy idea, and a soul clone appeared next to the soul body. Since there is no suitable carrier outside, then use your own soul as a carrier. But for safety reasons, it is better to use the clone for experiment first. The soul is virtual. Lin Moyu has always known that in the classification of virtual and real, the soul belongs to the virtual category. Sometimes the boundary between virtual and real is difficult to distinguish, and many times it is unclear. The soul is ethereal. Although it has the ability to interfere with reality, it belongs to the virtual category. Some things are even more ethereal, just like some laws, which belong to the real category. Lin Moyu believes in his own judgment, but he still needs to test it to be safe. There should be no problem in the experiment with the soul clone. The soul body drew the luck rune and sent it to the clone. The luck rune merged smoothly with the clone, and the soul clone just trembled slightly without any reaction. After carefully sensing for a moment, Lin Moyu found that after the luck rune merged with the soul clone, it was still slowly weakening. The luck power in the rune is dissipating. If it is not replenished, it will completely dissipate in a short time. The clone is safe, and there is no problem with fusion. But why does the luck rune gradually dissipate? The soul clone is not much different from my original body. Could it be that my idea is wrong? My soul cannot be the carrier of the luck rune? No, if it cannot be the carrier, it is impossible to merge successfully. Lin Moyu is sure that the soul can indeed be the carrier of the luck rune, and his idea is not wrong. But he can't figure out why the luck rune gradually weakens. He tried to nourish the luck rune with the power of luck, but the result was the same, and it was useless. If the soul carrier is the same, then using other virtual items as carriers must be the same. There must be some omissions, and I must have missed something. Lin Moyu firmly believes that his idea is correct. He thinks to see what is missing. The soul body and the soul clone stand face to face. It seems that there is no difference except one strong point and one weak point. They can even share luck, except... Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. The soul clone was different from the original body in only one aspect, that is, the Dao pattern. When the soul was promoted to the Dao Zun realm, a Dao pattern was generated. This Dao pattern has been in the soul, motionless. It seemed useless, and over time, it was ignored. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered that there was still a Dao pattern in his soul. He thought of the previous fight with several disciples of the Tushan sect in the illusion. Their magic was all stimulated by Dao patterns. This is different from the cultivators in the origin continent today. For today's cultivators, Dao patterns are more of a symbol of identity. In addition to the Dao body, Dao patterns are almost useless. Or, the method of using Dao patterns has been lost. Try it. If it fails, the worst thing is to start a new life. Based on the principle of trying everything possible, relying on his ability to not die, Lin Moyu decided to try his luck. He dispersed the soul clone and tried his best to draw a perfect luck rune. Then he sent this luck rune into his soul. His soul felt something foreign entering, but he didn't feel any discomfort. The earthy yellow light given by the soul gem did not produce any reaction, and the spiritual sense also did not send any warning, which basically proved that this luck rune did not harm the soul. Lin Moyu controlled the luck rune and sent it to the minister of the Tao pattern. At the moment the two touched, the luck rune vibrated, and the Tao pattern also vibrated at the same time. Soon, the vibration frequency of the two reached the same level and merged together in an instant. The Dao pattern has undergone some changes. It has become a little simpler and not as complicated as before. But at the same time, the characteristics of the luck rune have appeared on the Dao pattern. A stream of luck power was drawn and injected into the Dao pattern. After merging with the Dao pattern, the luck rune not only did not gradually weaken, but became much stronger. A piece of information also came out with the Dao pattern, and Lin Moyu instantly knew what the luck rune he had merged was. It turns out that this rune is called the deduction rune. Use the power of luck to deduce the future. The stronger the luck, the longer the deduction time. With my current luck strength, I can deduce what will happen in the next 10 seconds at most. Although it can only predict what will happen in the next 10 seconds, it is already very powerful. A lot of things can happen in 10 seconds, especially in a war. When one reaches the realm of Dao Zun, let alone 10 seconds, 1 second is enough to decide victory or defeat. Lin Moyu now finally knows how to use Dao patterns. It turns out that Dao patterns need to be combined with other things to play a big role. Things that can be combined with Dao patterns include runes, spells, secret methods, and even some special magic weapons. The role of Dao patterns is very big, and today's practitioners have used Dao patterns incorrectly. But Lin Moyu also finds it strange. Since the role of Dao is so big, why haven't so many practitioners discovered it for so many years? Although Lin Moyu believes that he is extremely talented, he never thinks that there is no one in ancient times. There are so many smart people in the world, and no one has discovered it for countless years. This is very strange. No matter what, deal with the situation in front of you first. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he activated the deduction talisman and instantly deduced what would happen in the next 10 seconds. The result given by the deduction talisman would be completed instantly, and Moyu would know what might happen in 10 seconds instantly. Lin Moyu took over the command of the Great Sword Dao Zun, and he personally commanded the Great Sword Dao Zun to fight. So the secret method of attack was still completed by the Great Sword Dao Zun himself, and Lin Moyu just gave orders. It's like telling the Great Sword Dao Zun to chop left, chop right, etc., and the specific way of chopping is still decided by the Great Sword Dao Zun himself. Lin Moyu used his consciousness to command, and was almost synchronized with the Giant Sword Dao Zun. The Giant Sword Dao Zun's reaction became faster. Originally, he was half a beat behind the Fate Bug and was always under control. In a blink of an eye, the Giant Sword Dao Zun began to take the initiative. When he launched the attack, there was nothing in front of him, but when the attack was launched, the Fate Bug naturally appeared there. The Fate Bug also reacted very quickly, because it could also predict the Giant Sword Dao Zun's attack, so it dodged very quickly. Both sides were constantly deducing and rehearsing what would happen in the future. The future results became extremely chaotic, and countless possibilities were generated. Zhao Maheo, Lin Moyu activated the deduction talisman with all his strength, over and over again, and the luckworm did the same, over and over again. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. However, on the surface, the Giant Sword Dao Zun still suppressed the luckworm. After all, the Giant Sword Dao Zun was at a higher level and had stronger combat power. Through the explosion of luck, it can be seen that the luck value of the luckworm is rapidly decreasing, many times faster than before. In just a few minutes, the luck value has dropped from 80 to 60, while it only dropped by more than 10 points after fighting for half a day. Obviously, the Giant Sword Dao Zun put a lot of pressure on it. That's not a solution to fight like this, it will take a long time. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste any more time, and continuing to use the deduction body would also waste his luck. The explosion of luck was activated, and the luck value of the luckworm dropped sharply, instantly dropping from 60 to 40. The luckworm began to scream anxiously, but it was too late. Lin Moyu deduced the future and tried to blow up the village. The explosive luck technique exploded, and invisible power exploded from the body of the luckworm. This kind of attack was useless no matter how you deduced the future, and there was no way to avoid it. The luckworm screamed, and its breath declined sharply, and the deduction was also paused at this moment. The attack of the Giant Sword Dao Zun followed the explosive luck technique, and did not give the luckworm a chance to dodge. The extremely sharp sword light fell on the luckworm, and the body of the luckworm exploded and was smashed to pieces. The explosive luck technique attack was interrupted, and the Giant Sword Dao Zun killed it. This was the result of Lin Moyu's deduction just now, exactly the same, without any mistakes. Knowing how to deduce luck can at least improve your combat power by one level. If I continue to deduce and take the initiative everywhere, I will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. He won this battle again. He also learned the deduction talisman from it and successfully completed the requirements of the predecessor of Tu Shin Zone. After the death of the luckworm, it turned into a large amount of luck and gathered in the air, forming a road of luck. It is not a real road of luck, but the various insights left by the predecessor, but it looks like the road of luck. The road turned into light smoke, and it drilled in wisps, turning into a large amount of insights for Lin Moyu to absorb. However, Lin Moyu keenly felt that this wave of insights was different from the previous ones. The wisps of smoke gathered into a figure in the soul world. This person's face was unclear and a little blurry. But Lin Moyu knew that he was the predecessor who left the inheritance of the Road of Luck. Lin Moyu saluted him. "Hello, Senior, thank you for the inheritance of the road." The other party ignored Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also knew that the other party might just be a message, and the real person was no longer there. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the other party's voice slowly sounded, "You can comprehend the deduction talisman, which proves that you have excellent comprehension and are qualified to inherit this Taoist's inheritance. You must remember that the avenue of luck is vast and boundless. The above is just the most superficial application of the avenue of luck. You must not hide it from yourself. You must continue to explore, find the ultimate of the way, find the end of the way, until you stand on the avenue." After the voice fell, he turned into smoke and dust again. Lin Moyu saluted again, not for anything else, just because he got the other party's inheritance. The ultimate of the way, the end of the way, standing on the avenue. Lin Moyu chewed on this sentence again and could understand the unusual meaning from it. Lin Moyu thought of the scene he had been to before, the brilliant avenues, some people standing in the avenues, and some people standing on the avenues. This senior should not have stood on the avenue yet. He should be a member of the avenue, trying to stand on the avenue, but unfortunately he failed. Standing on the avenue, the third ancestor once said something wrong and said the master of the way. Does it mean that the person who can stand on the great Tao is a Tao hand? Is Tao Master a realm or honorific title? Does it mean the Lord of the Great Tao? Is that old man in green robe a Tao Master? Lin Moyu thought a lot in an instant, and it seemed that every idea had its possibility. But now is not a good time to think about these questions. A wave of perception has already surged in, and Lin Moyu went all out to digest these perceptions. The understanding of the great Tao of luck has risen again, becoming clearer and clearer. Above the soul, purple luck rolled and moved, rendering the soul incomparably noble. Repeatedly comprehend the great Tao of luck, learn and master the art of luck. The art of gathering luck, the art of luck conversion, and the rune of luck deduction. They are all the best evidence of Lin Moyu's practice of the great Tao of luck. Lin Moyu's understanding of the great Tao of luck has finally reached a limit. This limit, driven by the perception of the nameless predecessor, exploded. A hazy and brilliant avenue appeared in the soul world. The avenue of luck, Lin Moyu finally came into contact with the avenue of luck, which also means that Lin Moyu really came into contact with the power of the void. Although he did not achieve the heavenly venerable with the avenue of luck like Xiaolu. But he also comprehended the avenue of luck in the heavenly venerable realm. Now Lin Moyu has 4 avenues of immortality, space, time, and luck, which run through all the avenues in the void. The avenue of immortality is real, space and time are between the real and the virtual, and luck is virtual. As for the starlight law comprehended in the big world, because it is impossible to find the corresponding avenue in the origin continent, it can only be temporarily abandoned. The starlight law seems to be a unique law system in the big world, Psi, and has nothing to do with the star system in the origin continent. This is not the point. Lin Moyu has long stopped thinking about it. Everything is up to fate. Now he has 4 avenues that run through the virtual and the real, and while he is excited, he also has a headache. How should I practice in the future? With each additional avenue, the speed of practice will be much slower. I don't know how fast I am practicing now. Lin Moyu sighed secretly. If others heard this, they would definitely scold Lin Moyu, and the scolding would be very ugly. A mid-level Tianzuan who is less than 3,000 years old is about to reach the high level, but he is still pretending here. But Lin Moyu himself knows that he is not pretending, but really slow. If there is only one avenue, he would have been promoted long ago, and maybe he would have been a Daozuan. It is because of the 4 avenues that the speed of comprehension is many times slower. But it is a great thing to be able to obtain the avenue of luck. In the future, I don't need to rely on Xiaolu. I can directly improve my own luck. Not only can it improve my own luck, but it can also suppress the luck of others. It is better than the explosive luck technique. After suppressing the luck, use the explosive luck technique. The effect must be very good. Lin Moyu thought about the effect of the explosive luck technique. I should comprehend it carefully and see if I can upgrade the explosive luck technique to become a luck-related technique. Directly detonating other people's luck is much stronger than detonating luck. Collecting his mind, Lin Moyu climbed up. Now there are less than 100 steps to the top of the mountain, and victory is in sight. Lin Moyu walked up step by step, and the divine light became more and more intense in the last 100 steps. Lin Moyu felt that his realm was improving, and the speed of improvement was faster than before. Powerful forces surged from every corner of his body. At the same time, his thoughts were extremely clear, and he comprehended the four great ways at the same time. Although this kind of comprehension is far inferior to closed-door cultivation, it is accompanied by the improvement of strength. The divine light improves Lin Moyu's realm in a way that Lin Moyu cannot understand. Finally, when Lin Moyu came to the 999th step, a majestic breath rushed out of his body and reached the sky. The shackles of the middle-level Tianzuan were broken, and Mo Moyu officially stepped into the high-level Tianzuan. The powerful force was growing, and Lin Moyu felt that the combat power of his undead army was greatly improved. Especially the magic star representing the summoning of the Skeleton King, the aura emanating from the star has obviously reached the Dao Zun realm. Lin Moyu knew without trying that the Skeleton King had become a Dao Zun. The number of Skeleton Kings in the Dao Zun realm reached 1,000, equivalent to 1,000 practitioners in the first realm of Dao Zun. If 1,000 Skeleton Kings appeared at the same time, the combat power could be increased several times. The first Dao Zun realm undead army was finally born. Then Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, and a Dao pattern emerged from the magic star that summoned the Skeleton King. A Dao pattern appeared in the magic star that summoned the Skeleton King, which was something Lin Moyu had never expected. But thinking back, since the Skeleton King had become a Dao Master, it seemed reasonable for the Dao pattern to appear. The white bone law rose and turned into a gray-white road. There were countless skeletons made of white bone standing on the road, and black and red blood flowed in the eye sockets without eyes. The whole road exuded a creepy breath. The cultivators below the Supreme might collapse their Dao hearts after taking a look. The skeletons on the road waved bone swords at the same time, as if they were evolving a magic. The sword light was sharp, as if it was going to tear the sky and the earth apart, and the whole soul world was roaring. Then, these sword lights gathered on the Dao pattern, and the Dao pattern changed accordingly. A sharp aura appeared on the Dao pattern, and the sharp aura contained death and a faint smell of blood. Lin Moyu looked at the scene and said to himself, when this Dao pattern first appeared, it was exactly the same as the Dao pattern that appeared in my soul, without any difference. After accepting different magic, each changed its shape. The shape of the Dao pattern is related to the magic they merged with, which should also be the characteristic of the Dao pattern. After the Dao absorbed the sword light, the gray-white Dao gradually disappeared. The Dao pattern was imprinted on the magic star, and also on each Skeleton King. The magic star with the Dao pattern has undergone some qualitative changes and has become different. Its level is obviously higher than the other summoning magic stars, second only to Infinite Fusion and the two original magics. Lin Moyu communicated with the magic star and saw the relevant information. Summon Skeleton King. This level summon a Skeleton King with Dao pattern. The magic of the Skeleton King can be shared by other skeletons. The more Skeleton Kings summoned at the same time, the stronger the combat power of the Skeleton King and others will be. The Skeleton King can drive part of the power of the Bloody White Bone Avenue, and will attach the power of the avenue when attacking, causing damage to the enemy's soul. The Dao pattern will be shared by all Skeleton Kings, and the magic possessed by the Dao pattern cannot be shared by other skeletons. The maximum number of Skeleton Kings that can exist at the same time, 1,000. Lin Moyu saw the information of the Skeleton King spells. Some changes have indeed taken place. The Skeleton King spells are still at the origin level, but the power has been greatly enhanced. The Skeleton King's Bone Law has become the Bloody Bone Avenue. The attack is accompanied by a soul attack. It seems to be the same as the Bone Law, but the power is absolutely different. The Skeleton King has the Dao pattern, and the Dao pattern has obtained a spell from the Bloody Bone Avenue. This spell belongs to the Dao spell and cannot be shared by other skeleton kings. The number of skeleton kings that exist at the same time has not changed, still 1,000. Lin Moyu knows that this is because his realm is not enough. When his realm is upgraded to the Dao Zun realm, the number of skeleton kings will inevitably increase. It is because he has restricted the skeleton kings and held them back. After reading the spell information, Lin Moyu immediately summoned the skeleton king to see what kind of magic the king's Dao pattern gave him. Along with the blazing flames, the throne emerged and the skeleton king sat on it. Then the skeleton king slowly stood up, and the throne suddenly turned into an exquisite and gorgeous bone sword, appearing in the hands of the skeleton king. The bloody cloak rustled, and countless bloodlines emerged. The bloodlines crawled all over the skeleton king's body, as if the skeleton king was wearing a blood-colored armor. The bloody red blood and the gray undead flame merged together, which was daunting. The skeleton king in the Daozuan realm has undergone a lot of changes, just like the avenue it can drive, and the White Bone Avenue makes the skeleton full of killing and blood. The information of the skeleton king appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Skeleton King. Level, Dao Zun First Realm. Dao Shu Fa, Blood Kill. Spell, White Bone Slashing God. Blood Killing, burn the target's blood and detonate it with the power of the Dao. The power will be determined by the strength of the target's blood. The stronger the target's blood, the stronger the killing power. White Bone Slashing God, lock the target to attack the body and soul at the same time. The locked target cannot dodge, nor can it be defended with magic weapons. Can attack multiple targets, and the damage will not be reduced when the number of targets is less than 100. Can form a joint attack with other skeletons, and the power will be further enhanced. The change of White Bone Slashing God is group attack. When it locks on no more than 100 targets, its power will be the same as a single attack. This gives the Skeleton King a very strong group battle ability. When 1,000 Skeleton Kings are combined, the combat power will be greatly improved. The newly added Lin Dao spell is called Blood Killing. Driven by the power of the bloody white bone road, it burns the target's blood and detonates it. The stronger the target's blood, the more powerful this technique will be. This is simply a surefire technique that defeats the strong with the weak. With this technique, the Skeleton King is not without the power to fight even if he faces an opponent stronger than himself. This time, the Skeleton King was promoted to Dao Zun and possessed Dao patterns, which directly increased his combat power by a large margin. This also made Lin Moyu more and more looking forward to whether other summoning techniques would also possess Dao patterns and have new abilities like the Skeleton King when they were promoted to Dao Zun. The Undead Legion has always been one of Lin Moyu's biggest trump cards. In recent years, because the opponents he faced were too strong, the number of times the Undead Legion was used has decreased. However, Lin Moyu knew very well that he would eventually lead the Undead Legion. Techniques such as the resurrection of the dead and the explosion of corpses always have limitations and cannot be relied on forever. _O. It is difficult to upgrade the Skeleton Hell, and it is also difficult to improve the realm. Only the Undead Legion can improve as long as its own realm can be improved. If one day I can stand on the avenue, the Undead Core may also be able to stand on the avenue. That would be the real horror. Putting away his little thoughts of being ambitious, Lin Moyu took the last step and stepped onto the top of the mountain. Boom! The spear vibrated, the divine light and the death energy intertwined, and the gunman shot out. Rocks rose and fell, and pieces of jade appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Then a man appeared in the sky. He looked down at Lin Moyu. His voice was cold. "You, very good. But that's it, take your reward and get out. Origin Continent, Nanzhou, and an Origin Secret Treasure." Lin Mohan's breath rolled, a road emerged behind him, and at the same time, there were also a number of Dao patterns, as many as 8. The 8 Dao patterns were connected to each other, and the breath merged into one, so that the breath of the 8 Dao patterns was simultaneously enhanced. Behind Lin Mohan, the Heaven and Earth sword was unsheathed, and 8 Dao patterns flew onto the Heaven and Earth sword at the same time. In an instant, the sword energy rushed into the sky. A smile appeared on Lin Mohan's beautiful face. Moyu, thank you. Lin Moyu was promoted to a high-level Tianzuan, and under the resonance of blood, Lin Mohan's realm also improved. At this moment, Lin Mohan's realm was the Daozuan realm. She was covered with boundless sword intent and strode towards the depths of the secret treasure. This time, I will definitely chop your mountain. Lin Moyu looked at the guy standing in the air beside the gun. Lin Moyu recognized the clothes he was wearing. The direct disciple in the illusion before wore the same clothes. This is a direct disciple of Tu Shinzong, but his realm is very high, above the 4th realm of Daozun, and it is possible to reach the 5th realm. In addition to the secret method of Tu Shinzong, it is estimated that his combat power will not be much worse than the 6th realm of Daozun. Lin Moyu retracted his gaze and looked at the front of the mountain top. In the distance where the death energy and the divine light intertwined, a hall stood there. Before, the leader of Tu Shinzong allowed himself to go up the sacred mountain, enter the temple, and bathe in the divine light. Obviously, the hall in front is the temple. I haven't gone there yet. How can I retreat now? Lin Moyu asked, are you the direct disciple of the Tushin sect? The direct disciple said coldly, it's good to know. You, as a mere heavenly venerable, can step on the sacred mountain and bathe in the divine light. It is the grace given to you by the sect master. You should now kowtow and thank you, and then take the reward and get out. Lin Moyu looked at the 5 pieces of jade in front of him. Is this my reward? The direct disciple said, yes. Lin Moyu was not polite at the moment and directly took the 5 pieces of jade into his hands. The disciple sneered, you can get out now. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu had already taken a step and walked towards the temple in front. That look completely ignored the disciple. Bold! The disciple roared and slapped Lin Moyu. The giant sword Taoist appeared beside Lin Moyu and also slashed with a sword. Boom! The huge force collided and stirred up waves. At this time, the top of the mountain was filled with divine light, and the waves raised by the 2 people had subsided in an instant. The top of the sacred mountain was shrouded in divine light, and all attacks here would be absorbed by the divine light, and no waves would be raised. Lin Moyu was very curious about the divine light. He didn't know what the divine light was, but he could feel the wonder of the divine light. The divine light can turn into heavy pressure, which makes people breathless. It can also attract dead air and become a carrier of the Qi method. It can also improve one's realm and break through bottlenecks. Now it can also absorb various attacks and protect the sacred mountain. The divine light can be virtual or real and can play various roles. It is almost omnipotent. Lin Moyu was very curious about the divine light and felt that the wonders of the divine light were far more than what he saw. As for this disciple who came with bad intentions, Lin Moyu did not take him seriously. The people of the Tushin sect had died long ago, and this disciple was also a dead man. The reason why he came here to stop me was nothing more than acting according to the previous arrangement. If I was really scared and took the reward and left, I would be really stupid. If I continued to go to the senior in the temple, the other party would definitely stop me. Since the other party would stop me regardless of whether I took the reward or not, it would be better to take the reward and then go to the temple. Lin Moyu's main point is to have both. The disciple was blocked by the giant sword Taoist and roared in anger. Dao patterns emerged, and a full 20 Dao patterns appeared in front of him. The majestic aura burst out, and the giant sword Taoist flew away. The 20 Dao patterns are connected to each other, as if they were one body, and are much more powerful than a single Dao pattern. 3 of the Dao patterns flew out and exploded. A cage appeared between heaven and earth, instantly covering the giant sword Taoist. The cage was extremely solid, and the giant sword Taoist attacked frantically in the cage. The cage was shaking constantly, but it was difficult to break for a while. The disciple looked at Lin Moyu. If you take another step, I will kill you. Lin Moyu walked towards the temple step by step in front of him with a little smile. Looking for death. The disciple was enraged, and 2 Dao patterns were activated again. The 2 Dao patterns flew into the air, collided with each other, and exploded. The next second, countless black spears fell from the air, trying to pierce Lin Moyu into a hornet's nest. Lin Moyu had a smile on his lips, and the performance in his soul was shining. He walked in the rain of guns, letting the black spears pass by him, unmoved. Under the deduction rune, he knew everything that would happen in the next few seconds, and treated the rain of guns as nothing. The disciple seemed even more angry, and death rolled all over his body. 5 Dao patterns flew out at the same time, and the 5 Dao patterns formed a large formation in the air. At this time, Lin Moyu's fingers danced in the void, and instantly drew several runes and flew towards the formation. When the formation just took shape, Qinwen had already entered the formation. Then 5 Dao patterns exploded with a bang, and the formation was broken on the spot. In the deduction talisman, Lin Moyu saw this big formation. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, the formation should have reached the 7th level, and it was driven by Dao patterns, which was extremely powerful. For other practitioners, this formation was very strong. Dao Zun 4 realms would die if they were trapped in it. Not to mention Lin Moyu, a Tianzuan, could not last too long in the formation. However, it was precisely because of meeting Lin Moyu that Moyu was too familiar with the formation and the text. He could not arrange a 7th level formation at present, because of the limitation of realm. His understanding of the formation had already reached the 7th level. In the deduction talisman, he saw this formation again and again, and knew the whole process of the formation. He only used a few runes to complete the preemptive strike, directly destroying the connection between the formations, and the formation collapsed without attack. 5 Dao patterns collapsed, and the death energy on the disciple's body was instantly dispersed. Obviously, the broken Dao pattern also hurt him. Lin Moyu ignored it and continued to strike towards the temple. In this short time of fighting, he had already walked half the distance. The disciple roared in anger, and 4 more Dao patterns flew out. The 4 Dao patterns evolved at the same time, turning into 4 spirit beasts. The spirit beasts looked like tigers, with purple patterns painted all over their bodies. Endless thunder surged from the purple patterns, evolving into a sea of thunder. For a moment, the tiger roared, and the thunder shot up into the sky. Lin Moyu was in the sea of thunder with nowhere to escape. However, there was no panic on Lin Moyu's face. He had already seen this scene in the deduction talisman. The space around him was distorted, and Zhao Dongxing appeared beside him. The breath of the 6th realm of Dao Zun burst out, forcibly throwing out a space in the sea. Zhao Dongxing evolved the great Dao of all spirits and turned into a thunder lion. It opened its mouth wide and sucked away all the thunder, opening a path for Lin Moyu. At the same time, a large number of spirit beasts rushed out from the great Dao of all spirits, rushed to the purple-striped thunder tiger, and entangled them tightly. The direct disciple probably didn't expect that Lin Moyu 5.3 would have a Dao Zun 6th level strongman around him, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At this time, Lin Moyu said loudly, "It's impolite not to return the favor." Lin Moyu ejected a ball of immortal flame that exploded in the air, and the immortal flame evolved into a sea of fire, and the Emperor Skeleton Throne emerged from the flames. Thousands of skeleton thrones, thousands of skeleton kings responded. Blood filled the sky, and the skeleton kings swung their swords at the direct disciple at the same time. Spell, White Bones Slay God. It seems a bit overconfident to use a skeleton king of the Dao Zun 1st level to deal with this direct disciple of the Tushan sect who is at least Dao Zun 4th level. But so what? Lin Moyu didn't care, he just treated the other party as a test subject. The bloody white bone road appeared in the sky, and in the road, countless bloody skeletons swung their swords at the same time and fought with the Alliance King. The sword light shone brightly, and the direct disciple was swallowed by the sword light. At this time, Lin Moyu also quickened his speed and ran towards the temple. A roar sounded in the sword light, and the direct disciple rushed out from the sword light. The death energy seemed to be more scattered than before. Obviously, the attack of thousands of skeleton kings still had some impact on him. But it was only some impact. After all, the Skeleton King was only at the first level of Dao Zun, so how could he hurt him? In the case of such a huge gap in realm, the effect of quantity is already very weak, and it cannot be compensated by the large number. The direct disciple rushed out of the swordlight and looked at Lin Moyu with boiling anger. At this moment, Lin Moyu was rushing to the temple at the fastest speed. He had seen in the deduction talisman that the attack of the Skeleton King had no effect, and only made the direct disciple in the accounting position a little embarrassed. Next, the direct disciple would be angry, and his anger was hard to bear. Naturally, I had to take the opportunity to rush to the temple. As long as I entered the temple, the other party would have no way to do anything to me. As the direct disciple roared, the last 6 herdsmen Dao patterns shone at the same time. A road emerged, and in the road, long spears stretched out, and the sharp breath seemed to tear the space apart. He merged with the Great Dao and evolved the Great Dao's true body. 13. What he comprehended was the Great Dao of Spear. At this moment, he was like a spear that pierced through the sky and earth, with unparalleled sharpness. He locked onto Lin Moyu, and a sharp breath swept over him. Lin Moyu's spiritual sense immediately sent a warning, telling Lin Moyu that his situation was extremely dangerous. The deduction talisman continued to activate, and Lin Moyu suddenly found that he could not deduce the opponent's next move. Is it because of the influence of the realm? No, it's not the realm, it's the Great Dao. After evolving the Great Dao's true body, he was protected by the Great Dao, so the deduction talisman failed. Lin Moyu had just comprehended the Great Dao of Luck, and his control over the Great Dao of Luck was not very weak. When the opponent was protected by the power of the Great Dao, he could not make accurate deductions. Stop him. Lin Moyu gave the order, and the Skeleton King immediately flew over, waving the bone sword and blocking it. They used their swords and their bodies to block the opponent for Lin Moyu. The Skeleton Kings knew no terror and were fearless. As long as Lin Moyu gave the order, they would charge forward. Even if they died, they would not retreat. Go to hell. With a roar, the disciples rushed towards Lin Moyu. It seemed that a long spear appeared between heaven and earth, and it shone with the long spear on the top of the mountain. The long spear was unparalleled in power, and it would kill anyone who touched it. The Skeleton Kings collapsed one after another, but they still fought back without hesitation. The Skeleton King swung his sword and chopped it down, making a sound of collision, but it was not very useful. The suicide tactic only played a little delaying role. At this time, Lin Moyu was still 1/4 of the way away from the temple, but with the Skeleton King's situation, he could not stop Lin Moyu from rushing into the temple. The mountaintop was shrouded in divine light, and Lin Moyu's speed was limited, and he could not go faster. At this point, he had to think of other ways to stop the other party in order to buy more time for himself. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and his luck gathered, and a short sword appeared in the palm of his hand. The sword of luck can cut people's luck. Lin Moyu did not use the luck poison. It takes time for the luck poison to work. Now every second counts, and there is no time for the luck poison to work. With a finger, the Chiyuan sword disappeared silently. At the same time, Lin Moyu's eyes glowed, and the explosive luck technique was activated. Luck value, 80. Lin Moyu saw the opponent's luck value, which was 80. The luck sword appeared in front of the direct disciple and stabbed him silently. The luck sword passed through the direct disciple, and the direct disciple did not notice it. The luck sword only cuts the luck, not the body and soul, and it is difficult to find it if you don't pay attention. What's more, the direct disciple is busy breaking through the encirclement of the Skeleton King, and he didn't notice it. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, the luck of the direct disciple dropped from 80 to 60, and the luck sword successfully weakened his luck. Then with the second sword, the luck value reached 45. With the third sword, the luck value was only 35. After 3 swords, the sword of luck disappeared. While the sword of luck cuts the luck of others, it also causes damage to itself. Before, it could only be remade 3 times. Gathering the sword of luck also consumes Lin Moyu's own luck. This method is to hurt the enemy 1,000 and lose 200 of yourself. Lin Moyu relied on his huge luck and didn't care about his own loss at all. The burst luck technique was activated, which weakened the luck value of the disciple again, causing his luck value to drop from 35 to 25. In Lin Moyu's eyes, its luck value was gray, and it was in a state of no success. The disciple finally noticed that he felt that his power was inexplicably weakened. The Great Tao seemed to have a gap with himself, and the Great Tao's true body was a little unstable. His breakthrough speed was greatly reduced, and he was unable to break through the encirclement of the Skeleton King for a while. "What did you do?" the disciple shouted angrily. Lin Moyu ignored him and just silently chanted, "Explode." With a bang, the disciple's body exploded, and Lin Mapu seemed to hear the disciple scream. Lin Moyu could feel that the disciple's breath had become much weaker. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and a golden lion appeared beside him. The golden lion in the demon clan is called Jin Dizong. During the action of the Dumpling Empire, he was killed by lightning, and his body was brought back and became Lin Moyu's resurrection. Jin Dizong roared, covered with golden light, evolved into a true Dao body, and rushed out. What it comprehended was the golden light Dao, which combined the sharpness of gold in the 5 elements, and also had the extreme speed of light. Jin Dizong rushed into the encirclement of the Skeleton King like lightning, and attacked the disciple frantically. Lin Moyu now not only wanted to enter the temple, but also wanted to kill people. "You can kill me, that means I can kill you too." Lin Moyu never knows what mercy means to his enemies. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely kill them. After so many years of fighting in the big world, Lin Moyu has a strong killing heart and never shows mercy. After being attacked by the explosive luck technique, the disciple activated the last 2 Dao patterns. The 2 Dao patterns turned into a body-protecting stream of light to protect him. However, under Jin Dizong's crazy attack, the 2 Dao patterns could not last long. Just 1 minute later, the body-protecting stream of light shattered, and the disciple was completely exposed to Jin Dizong. At this time, a beam of light shot out from the tip of the magic spear on the top of the mountain and landed on the disciple. The disciple immediately turned into a stream of light, flew into the temple, and disappeared. Escaped? Lin Moyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The flash disciple did not escape, but was rescued by someone. Needless to say, the only one who can save people here is the mysterious master. On the top of the mountain, it was calm, and Lin Moyu walked towards the temple alone. He came to the gate of the temple, and the fog gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the gate. This gate is very delicate, and on the plaque in the center, the 3 characters Slaughter God Sect are engraved like dragons and phoenixes. The characters should be magnificent, but it's a pity that they are too old and have been worn away by time. This gate is unspeakably simple and vast. Lin Moyu came to the door, and the door opened automatically, and a more vast breath came from behind the door. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and disappeared in front of the door. After Lin Moyu entered, the gate slammed shut. Lin Moyu had anticipated this and remained unmoved, continuing to walk towards the interior of the temple. Behind the gate was a huge garden. At this moment, the garden had decayed, and the whole garden was dead and lifeless. Lin Moyu could still see that this garden should have been full of birdsong, flowers, pavilions, and towers in the past. The garden was very large, and it should have had beautiful scenery, even wonders. A sect like the God-slaying sect naturally could not only have some ordinary scenery. Divine light emerged from all directions, like a big net, covering the entire palace. If there were no such divine light, perhaps the palace would no longer exist. The power of time is extremely terrible, and it is difficult for anything to withstand the erosion of time. At the end of the garden, there is another hall, and Lin Moyu knows that it is the destination. From the hall in the distance, Lin Moyu can feel an inexplicable power. It seems that there is the core of the entire God-slaying temple. Shortly after entering the garden, the divine light suddenly bloomed. Countless divine lights gathered in the sky above the garden, evolving into a series of marvelous scenes. Peaks and peaks flashed in the divine light. On these peaks, there were exquisite houses and countless caves. It can be imagined that countless people once lived and practiced here. The Tushan sect was once a large sect, with at least 1 million disciples and followers. Looking at the current origin continent, the number of disciples and followers in any holy sect is impossible to reach this scale. The divine light kept changing, and countless rare and exotic animals were running in the mountains. The big spirit beasts roamed among the mountains, and the disciples of the Tushan sect fought with these spirit beasts one by one. They were obviously trying to subdue the spirit beasts. The picture of the divine light demonstration brought a touch of vitality to this dead garden. Lin Moyu walked and watched, and the picture of the divine light demonstration kept changing. It seemed to tell Lin Moyu how prosperous and powerful the Tushan sect was in the past. Compare the former Tushan sect with the current Tushan sect. The mountains are rugged and there are graves everywhere. This change can't help but make people sigh. I don't know what Tushan sect encountered in the past. What is the real reason for the prehistoric gap? What kind of war can cause the collapse of Jiuzhou? Without personal experience, it is difficult to imagine how strong the power of that level can be. Continue to move forward, and the light changes again. The divine light suddenly became distorted, as if there was a force interfering with the operation of the divine light. Lin Moyu realized that the divine light was demonstrating an extremely powerful force, which was so strong that the divine light could not easily interpret it. The divine light became 3 points blurred, and the picture was no longer so clear. In the divine light, a sharp mountain appeared. On this mountain, there was a huge spear, which was inserted upside down in it, and the tip of the spear pointed directly to the sky. Lin Moyu was suddenly shocked. This mountain was the one where he was now. It was the sacred mountain mentioned by the leader of Tushan sect. On the sacred mountain, a road stood across the sky. This avenue seemed to be eternal, and it was just displayed nakedly. The avenue meant mystery, and it would not appear easily. Whether it was the heavenly venerable or the Tao venerable, they would only summon the avenue and use the fifth avenue in a war. The avenue only flashed for a moment, and existed for a very short time. But this avenue has always existed, for countless years. Any disciple of the Tushan sect can observe the avenue from afar and comprehend the avenue. However, whether you can truly comprehend it depends on your personal qualifications. Some things, even if they are placed in front of you, you don't know how to use them. However, being able to display the great Tao forever has exceeded the ability of ordinary Dao Zun. Perhaps after surpassing Dao Zun, you will have the ability to reveal the great Tao. The Tushan sect once had this ability for its disciples to practice. You can even use this method to select the best successor. Lin Moyu's mind was full of thoughts. This method has surpassed any force in the current origin continent. Unconsciously, he came to the deepest part of the garden. The divine light disappeared, and Lin Moyu saw the hall in front of him. It was learned from the divine light that this hall was the place where Tushan sect held meetings. The high-level officials of Tushan sect held meetings here, and all instructions were issued from here. Tushan Temple. It is a very simple name, the same as the name of Tushan sect, but with one word changed. Lin Moyu was very curious about why Tushan sect chose this name. What does Tushan mean? Which god is being slaughtered? What does the god here represent? Perhaps all the secrets are in it. Lin Moyu walked into the god-slaughtering temple. The temple was magnificent and spacious, with hundreds of exquisite chairs neatly arranged. These chairs belonged to the high-ranking members of the god-slaughtering sect. Everyone who was qualified to sit here was a terrifying and powerful being. Unfortunately, these chairs were now empty. You are here. A deep voice echoed throughout the hall. Finally, the real master, the leader of the god-slaughtering sect, was sitting at the head of the table. The leader of the god-slaughtering sect was full of divine light and death, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Next to him, there was a person standing. This person was the direct disciple who had stopped Lin Moyu from entering the temple before. At this moment, his eyes were solemn, and he looked neither happy nor sad. Lin Moyu knew very well that both the leader of the Tushan sect and the disciple beside him had died countless years ago. What remained here was not their real bodies, but just a thought, not even a remnant soul. But it was precisely because of this that it made people feel terrified. A thought had such a powerful fighting force. If there was really a remnant soul left, how strong would it be? Lin Moyu saluted the other party. Junior greets the sect master. The sect master waved his hand. Don't be polite. You are not from this sect. You don't need to salute me. My surname is Tu. You can call me Senior. Lin Moyu immediately changed his words. Junior Lin Moyu is Senior Ku. He wondered in his heart whether the name of the Tushan sect was related to the surname Tu of this sect master. The sect master Tu suddenly said, You don't have to guess. My name has nothing to do with the Tushan sect. Yes, good. The reason why it is called the Tushan sect is because this sect once slaughtered an alien demon god. Demon god from outside the territory. Lin Moyu had never heard of it, but it seemed very powerful. He followed the conversation and said honestly, I have never heard of the name of the demon god from outside the territory. Master Tu said, That's right. He did not continue the topic, but said, Are you guessing why this master asked you to come here? Lin Moyu said, Senior Tu must have a reason, and I shouldn't guess randomly. Master Tu laughed, You are very smart. Those who can comprehend the avenue of luck are the smartest people in the world, and your luck is also the best in the world. You must have guessed it, but you certainly can't guess it. It doesn't matter. When you reach a certain level in the future, you will know it naturally. This sect asked you to come here to ask you to help. You don't have to rush to agree, nor do you have to rush to refuse. Listen to what this sect says before making a decision. To comprehend the great Tao of luck, the conditions are very harsh. Not only does it require top-notch comprehension, but it also requires a very strong soul. In addition, it also requires top-notch luck. Only with top-notch luck can one resonate with the great Tao of luck. Only after all three are possessed can one have the opportunity to touch the great Tao of Qi. Touching is not understanding. The world is big, and there are many people who have the three, and some have touched the great Tao of luck. But the people who can truly comprehend the great Tao of luck are rare. Sect Master Tu was very sincere and first said what he hoped Lin Moyu could do for him. I hope you can help me find someone. This person may be a man or a woman. It may be a cultivator or an ordinary person. It may be an old man or a newborn baby. No matter what kind of person it is, please help me find him. Lin Moyu looked confused. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, How can I find this? It seems that anyone I catch at random can meet these conditions. Lin Moyu almost asked, I can't? Obviously, it's not that simple. After Tu Zongju finished speaking, a divine light rose from the hall. In the divine light, a complex and mysterious Tao pattern was clearly visible. Tu Zongju continued, This person will have this Tao pattern on his body, and the pattern may be in any part. Lin Moyu asked, Are these 573 Tao patterns born? Master Tu nodded, Indeed, they are born. Lin Moyu showed doubts. If they are born with Tao patterns, they will definitely be considered as natural geniuses. How could they be ordinary people? If they are not ordinary people, then the previous premise is wrong? Master Tu said, Although it is born, it is very likely to be hidden. It may appear after adulthood, or it may never appear in a lifetime. Lin Moyu's brows were completely frowned. In this case, the search range is too large, which is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Master Tu is looking for the human race, most likely living in Nanzhou. Of course, except for Beizhou, the other three continents are all inhabited by human races, which cannot be completely ruled out. Lin Moyu whispered, This is not easy to do. There is no other information? Master Tu shook his head, No, there is only this Tao pattern. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, I promise you, but I don't know if I can find it. I can only say that I will try my best." Master Tu said, "Okay, this sect believes you, the descendant of Master Meng, I won't be wrong." Master Meng? Lin Moyu realized that the dreamer that Master Tu was talking about should be the senior who let him inherit the Avenue of Luck. So his last name is Meng. Lin Moyu murmured in his heart. Master Tu regarded himself as the descendant of the other party. In fact, it was true, he did inherit the Avenue of Luck of the other party. Lin Moyu asked, "What should I do after finding him? Should I bring him to see you?" Master Tu said, "No, you just need to give him something. I will give you this thing later. Next, this sect will give you a reward. When you climbed the sacred mountain, you got 5 pieces of jade. These 5 pieces of jade are actually the key to open a secret treasure of origin. There are a lot of treasures in this secret treasure of origin, and many of them have been lost. This sect knows your intention, which is to find a way to break through the realm of Dao Zun. This sect can tell you that there is indeed a method, but you can't do it. Lin Moyu's entire testimony is there is a method, but you can't do it." After a few seconds, Lin Moyu asked, "Why can't it be done?" Master Tu said, "Because one thing is missing. This thing is called the Foundation Stone of the Great Tao." Lin Yu had never heard of the Foundation Stone of the Great Tao. Sect Master Tu said, "The 5 jades in your hand are from the secret treasure of the origin, and there is the Foundation Stone of the Great Tao. The Foundation Stone of the Great Tao is the product of the Great Tao, and the number is extremely rare. There were more in the past, but now it is very rare. Although there are few, it is not that there are none. There are 10 foundation stones in the deep of the origin spiritual vein next to the ruins of our sect." Lin Moyu asked, "Since there are, why can't you do it?" Sect Master Tu laughed in a low voice, "Because you don't know it." This answer made Lin Moyu deafening. It was because they didn't know it. This reason is very real, but it is a bit ridiculous. However, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that it was normal for him not to know it. It is possible that those ancestors didn't know it, but how could he not know the third ancestor of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce? Thinking back to the questions that the third ancestor asked him before, Lin Moyu realized that the third ancestor seemed to have seen the Great Tao and the people in the Great Tao. And the third ancestor also called the person on the Great Tao as Tao Master. Later here, this title was also confirmed. So it is speculated that the 3 groups should know the foundation stone of the Great Tao. And the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce controls the 9th Order Origin Spiritual Vein, and there is a foundation stone of the Great Tao in the 9th Order Origin Spiritual Vein. Lin Moyu is 100% sure that the third ancestor knows the foundation stone of the Great Tao and also owns it. In this case, the third ancestor must also know how to surpass Dao Zun and advance to a higher level. That's why he vowed that he would definitely go back to find him, because he knew everything. Sect Master Tu said, "The foundation stone of the Great Tao looks very ordinary, and only some special methods can produce induction with it. And this method has been lost now, just like you no longer know how to use Dao patterns, paths. But this sect can teach you this method. With your top luck, you may be able to find the foundation stone of the Great Tao in the vast world." Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Senior Tu, I want to ask, do I need a 9th Order Origin Spirit Vein to break through to Dao Zun?" Lin Moyu now doubted what the third ancestor said. He didn't know whether the third ancestor simply concealed the information of the foundation of the Great Tao, or concealed other things. He needed some questions to confirm his views on the third ancestor. Master Tu said, 9th Order Origin Spirit Veins are also needed. If it was in the past, with the guidance of people in the Great Tao, 9th Order Origin Spirit Veins would not be a must. But now, 9th Order Origin Spirit Veins are a must. Lin Moyu nodded. It seems that the third ancestor did not lie to me completely. Master Tu seemed to guess Lin Moyu's thoughts. The third ancestor you mentioned is the owner of the 9th Order Origin Spirit Vein. Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, it was him. Master Tu smiled. Although he is shrewd, people who practice that path are shrewd. But as far as our sect knows, he is not a sinister person, so we can still believe some of his words. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. You and the third ancestor, have you had any contact? Master Tu said, the remains of our sect are connected to his origin spiritual vein. As the master of the origin spiritual vein, do you think he has no contact? Lin Moyu finally realized. With the ability of the third ancestor, he must have completely controlled this 9th level origin spiritual vein for countless years. If he really wanted to, he could completely cut off the connection between the origin spiritual vein and the remains of the Tushan sect. Lin Moyu believes that the third ancestor has this ability. But he did not do so, which means that there are some unknown transactions between him and the Tushan sect. And this transaction, and the ancestors of the land selecting forces do not know. The third ancestor is the biggest promoter behind this Tianjiao conference, the real planner, no one else. Why did the third ancestor do this? What was his purpose? With his status and position, he could basically get anything that was available on the origin continent. It was impossible for him to seek wealth, so he could seek profit. Lin Moyu believed that everyone had a motive for doing anything. The third ancestor had the foundation of the Great Tao and the 9th Order origin spirit vein. Logically, he would not lack the method to break through to the Dao Zun realm. But why didn't he break through to the Dao Zun realm? Why did he hide in the time-disordered space and refuse to go out? But he also said that if he wanted to kill someone, even the king of the Sea of Boundaries could not save him. It shows that the third ancestor had absolute confidence in his own strength, enough to surpass the king of the Sea of Boundaries. Lin Moyu really couldn't figure it out, and blurted out, as far as I know, the third ancestor should be able to break through to the Dao Zun realm, but why didn't he break through? The two-sect master chuckled, with a deep meaning in his laughter. He still has things to do. Lin Moyu asked, what is it? Master Tu shook his head. I don't know, he didn't tell our sect. But it doesn't matter, you just need to know that he won't hurt you. Lin Moyu didn't really believe Master Tu's words. He could feel that Master Tu obviously knew what the third ancestor was going to do, but he just didn't want to say it. Whether it was the third ancestor or Master Tu, they all had secrets in their hearts. Well, if they don't want to say it, then don't say it. Maybe we'll know the answer in the future. Lin Moyu said, I'm sorry, Sect Master Tu, I interrupted you. Sister Tu said, no problem, our sect will teach you how to find the foundation of the Great Tao, and will also tell you how to break through the Dao Zun realm. In addition, there is also the correct use of Dao patterns, how to take the right path. You don't have to pass on the method of breaking through the Dao Zun realm to others, and Kunzong will not restrict it. But this method is not recommended for you to use. If you break through with this method, you will never be able to move forward in the future. Lin Moyu understood what Sect Master Tu meant. You mean, I can tell those ancestors about this method I got? Sister Tu hummed, they have gone astray, and their lifespans have reached the limit. It may take a few more days to correct it. You are different, you should not follow their old path. And if they can break through the Dao Zun realm according to this method, they can get eternal life, and what they pursue is nothing more than eternal life. As for whether they can break through, in fact, it doesn't make much difference to them. Lin Moyu said, according to what the senior said, if the junior tells them the correct method of cultivation, can it also help them get on the right path? Sect Master Tu said, you can say it, but this sect advises you not to say it now, at least before you have the power to protect yourself, don't say it. Lin Moyu thought about it and knew what Sect Master Tu meant. It's not that you can't say it, but don't say it now. If he tells this method now, those ancestors will know that they have taken the wrong path and will definitely feel upset. Then they will feel that what they said is not complete, and there must be some secrets. Those people's thoughts are too deep and complicated, and many people are extremely selfish. For the human race, this method may be a blessing, but for themselves, this method is a disaster. So before you have the power to protect yourself, you shouldn't say it. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Tu, I know. Sect Master Tu chuckled and clapped his hands lightly. The divine light surged in the hall, gathered into a group, and finally formed a jade stone with divine light flowing. All the methods our sect has mentioned are in there. There is a lot of information, and it may be difficult to accept. Our sect will help you, so you don't have to worry. Lin Moyu nodded, and his soul had already grasped the Calamity Scepter in his hand. The World Tree was also ready for battle, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. The World Tree rolled up the Shinjo Ding, and this posture had already regarded the Shinjo Nai as a weapon. This method was also what Lin Moyu had thought of not long ago. The Shinjo Ding could suppress Jojo in the past. It would definitely be effective if used as a weapon to smash people. Lin Moyu was prepared for unexpected events. He did not completely believe in this two-sect master, but he wanted the information in the Jade very much. So he could only be prepared to prevent Wanzhuang. Lin Moyu believed that even if this sect master was very powerful, he had been dead for so many years after all. If he wanted to do something to him, at least in the soul world, he would not be afraid. The Calamity Scepter was not a vegetarian. It would hit anyone who came. Get ready, Lin Moyu connected the jade with his soul. In an instant, a large amount of information poured in. This was the inheritance of the prehistoric sect. The amount of information was unprecedented. Even in the big world back then, the inheritance of Rune Tianzuan was not as good as the one in front of him. But now Lin Moyu's soul is countless times stronger than before. Although the content is huge, it can still be received. At this time, the two-sect master waved his hand, and countless divine lights jumped and enveloped Lin Moyu. In an instant, Lin Moyu felt his soul formation relaxed. Please give me flowers. 0. Lin Moyu knew that this was Master 2 helping him, and he immediately took the time to digest and accept it. Not only did he receive information himself, but the information he received would also be copied and passed to others. Lin Moyu entered a state of oblivion and completely sank into the sea of information. At this time, the man in black who had been silent behind Master 2 suddenly spoke. Master, do you think he can find it? Master 2 said, maybe, maybe not. He is not the first, and may not be the last. The man in black said, but what if he finds it? It has been countless years, and he may have sunk forever. Shut up. Master 2 snorted, the Taoist master will not sink, even if it takes many years. That realm is not something we can understand. As long as we can find the Taoist master, we still have hope. 0. Not only us, but perhaps everyone in Tushin's sect has hope. There was a hint of hope in his words, and a strong belief. He believed that what he did was not wrong, and hope was always there. The man in black said no more, and still stood silently behind him like a sculpture without moving. Master 2 sighed and said, this boy's luck is so strong that it has never been seen before. Even the dreamer has never had such luck. He may really have a chance to find the Taoist master. Half a day later, Lin Moyu finally woke up. After receiving the huge amount of information, Lin Moyu glanced through it and learned some key information. The people of the origin continent have indeed gone astray. Dao patterns are not used in this way. Fortunately, this road has only gone astray and can be corrected. Needless to say, I have not yet reached the realm of Dao Zun and have not yet embarked on this path. Like Gu Hanyu, although she has reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun, she is still young and can correct it. The more troublesome one is Tianlei Taoist, who has reached the 9th realm of Dao Zun and his soul has been severely damaged. It is difficult to break through Dao Zun in the first place, and it is almost impossible to correct it. Lin Moyu has no way to deal with this. But there is also good news. Using the method given by Tu Zongzhu, Tianlei Taoist has a chance to break through Dao Zun. Although it will be difficult to make progress in the future, at least he can change from longevity to immortality. Lin Moyu finally knew the realm above Dao Zun, Dao Realm. Lin Moyu slowly came back to his senses and saluted towards Sect Master 2. Thank you for the Dharma, Senior. I have one more thing to ask you, Senior. Is there a root of rebirth in that secret treasure of the origin? Sect Master 2 looked at Lin Moyu. The root of rebirth should exist. This sect remembers that there is one, but we are not sure. Lin Moyu said, as long as you remember that there is one, it will be fine. Sect Master 2's tone was a little strange. Although the root of rebirth is rare, it has only one function and many restrictions. What is the use of this thing? Lin Moyu talked about the current state of the human emperor. After listening to it, Sect Master 2 was silent for a long time. After waiting for a long time, he said, the root of rebirth is indeed the best way to save your friend. As for the other one, it is even more troublesome. He is a gifted magician, and he has no living attributes. It is extremely difficult to become a living being. It requires a real treasure that can change fate, not an ordinary item. Although the root of rebirth is rare, it is only rare in his mouth. From the level, it belongs to an ordinary item. July 17th wants the human emperor to become a living being, and the root of rebirth is enough, because the human emperor is a living being, and once truly possessed flesh and blood soul. According to Sect Master 2, the human emperor once registered between heaven and earth, and now he has only temporarily lost these things, but he can recover. Xing Lao is much more troublesome. He was transformed by Xiao Zhantian's innate magic, and he should not have existed. It was a special living being formed by Xiao Zhantian with his supreme will and a trace of world power. Xing Lao exists just like the spirit of the big world, more like a tool spirit than a living being. The country is too high to make Xing Lao a living being. Lin Moyu thought of Xiao Wu, who was once a tool spirit and later became a living being. Sect Master 2's answer made Lin Moyu feel helpless. Xiao Wu's situation was still different from Xing Lao. Xing Lao has integrated a trace of world power, and at the same time has countless beliefs of the human race. If he wants to be reborn like Xiao Wu, he must choose the human race in the world. But the human race in the big world is the creature of the big world, and it is difficult to bear the power of the world and countless beliefs. This creates a paradox. Xing Lao cannot become a creature like Xiao Wu through a similar method of possession. However, the existence of Xing Lao and Ren Huang also has corresponding advantages, that is, their lifespan is almost infinite. As long as the big world is not destroyed, they will not die. Lin Moyu frowned. What kind of heaven-defying treasure is needed to make Xing Lao a real person? Sect Master 2 said, in fact, I don't know either. Those heaven-defying treasures are too high-level and will not exist in the origin continent. With your strength, you can't see it. And even if you find it, you can't use it with your strength. Lin Moyu said sincerely, please give me some advice. Master 2 said, it's useless to tell you, but since you want to know, maybe only those few can save your friend. One is the Tao Lord of the Great Way of Life. There is also the Tao Lord of the Great Way of Soul, or the Tao Li of the Great Way of all spirits. In addition to the three of them, there are actually a few others who are also capable of saving people, but those people are too mysterious, and it's hard to say whether they are there or not, so it's better not to mention them. Lin Moyu has already memorized that if the three Tao Lords of the Great Way of Life, the Great Way of Soul, and the Great Way of all spirits take action and cooperate with the treasures of the corresponding level, there will be a chance to make Xing Lao a real person. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. As long as you don't give up and climb up step by step, you will meet them sooner or later. Those heaven-defying treasures will naturally have a chance to get. Master Tu Shinzong gathered the divine light in his hand, and a bead appeared in the Minister of Divine Light. The bead absorbed a lot of divine light and became crystal clear. Sect Master Tu also said, you now know where the divine light comes from, and I don't need to say more about its purpose. When you find that person, you can give this bead to him. You don't need to say anything, he will understand. Lin Moyu did know where the divine light came from at this time. The divine light they called, also called the light of the great Tao, is a kind of power that can only be used after transcending the Tao Zun realm and entering the great Tao realm. The divine light comes from the great Tao, which is ever-changing, traversing the virtual and the real, and can be said to be omnipotent. The entire Tushan sect is full of divine light, which is exactly what the sect master in front of him has transformed with his own great Tao. Now, it carries countless things with divine light, which Lin Moyu cannot understand. In the end, all these divine lights will converge into the bead in his hand, and only the corresponding person can open it. To others, this bead is just a beautiful jade stone, which is useless. After a while, the divine light dissipated, and the two sect masters threw the jade stone to Lin Moyu. It's not forced, just do your best. Lin Moyu nodded and put away the bead. I will do my best. The two sect master waved his hand. Let's go. It's almost time for you to go back. Lin Moyu nodded. Junior, take your leave. The hall disappeared in the divine light, and when the sight was restored, it was already at the foot of the mountain. Lin Moyu looked at the spear standing upside down on the top of the mountain, pointing straight to the sky and the earth, as if he had experienced a dream. I had imagined before whether I could take the spear away, but now it seems ridiculous. Can he get his hands on the treasures of the Dao realm now? Although he did not obtain any treasures during this trip to the Tushan sect, his gains were greater than treasures. Lin Moyu learned how to go in the future, and when he was about to go astray, the road ahead became smooth again. He also learned many secrets, and he could easily obtain the things that the saints and ancestors wanted. In addition, there is a set of keys that can open a mysterious origin secret. These things are more precious than any treasures, and they are hard to come by. Even exchanging them for family belongings is worth it. Lin Moyu looked at it for a few times before retracting his gaze and slowly turning around. In front of him, there was a road. This road was filled with death, and the end of the road was the exit. The Tushan sect enveloped the sect with divine light, and the death aura covered the outside, and then, with the help of the power of the original spiritual vein, the sect was immortal for hundreds of millions of years. These death auras were transformed by millions of disciples of the Tushan sect, and they contained their will, the will to protect the sect. Lin Moyu had a feeling that although the Tushan sect had been destroyed, it had not really died. They were dormant, waiting for hope. Lin Moyu sighed and stepped away. He knew very well that Lu Fengyao would not be seriously injured. With the relationship between the two sect master and the three ancestors, Lu Fengyao must be safe and sound. No matter how the process was, he would be safe in the end. As for the immortal Lotus Saint and the other two, that was not something he should consider. 9 out of 10 were fine, and if something really happened, it could only be considered their bad luck. Lin Moyu stepped out step by step, leaving footprints. Every time he took a step, his breath would decrease. As the footprints became more and more, Lin Moyu's breath became weaker and weaker, and his face turned pale. He looked like he was seriously injured, but still persisting. Lin Moyu wanted to act and tell everyone how difficult it was for him to get what he got in there, and that he had risked his life to get it. Those saints and ancestors had to pay a price to get such precious information. The more miserable they acted, the higher the price they had to pay. Lin Moyu is not unwilling to suffer a loss. He can suffer an open loss, but he must not suffer a hidden loss. Sometimes it is a good thing to suffer a loss tomorrow. If you suffer a small loss, you may gain more. And those ancestors want to save face. It is like one person gave 10 origin crystals, how can another person give 9? Let alone 9, even 10 is not enough. At least 11 should be given, or even more. The face of the ancestors is very valuable. Lin Moyu's breath is getting weaker and weaker, and his face is as pale as gold paper. His realm also looks shaky and unstable, as if it will fall at any time. It just so happens that his realm has been improved, from the middle-level Tianzuan to the high-level Tianzuan. It is reasonable that he has just been promoted to an unstable realm and suffered an injury, which led to a fall in realm. Lin Moyu, whose realm has fallen, looks extremely pitiful. He just walked to the end of the road step by step. 000. Dongfang Wuwen and Tianhuan Xingzi have returned to the 9th level origin spiritual vein. The two of them were the first to come back, and both of them gained something from this trip, but it was not big. Dongfang Wuwen got a magic weapon from the Tushan sect, but this magic weapon was only a magic weapon of the 13th Heavenly Venerable Realm. The only value is that it can be used to study the refining techniques of the prehistoric sect and verify the current refining techniques. Over the years, they have gained a lot of magic weapons from the Tushan sect, and several forces have shared them. Dongfang Wuwen's harvest this time can only be regarded as mediocre. Tianhuan Xingzi's harvest was slightly better than Dongfang Wuwen's. He got a magic. The magic is of the Daozuan realm, but it is only at the Daozuan realm, not very strong. The probability of obtaining a magic is a little lower than that of a magic weapon, and the value is also slightly higher. According to the rules, the magic weapon obtained by Dongfang Wuwen belongs to himself and does not need to be handed in. The magic obtained by Tianhuan Xingzi needs to be copied. The originally calm dead air on the road began to roll, and the third ancestor whispered, "Someone else has come out." Several people present looked up at the same time, and in the rolling fog, Saint Alien and Lu Fengyao walked out one after another. The two of them left one after the other, almost at the same time. The third ancestor seemed relieved to see that Lu Fengyao was fine. Before, the third ancestor had been in a tense state, and everyone could see that he was very worried about Lu Fengyao. Now that Lu Fengyao is fine, the third ancestor is relieved. In the eyes of others, this is a very reasonable reaction of the third ancestor, an old ancestor who is worried about his younger generation. If Lin Moyu were present, he would definitely complain in his heart, you act again. He already knew the dealings between the third ancestor and the leader of the Tushan sect, and naturally understood that Lu Fengyao would never get into trouble. Even those who got into trouble before were also agreed by them, just pretending. There is another person who behaves the same as the third ancestor. Among the three Holy Land ancestors who came this time, one is the ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land. The old ancestor also relaxed after seeing that the Fairy Lotus Saint was fine. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could feel it clearly. The third ancestor asked, "Did you gain anything?" The Fairy Lotus Saint said, "The Fairy Lotus didn't gain much, just a spell, an ancient magic weapon of the 4th level of the Dao Zone, and a diary left by a disciple of the Tushan sect." These words fell into the ears of Dongfang Wuwen and Tianhuan Saint, and the two felt their faces burning. "What do you mean by not gaining much?" "I only gained these." "If you say so, then what are we?" The Saint of the Immortal Lotus took out her harvest. After the third ancestor checked the magic weapon, he returned it to the Saint of the Immortal Lotus. "According to the rules, you can keep this magic weapon for yourself. We need to copy the magic and diary." The third ancestor began to copy the magic and diary. These materials are open to these ancestors. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus bowed, "Thank you, senior third ancestor." The third ancestor quickly copied the magic and diary, and then returned the original to the Saint of the Immortal Lotus, and then looked at Lu Fengyao. Before the third ancestor spoke, Lu Fengyao took the initiative to speak. "I got a bottle of prehistoric elixir. I don't know if it's still useful. In addition, there is a magic weapon of the Daozuan realm. Fengyao is dull and can't tell which realm it is. I didn't get any magic on this trip, but I got a recipe in the alchemy room." Lu Fengyao also took out the things and handed them to the third ancestor. Lu Fengyao entered the alchemy room of the Tushan sect and got a pill from countless years ago, as well as a pill recipe. The pill recipe recorded the methods of refining several kinds of pills, none of which are available now. But this is only secondary. Through the pill recipe, one can study the alchemy methods of prehistoric sects, which is the most valuable. In addition, Lu Fengyao also obtained a magic weapon of the Daozuan realm in the alchemy room, but she couldn't tell which realm it was. After the third ancestor identified it, it was determined that this magic weapon had reached the 6th realm of the Daozuan. However, it was already somewhat damaged. It is hard to say whether it can be restored to the 6th realm of the Daozuan after repair. The third ancestor sighed, "Although we didn't get what we wanted, your gains are also good. Is this trip dangerous?" The Fairy Lotus Saint said, "It was a close call. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Lin led us on the right path, so we have this gain." Lu Fengyao followed. That's right, if it weren't for Lin Xiaoyu, we wouldn't be able to enter the heartland of the Tushan sect. The three ancestors showed a little surprise on their faces. Tell me in detail. Lu Fengyao said, I saw a map in that alchemy room. It was a map of the Tushan sect. I just learned that the Tushan sect is divided into 3 areas, the periphery, the heartland, and the core. Only by using the correct method can you enter the heartland, otherwise you can only stay in the periphery, and the harvest will naturally be poor. Lu Fengyao told them how he entered the heartland, and the few people suddenly realized it after listening. One of the 3 ancestors exclaimed, it turned out to be like this. So, we let people in again and again, but most of the time they were actually active in the periphery. 200. Another ancestor said, it seems to be true. Dongfang Wuwen and Tianwan Xingzi didn't look good. They didn't expect that because they walked fast, they wanted to catch the first prize, but ended up taking the wrong road. It turned out that the road could not be walked, and they didn't pay attention to such details at all. If it was later, he might be able to follow Lin Moyu into the hinterland and gain more. The Fairy Lotus Saint said, not entirely. Some people enter the hinterland by luck. Even if they are wrong, they can still enter. She also gained something in it and learned some things about the God-slaying sect. She told what she knew and confirmed what Lu Fengyao said. The third ancestor said, the rules of the God-slaying sect are changeable. The rules of this time may not apply next time. But this also reflects a problem. We are indeed not careful enough. Many things cannot be done by a high realm. Everyone present agreed that if it could be done by a high realm, they would have done it long ago. What would they need Tianjiao for? Lu Fengyao suddenly wondered, Brother Lin hasn't come out yet? The Fairy Lotus Saint said, Friend Lin hasn't come out yet. Did he enter the core area? The breath of several ancestors fluctuated. Entering the core area means that what he wants is possible. Lu Fengyao said, with Brother Lin's intelligence, it's not impossible. The third ancestor said, perhaps, it's really possible. Time passed by second, and for the ancestors, every second was very long. Old monsters like them who had lived for countless years began to get restless at this moment. Years of long-cherished wishes and expectations, perhaps this time it can be realized, how can they not be excited? The aura that enveloped them rolled like waves, representing their mood at the moment. The third ancestor saw everything, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a little inexplicable smile. It seemed to be mocking, and there was also a little sarcasm. Finally, after half a day, the death energy on the road rolled again. Here it comes. 3 pairs of eyes lit up in the rolling aura, and the 3 ancestors stared at the road filled with death energy, without blinking. Lin Moyu's figure appeared in the death energy, becoming clearer and closer. The eyes of the 3 people seemed to want to eat people. If they were not still self-respecting, they might have rushed over to pull Lin Moyu out at this moment. Lu Fengyao's face changed suddenly. Lin Moyu's walking was not right, stumbling, as if he would fall down at any time. She rushed to Lin Moyu and supported him. Lin Moyu's face was pale as gold paper. Although his realm was higher than before he entered, and he had become a high-level Tianzuan, the aura emanating from his body told everyone that this realm could fall at any time. Not only was his aura deficient, but his soul was also extremely weak. Lu Fengyao asked anxiously, how could this happen? Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, it's okay, I just got a minor injury. A minor injury, even the realm is about to be lost, can it still be called a minor injury? Lu Fengyao immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Moyu's mouth without saying a word. The pill was of a high grade and worth a lot of money. Lu Fengyao didn't care at all and stuffed it directly into Lin Moyu's mouth. The third ancestor's eyelids jumped and he looked distressed. Obviously, the value of this pill was extraordinary. At the same time, he looked at Lin Moyu, thoughtfully, with deep meaning in his eyes. After taking the pill, Lin Moyu's breath improved slightly, but not much. Lu Fengyao wondered, how could this happen? Why is the Dao Tongso pill useless? It shouldn't be like this. As she was about to take the second pill, Lin Moyu stopped her in a low voice. Sister Feng Yao, don't waste the pill. My injury is not ordinary, and the pill is useless. Lu Fengyao couldn't help asking, what kind of injury did you suffer? Why is the Dao Tongso pill useless? Lin Moyu said, it's a long story. He muttered in his heart, I'm not injured, so of course the pill is useless, not to mention that I didn't eat this pill. Look at the look of the old guy Sanzu. If he eats the second pill, he will probably turn his face on the spot. This Dao Tongso pill is probably very precious. Sister Fengyao treats me sincerely. She gave me such a precious pill without saying a word. Sanzu should have seen that I was pretending, but he won't expose it because he is also afraid that I will expose him. Then let's act together and see who has better acting skills. Lin Moyu whispered, Sister Fengyao, please help me sit down. I can't stand. Lu Fengyao hummed, immediately helped Lin Moyu over, and took out a chair for Lin Moyu to sit down. She thought Lin Moyu was so weak that he couldn't even take out the things in the storage ring. Lin Moyu slumped in the chair and said to the ancestors, Seniors, please forgive me for being rude. I really can't stand. The third ancestor said in a deep voice, It's okay, tell me what you got this time. Lin Moyu said, This time, I was fortunate to solve the test of the Tushan sect and enter the core area. In the core area, I barely walked through the god-killing sect's mountain-climbing divine road and reached the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, I got something, but unfortunately. Immediately someone couldn't help but ask, What did you get? What's the pity? Lin Moyu said weakly, It's a pity that I didn't get the spear. I got the method to break through the Dao Zun. As soon as these words came out, the three ancestors' auras burst out, and the terrifying and powerful aura swept through this space. They were excited. After countless years of waiting, they finally got the result today. The powerful invisible pressure swept over, and Lu Fengyao and others were repelled by the pressure. Lin Moyu, who was originally slumped in the chair, was also shaken away. After falling to the ground, Lin Moyu fainted without saying a word. The three ancestors shouted anxiously, Calm down. The three ancestors reacted and quickly collected their auras. Looking at the unconscious Lin Moyu, the three looked at each other, not expecting that they would be so out of control. The ancestor of the Hansui Holy Land, Gu Tsang, whispered, Alas, my Tao heart is still not enough. The old ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land also shook his head and said, It's not that the Dao heart is not enough, it's just that I've been waiting for too long. What should I do now? The third ancestor waved his hand, Anyway, this kid has already got the method, you don't have to rush, I'll take this kid to heal his wounds first, and then call you when he recovers a little. You know your own situation, keep your Dao heart well, and don't be so excited. The words of the third ancestor have a sense of unquestionableness, and the three of them also believe in the third ancestor, nodding one by one. After sending them all away, only the third ancestor, the unconscious Lin Moyu, and the worried Lu Fengyao were left in the space. Lu Fengyao said to the third ancestor, Third Grandpa, is he okay? The third ancestor smiled, Yaoer, don't worry, this kid is as hard as a dog, nothing will happen, Yaoer will go back first, leave this to Grandpa. Lu Fengyao also believes in his third grandpa, then I'll trouble the third grandpa. The third ancestor opened the passage and used the origin spirit vein to send Lu Fengyao back. The space became extremely quiet, with only the third ancestor and the unconscious Lin Moyu. The third ancestor took out a chair and sat down comfortably. Boy, stop pretending. Lin Moyu's body trembled slightly, then he stood up and stretched. Like the third ancestor, Lin Moyu also took out a chair and sat down steadily, even the posture was almost the same. The third ancestor sneered, Boy, you acted well. Lin Moyu smiled, it's still far behind the third ancestor. The third ancestor said, Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? Lin Moyu said, I believe the third ancestor will not do this. After all, no matter how I act, it will not harm the third ancestor. The third ancestor whispered, You do this to ask for benefits, right? Lin Moyu nodded. Of course, I have worked so hard to get something. How can I hand it over easily? I must get some benefits. The third ancestor said, hand over the great Dao Tong's Ho pill. Lin Moyu made a bewildered look. The pill melted in my mouth and was digested long ago. The third ancestor snorted angrily. Do you think Biao Wei Jing believes you? Lin Moyu said shamelessly, it's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, there is no pill and a life. You can do it. The third ancestor's murderous aura rose. Do you think I dare not kill you? Lin Moyu said, of course you can kill me, but I guess you have to change someone else to do what you want me to do. The third ancestor was so angry that he laughed. What he had asked Lin Moyu to do before had become a bargaining chip that held him back. Okay, you're the first one who dared to talk to me like this. Lin Moyu laughed. I can't help it. Who told you to shout and kill at every turn? I was forced to do it. Sect Master 2 is much gentler than you. We can discuss anything. See.